Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to VAR Cricket by ABP News. Today we are live at the Jaipur Open presented by Rajasthan Tourism. I'm your host Shaurya Singh, joined by my co-host Rahul Bajaj. So Rahul, this is the second week now. So second week is the charm.
Always, always. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here in reporting from Jaipur this week. And the Rambagh Golf Club is a picturesque golf course right besides the Rambagh Palace in the main Jaipur city. So we're looking forward to all the action. The scores are really, really deep. M Dharma leads at minus 16 by shooting minus 8 on both the days, day one and day two. We're looking forward to what happens at this penultimate as well as the final day.
So for our viewers who are joining in, we were last week as well, and we're seeing a lot of the same players on top of the leaderboard. So it's almost like deja vu. How do you feel about that, Rahul? I mean, the top 10, we have almost four or five similar names. The top three has Dharma, Khalin, Veer Alawat, Harendra, Viraj. So a lot of the players who did well last week are playing well again. Now here at the tee, um, we have just a minute, please.
Shivendra Sisodia
Shivendra
from Gurgaon.
Sisodia on the tee from Gurgaon, a very long hitter of the golf ball, one of the longer hitters on tour, and he'll be getting ready for his tee shot. So the first hole here at Jaipur, the players tend to go safe off the tee. It's a shorter hole, and as we get into the round, we'll tell you a little bit more about the golf course. Right now, let's just look at the inaugural tee shot by our player Shivendra. Good finish. Holding is finished there.
So the first hole in Jaipur is 300 and something par 4, where if you hit a driver, you probably get stuck close to the trees, which is very close to the green, about 50-yard shot. So a lot of players like to, put themselves into a position where they can hit a wedge.
Now we have a look at Gaurav Pratap Singh. We covered him even the previous week, so he seems to be running into a rich vein of form. And again, opting for the more conservative approach is Gaurav. Very unique swing in a way, a lot of wrist hinge, very hard hit on the ball, puts a lot of compression there. So this is for our viewers here. This is basically a stressless tee off because there's not much trouble here. Going with an iron is always a very easy option for the players. So you'll see players actually easing into their round, a nice relaxed sort of setup for them. A little bit about the Jaipur Rambagh Golf Club is that it's one of the shorter golf clubs on our tour on the swing, but it still has its own challenges. Where the players really do make a killing on this golf course is the par 5. It's very accessible. So you'll see a lot of deep scores here. But I must add that even both of us are really surprised by the level of scoring. 16 under leading in 2 days is just phenomenal. I mean, words can't do justice to how well this top group is playing.
Absolutely. In fact, the cut this week has gone at -3, which is one of the lower cuts on the PGTI. Also, the crop that we see, which is doing well, is very much the younger lot. Seems like the entire mix-up of fitness as well as good play, solid technique seems to be showing on the PGTI. Hardly many veterans out there, but there are definitely a few who are lurking slightly behind. But yes, we also have C. Muniappa, who's finally seeming to find a little bit of form at -7, who's one of the veterans, a former Indian Open champion. And of course, the top of the leaderboard still led by the players who've been leading the tournaments of late. M. Dharma, of course, a veteran who is the main leader that we have right now. Kalin Joshi, Veer Alawat, Viraj Madappa, all these guys were the ones who were leading last week as well, and superb play by them. Good consistency and really riding that confidence that they probably picked up at Delhi Golf Club.
So now we're seeing Pukhraj striding down the fairway. For our viewers who might be having a look at his caddy, he has a cart. So, that is very optional for the caddies, whether they can take a cart or they can just carry the bag on the shoulder. So either approach is fine. Coming back to your point about the elder players, that's a very vague term for us to use, but maybe players above the age of 35, let's say, I mean, they're really struggling to compete in terms of, the younger players. I had a look at the leaderboard, and barely a few players above the age of 40 have made the cut. And What are some of the reasons that you think this could be the case, Rahul? Why are we seeing, which is really good for the game, mind you? I mean, the explosion of youth is really good, helps the younger players come to the fore. But what could be the reason that second week in running, experience is not really getting any results?
Well, I think that things around the sport of golf are really changing in terms of the amount of technique required as well as the amount of fitness required in the game of golf. I feel that the newer crop is way more well versed with all the changes that are happening in the world, and hence they're able to get more out of it. They, of course, are spending more time in the gym. They are spending more time, thinking about their nutrition and as well as the long hours in the sun. Looking at the screen now, you've got Gaurav Pratap Singh getting ready for his second shot. Usually, players put themselves into a position to be able to hit a wedge or a gap wedge into this green because that's like the best area where you don't even need to worry about the trees. You can flight the wedge up enough so that the ball drops straight away on the green and you're not, letting the trees come in the way of the shot.
So, what is so peculiar about this golf course? It's a tree-lined golf course. The par threes are the real challenge here. There are some tough holes, but there are many good holes for the longer hitters and even the straighter hitters where they can capitalize and make birdies. For example, this first hole itself. So we'll be looking at something like 100 yards for the player. So that is bread and butter for players of this quality. So look for this to be close by Pukhraj. I'm guessing anywhere between 10 and 15 feet should be par for the course. And so we can't, I think he's leaked it a little to the right, but should still make his par. So greens are a little firm. If you are, you would not get that much purchase on them, but we still expect some kind of hold on the green. So coming in with short clubs, this should be a very interesting week. And Gaurav, as reiterated last week, is very good with the short clubs. Very strong wedge player. Looking at it anxiously, and that seems to be within the 10 feet radius of the pin, so it should be primed for his birdie. Depending on how the flags are, you could actually look at a lot of low scores today. It's already been a very low scoring week with the leader at 16 under par, Cullen at 13, Veer Alawat at 13 under par. Now we have a look at Shivendra in the fairway, again with just a sand wedge or maybe even a lob wedge in his hands. Shivendra is one of the longer hitters on tour, can easily clock over 320, 30 yards on his drive. So it should be interesting when he picks out the big stick.
In fact, Shivendra has been playing pretty well, all throughout the lockdowns as well. We had him actually win some pool series events that were happening in Gurgaon, where a lot of players get together to play, a couple of rounds of tournament golf among themselves. So Shivendra has been playing quite well, and he's been finding.
And coming back to my point, Raul, how important is the first hole? And if the first hole is relatively easy, you don't feel that nervous on the range, you can actually enjoy a good night's sleep as opposed to being up restless thinking about that hole.
Yeah.
What is your take on this first hole?
So you're absolutely right. I mean, the tee shot doesn't really put a lot of pressure on the player. Players going in with a long iron, he wants to go about 220 to 250 off the tee at max. Anything between this should be able to give you a good shot. And of course, getting a wedge into the first hole always gives you a nice birdie opportunity. And most of these players, of course, are looking forward to, being able to capitalize on that. Pukrat Singh Gill seems to have leaked out his second shot and left himself in the bunker on the first hole. Of course, always, never something that a good player is looking for, to miss the green with a wedge. But nonetheless, we're all humans. We all have a few misses here and there. Let's see what he makes out of that.
Viewers would enjoy to see the technique being employed by a professional golfer from the bunker. This is supposedly one of the toughest shots for an amateur, but professionals really practice their short game. And as you can see, what a brilliant shot by Pukhraj, almost making his birdie.
It, yeah. A great start to the day.
It's very important to have a solid short game. So coming back to this golf course, what are your thoughts? I have a lot of history here, which I'll run the viewers through as we get along. But just what are your points, your take on this golf course?
I think the course really gives you a couple of holes to play very well. I think the second, third, and the fourth are a really good stretch of holes for scoring. So players are always have a little bit of their guard up on this stretch. Going into the back nine, there are a couple of tough holes that come in. Interestingly, Jaipur actually gives you a few very different kind of hazards, which are basically trees right in the middle of the fairway. So the players have to plan through what their second shots are going to be like and where they want their drivers to land up or their drives to land up. So next on the tee, we have here Yashish Chandra from Mysore, playing alongside Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh and Sudhir Sharma from Greater Noida. A great, again, young crop of players playing together. We have, of course, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Yashish Chandra, very recent professional golfers. Sudhir has been playing the tour for a couple of years now. All of them are very, very solid golfers, and moving towards good high successes in their careers. Yashish there preparing for his tee shot now, which appears to be a 2 iron off the tee for him. Like I said earlier, players are really trying to put themselves around the mark of about 240 off the tee to give themselves a good second shot.
Do you think we could actually see someone picking up the driver on this hole, or that is highly unlikely? Because some of the longer hitters could actually reach the green, maybe around the green with their driver. That is something that I have seen previously, and especially with the length they have. If somebody really wants to, put a mark on the tournament, maybe it's not too outlandish. It's possible. Yashash
Sure.
seems to have pulled it to the left. Anxious moments on the tee there.
Sure. So one could go with a driver on this hole, but definitely, the ball's going to get caught up in those trees, which are right before the green, about 40 yards short. Also, as we move forward towards the green, this hole does tend to get quite narrow. So the player has to keep his driver really, really on a string to be able to reach the green or especially to reach past the trees. So definitely, most wise players are really not going to be using a driver over here. You push it out slightly, and there's a full Delhi Golf Club like forest up ahead. So staring down that ball seems to have leaked it out slightly towards the right, but seems safe.
That's a good point by you. I was never accused of being a wise player, but I never could quite get to the green either. But I always gave it a try, and I think I ended up left or right more often than not. Coming back to Sudhir, he had a pretty good week last week, and quite a few players actually. If you look at even Yuvraj and Sudhir, they did well the last week. Is it that form actually flows into the next week? Post this week, we're going to take a little bit of a hiatus on the PGTI and get back at Chandigarh with the Jeev Milka Invitational by Take. So, at that point in time, you could actually see a different crop of players in the top 20. But this week, we're dominated by the players who did well at DGC. I think form from one week to the next actually stays, and beyond that, it gets a little bit of, it's little bit of a gamble.
Yes, also, Shaurya, I feel that a lot of players, must be feeling quite freed up. Delhi Golf Club seems like almost a very tough golf course. Seems like a player is really caged in, trying to keep very tight tee shots and very good approach shots with the new greens. And I think that freedom that Jaipur gives them now, helps them to go out and be more aggressive on the golf course. So that's why I think the low numbers are really showing up. It just sort of opens up your heart, and you're like, let me just hit a couple of good drivers and hit some firm putts, and because it's not as treacherous as earlier, and that's why I think we see the good scoring happening, which is of course always welcome. The lower the scores, I always enjoy watching golf like that. Great competition always brings up the best crops out.
I think for our viewers who are uninitiated on what golf is, it's also a good time for us to just give them a brief. Obviously, as we go through our program, from time to time, we'll tell you a little bit more about the game to get you well versed and understanding some of the terminology that we might use. And we apologize if you are not able to understand it, but believe you me, we'll go through it and make you understand that. One of the things, as we keep referring to, is the cut. In a golf tournament, typically you have anywhere between 120 to 30 players starting the week, and only 50 and ties survive. So this week has been very peculiar because only exactly 50 players have made the cut, and the players who don't make the cut actually don't make any money. So they, some of them could have sponsors, the other could be spending money on their own, but they have to make the long treacherous walk back home without any money. So that's the nature of the beast. It's very competitive, and the players who do make the cut, all of them get a percentage of the prize money, and the cut normally is applied at a pretty competitive score. But what we're seeing on the PGTI is that the cut is actually getting lower every year. What I mean by lower is it's improving in standard. So this year, for our players, for our viewers who do play golf, understand that the cut has actually gone at -3. That is extremely competitive because we're playing on the championship tees, and this is not a particularly easy golf course. I mean, this has its pickings, but still, that's really phenomenal.
Sure. At this juncture, I think it's very important for the viewers to also understand that golf is very different from most other sports that we usually talk about. Most sports are all about making more score, while golf is all about keeping a lower score. So you're really trying to finish 18 holes, which is one round of golf, in the least number of shots possible, and that really is the challenge. And uh, having 18 holes differently divided amongst the golf course is and then lowering your score in each of the holes so that you can actually then capitalize on it as a score in totality. That's what you're really looking for, and that's why when we say lower, it actually means better. We have Yashash Chandra with some anxious moments, stuck a little bit towards the left side. Interestingly, Shaurya, the left side also has a running track over there, which goes all around the golf course. Absolutely a lovely sight for anyone who loves sports in general. Sampath Chari there, who is the director of the PGTI and the chief referee.
A very good referee, and always very conscientious and player centric. He'll try his best to make you understand the rule. I have had quite a few run-ins with him, as I stated previously. But yeah, coming back to the running track, I've had the bad fortune of actually seeing it off the tee. So I think people were confused what I'm doing there. I tried to convince them that I was actually playing the tournament, and I think I just about managed to. So yeah, it's a broad enough fairway, but golf is not that easy. As you can see, he's taking a penalty drop, so he would end up dropping a shot, maybe at least.
It's an interesting phenomena. Usually on the tour, Shaurya, we don't seem to see a lot of players using trolleys. I think it might be just a Jaipur thing for the local caddies. Usually tour caddies and stuff, they just prefer to pick up the bag and play. Yashish seems to be taking a penalty drop from the left rough on the first. Never really something a player is looking forward to, But yes, it's just the start, and there's a long way to go for the day to culminate itself.
It's a real dampener for him to start in this manner. And as we've iterated, the hole is easy. That's probably, if you give him 100 golf balls, he wouldn't hit one here. That's just the pressure. And so, ladies and gentlemen, there is pressure when you're playing a professional tournament. You're playing for rankings, you're playing for your position on the overall order of merit. So sometimes, a tendency is there for a player to favor the weak side. So, a lot of players will miss it on one or the other side. And so you've seen Yashas actually, but you can recover. You require some metal and mental fortitude. I'm sure you do that. So right now, they're looking at the yardages using the rangefinder, which is a new addition to the game of golf. The rangefinder actually helps you calculate the exact yardage.
Absolutely.
And you'd like to talk a little bit more about this phenomenon, why we need a rangefinder in golf.
So I think the rangefinder is a very, very beneficial device to just have in your bag for multiple reasons. Of course, one is to get the yardages when you're on the course, but also when you're off the course, practicing your pitching and your full shots on the driving range. If you could, check how far they're really going, it could just help you understand your game a lot better. So you can make better decisions on the golf course. Although in India, I feel that the rangefinder on the golf course while playing tournaments is a bit of a mix feeling for me, because we it's great for golf courses where the ball spins a lot. A lot of Indian courses, because of drier conditions in a lot of the cities, we're unable to get too much spin on the ball. So I think it could be beneficial, but the players got to be a little more careful when they're using rangefinders within India. Yashish Chandra just about manages to leave himself about 10 yards short of the green with that attempt uh, off his third shot.
He's looking at a bad start. He has to make up and down for bogey, otherwise he could actually drop two shots.
Just the nature of the game, Shaurya. I mean, I'm sure he's going to give it his best to make that up and down. And knowing his shot game prowess, he should be able to, take care of that and make a five, and hopefully put this behind him.
So Yashash Chandra is currently at 6 under par. And now we have Abhinav Lohan, another player who played relatively well the previous week. We also spoke about his swing, how he was trained at Mike Bender Academy. One of the very important stories about this academy that he used to tell me that, the player, their previous Masters champion, actually used to even go to the same coach, and there would be an emphasis on short game, a lot of emphasis on the short game, and they would actually place buckets at different yardages like 40, 50, 70, 100, and the coach would actually keep them on the range till the time they are able to put the ball in each bucket. So, the number of shots it used to take would determine how good a player you are from 100 yards in. And I think Abhinav told me that Zach Johnson, the Masters champion, was able to accomplish the feat in maybe about 24 balls, whereas he took, about 50 balls. So just shows you that there are different levels to this game.
What's the total, please?
Now we have Ajay Besoya, a Delhi player. We saw him last week as well. So it's good. It's good that he's one of the more experienced player and has been a professional for almost a decade now. Not one of the longer hitters, but a very good management around the game and very good short game.
It's good to see Ajay Besoya playing quite well. He shot 66 and 65 the first 2 days, giving himself a good shot at the weekend. We have C. Muniappa now, former Indian Open champion at the DLF Golf and Country Club. Muniappa started with a 65 and 68. Muniappa has been struggling to find form with his putter, for the last few years, and he keeps trying different things with his putting to be able to get back into form. And I think that's really where he's been a really consistent golfer. And of course, Indian Open win is always one of the highest achievements for an Indian golfer.
He's after his victory, unfortunately, he's been riddled by injuries. He has had a back injury, and you know that these kind of injuries don't really go away. So that's really been plaguing him. Even the previous week, I had a word with him. He missed the cut by just a shot the previous week. So the good thing is here for 4 days, and he can try and rebuild his game. But a great achievement by Muniappa. He held off a very strong field in 2009 to win the Indian Open. So that's something that'll always stay with him.
Absolutely. Pukrat Singh Gill misses that attempt on the second hole. The second hole, ladies and gentlemen, is a very interesting par three. It plays approximately somewhere between 175 to 180 yards to the center of the green off the tee box. A really interesting hole. It's got a water hazard on the left side, slightly left and short is always trouble over here. So, keeping it on the green is always a good idea. Green doesn't have too many undulations, but yes, definitely. The player's got to hit a decent shot in to be able to get that chance in for birdie. Also, again, another hole where the trees are bang in the middle of the fairway. Gaurav Pratap Singh attempting that 4-footer. Just about
yes.
makes it in. Looks like luck's on his side, and he better pull up his socks a little bit for the rest of the day, isn't it, Shaurya? A little bit of a loose leak on that one.
Yes, he tends to have a lot of body English on these putts. You'll see a lot of emotion when he's playing, and you can just look at him and know where the ball is going.
Such a big heart this player has. He's one of the finest players around the greens, and really, really works very hard on his shot game, and that shows on the golf course. I think he's one of the few players I see who's got really a huge heart when it comes to hitting golf shots and trying to back himself up, and that's so essential. You could make any kind of a golf swing, you could hit any kind of a shot, but one thing is to back yourself up no matter how good you swing it. So, that is one thing that I think Gaurav Pratap Singh, fondly called GPS, does very, very well. It's almost got a GPS tracker in his golf ball, isn't it?
That tracker better be working this week, huh?
Sudhir Sharma now from Greater Noida, another good friend of Gaurav Pratap Singh's, in fact, go back way in the day.
So again, a little bit of tidbits for our viewers. Sudhir also, a recreational cricket player. I see a lot of golfers are taking to cricket as well. Helps you keep athletic and nimble and quick. So
I think most importantly, Shaurya, it gives the players a little bit of a let out for that one day in the week or one day in 15 days where they can steam off and leave that work that they do with immense amount of discipline back at the golf course through 6 days, 7 days, most of the times. So if they can get in and play another sport, probably get their minds off what they do on a regular basis. It just helps them freshen up. I think it's a great thing to do even for kids. Just play multiple sports. It's just superb not only for your athletic ability but also refreshes your mind quite a bit.
I agree, and if the golf doesn't work out, the cricket might.
Ajay Besoya back in the fairway. We are back at Hole number three, Pukrat Singh Gill. Hole number three is actually one of the most interesting tee shots. Got that running track on the left side, very, very close to the fairway. There's a huge bunker on the right side. So the player's got to really keep this drive in the fairway. Tight little cuts is usually what guys get because the tree line on the right side is extremely close. But some guys also seem to just take it aggressively towards the right and give themselves a shot from the other fairway on the right side, which is the ninth hole this week.
So one thing that the viewers would have seen that Pukhraj actually, plucked his tee and didn't even bother to look at the ball. That's a sign that it's right down the middle.
Yeah.
So when a player just hits a shot and doesn't care to look at it, that means it's right where he wants it.
That means his body English is really crisp.
So let's see if Shivinder can follow suit. Again, a very long hitter. And this hole actually favors the longer hitters. They might even go on to the other parallel fairway on the right to make it a bigger target.
So you can tell chasing that ball, really, using that entire body to get after it.
And he's leaning left, so he's definitely gone right
To the other fairway, right?
and should work out. Now let's see what Gaurav Pratap does. This is a look for his GPS tracker now, so to speak.
Yeah. Gaurav Pratap Singh also choice of club is the driver on this hole. Really, really good driver of the ball.
So not many players will be holding back this week. They've already seen the intent by Dharma. If they want to have any chance, they better reach at least 25 under par, I feel.
Dharma's been playing some really solid golf of late, Shaurya, not only here, but for the last couple of years, and on multiple golf courses. In fact, last week at Delhi Golf Club as well, he got off to a really good final round and also played very, very steady through 4 days. Just he didn't really close it over the last three holes, but other than that, he played some really, really rock solid golf, and that's always commendable. To keep yourself steady for 4 days, no mean feat, and he's been doing that over and over again for years now.
Yeah, it's good that he spoke of him because the previous week also we saw that he's progressing very linearly. He's improving year on year. Now, 8 under pars, 2 rounds back to back. I've never seen that. Normally you have a great round and maybe followed by a subtle round of 2 or 3 under, or maybe even over par. But like 2 rounds, 8 under, 8 under means he's firing on all cylinders. And if he's been able to do it in the first 2 days, if he can keep up any sort of momentum, I think he should be able to be right there on the final day. It might just be again Kalin, Viraj, and another notable mention is Udyan, the Olympian, is actually made the cut this week, playing really well, tied at 8th position at 9 under par. So it's going to be fireworks.
Yeah, I think a lot of players in the top 10 have got a very, very solid chance at this title. We now have on hole number 2, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh.
So the second hole is a par 3, which is about 190 yards, has a water body short and left, so you have to navigate that. Seems to have done that fairly well. Again, a lot of swagger after hitting that means he's hit a good shot.
Yep.
So you can tell a lot about how the player is feeling about his swing, not really deliberating too much, just getting on the tee, confident. Because I think the advent of the rangefinder being allowed in tournaments has really helped speed up play and also confirm the yardages. Otherwise, I remember we were always confused about the exact number, and that used to take up more time and actually add, to your consternation whether you got the right club or the wrong club. And now I think, just helps them pull the trigger in confidence. Now look at Yashas. He'll probably be going with an 8 iron because the hole is a little downhill, or maybe at most a 7 iron, given that they have a lot of length of the tee. So should look for this to be within about 25 to 30 feet, and that would be par for the course.
We don't yet have the final score, what Yashas made on the first hole, but we will update that really soon for our viewers. Until then, Yashas Chandra, pretty sure he is looking at steadying up for the next 2-3 holes, and then of course fifth hole onwards, Shaurya, I think there are a lot of birdie opportunities on this golf course. In fact, then once you get onto the back nine, the hole number 11, 12, and the 15th are really tight holes for the players to be able to catch up on shots. Especially the 15th hole, it requires a huge draw off the tee box and plays to almost 480, 490 yards as a par 4.
Yes, that's a very challenging par 4, and the 11th, as you said, is a challenging par 3. But I think these players are not affected by it. The scores definitely don't show it. So it'll be interesting to see how they navigate those very tough holes. I remember back in the day, we would think that a par is a really good score on those holes, but I'm seeing birdies on the tougher holes as well. So obviously, we're not trying to wax eloquent on the standard of players. The scoring shows it, and obviously, the players who are struggling are not making the cut. And if you look at the 50 players this week, I think almost 75% would be the ones who made cut last week. So, for your statistics lovers, you'll see that out of the 70 players who missed the cut either week, only maybe a handful make the cut. So there are many, the top of the leaderboard is almost certain that the top 40 players out of the top 50 or 60 will always make the cut. So it's really tough for the lower ranks to make the cut.
We have Om Prakash Chauhan now from Mau playing alongside Amrit Lal and Manu Gandas. The team off at 8:30 a.m. Off the first tee box. We're looking at Amrit Lal now. Shot 65 and 68 to begin his tournament, and a total of 7 under par. This entire group is playing from a total of 7 under par.
Seems to be going with the rescue club as opposed to 3-iron. So probably look for this to have about 80 yards to the flag after this. And you can tell a little bit more about where the player is standing. He seems to be standing a little to the right, so maybe hitting a little bit of a fade, yeah, with a hold off finish, and he's done well. Manu again, matching colors, almost a team, I feel.
I think it's a Thursday thing, to wear a yellow. It's like a Thursday thing. I remember one of the caddies who used to caddy for me used to tell me, "Sir, Thursday ko please आप yellow पहन के आइएगा, मैं भी yellow पहन के आऊँगा." So I'm not sure what the
I never got that memo.
so I don't know what the idea behind it is, but it seems to be some sort of a superstition maybe, or some sort of it's got some sort of importance.
Okay. So, but yeah, seems to be working there around here. And Manu again, the previous week, very stable player. Just goes about his business. His age actually belies how much of a thorough professional he is. Almost like a grizzled veteran, no emotion, just walking almost robotic.
Absolutely. He does remind me a little bit of Retief Goosen. I remember he used to be very expressionless on the golf course. But yes, I believe Manu Gandas is a really good fellow. I've also spoken to him a couple of times. But he's really quiet around the golf course. He doesn't talk too much. He's really focused on what he's up to. Muniappa there appears to be putting for birdie.
And we have Muniappa rolling back the years.
There
The
you go.
Indian Open champion.
He's been looking for that form on that
He's
putter for quite
feisty.
some time now.
I really want him to do well. He's been a great player. We expected him to actually move on to the next level, maybe dominate in Asia. And there's still some time.
Interestingly, Muniappa has been spending a lot of time in Tamil Nadu in his village because of these lockdowns, and he has actually made a few holes along in the farms and been encouraging people from his village to play the game. So he takes a few boys along with him, teaches them how to play golf, and just has a lot of fun around it. He's made like this mini course over there in some farmlands, and it's amazing to see that he's trying to give back. He's trying to get more people into the game, and most importantly, people don't really think about golf like this. They think that golf is inaccessible, but really speaking, just need a little bit of creativity, and you could create a golf course anywhere and get started with this game.
You also need to have your own farmland or someone to allow you to practice in their farm. So, ladies and gentlemen, we don't always recommend that you go into other people's farm because we don't know how that might turn out. But yeah, if there is a patch of land and you can actually access it, by all means, be creative with it.
Absolutely.
So, a nice view of the first hole. And now we're back on the second hole. You can see the water body on the left, frequented by players. Not really in play, but only on windy days if the flag is more towards the front and left. So more of maybe an amateur, threatening the amateurs more than the professional, this water body.
Yeah, I don't think it's really it's not in play for the pros, but yes, definitely one of those shots in the headwind, which is for the left front flag. And if you're one of those cute players who's like, okay, let me just drop this right on the number, that ball can be definitely in trouble on this hole. It's actually closer than it appears. Oh, Yashash Chandra there giving it a shot, trying to get his mojo back on the second hole itself, till losing out one on the first.
So it's a good start, even if you start easy, make a few pars, ease into the round. You don't want to drop shots early, so it's all right. He'll take a par and move on.
It's amazing how we talk about how the golf course is playing, and we talk about how a lot of scores are much lower this week. At the same time, what Yashish did over there was a slight pull of his driving iron, and that's all it really takes, to get a bad score on a certain hole. So it's very important to understand golf as a very holistic sport. Just because the course is easy does not really mean that we can always shoot good numbers. Sudhir Sharma also a stellar tee shot on the second, placed himself very very well.
Look for this to just turn a little bit on the right as it's downhill. He'll be a little cautious with this. Now it should begin to break and break into the hole. Oh, all right. Just missing his birdie. Now, this week the greens are rolling through, not really fast,
Sure.
but still at a good speed. So very easy to make putts because they're playing quite friendly this week. Not much grain on the green per se.
Well, you still got to make them.
Yes, of course.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu.
So coming back to the golf course, if you, from your memories, what are some of the more favorable holes or your favorite holes that you would say on this golf course?
Actually, I had my first feeder to a win on this golf course, so I actually, always reminisce about that. The few holes that I really enjoy to play over here, of course, I think one of them is going to be hole number 7, where you can drive it up that par 4. If you were to hit it over Maharani Gayatri Devi's horse stable. And I find that a very, very interesting hole, because if you have to really catch a good line and you have to really hit a solid tee shot to be able to reach that green. But yes, a lot of players do try. And yes, it's a trying tee shot.
So now you have Rashid Khan on the tee. Um, so it's good you spoke about your victory here, because in my amateur times, it's one of the golf courses that I won at. And in fact, Rashid was runner up at that time. Look how time changes. No, so, yeah, but it's an equal honor to have the opportunity to comment on this great player. And
Next on the tee, we have Sunny Chaurasia playing alongside Varun Parekh from Ahmedabad, as well as Rashid Khan from Delhi.
Varun Parekh is a very strong hitter of the golf ball. He's able to clock it above 300 yards easy. And as I see, it's almost in every group that you have a long hitter. So what's a short hitter anymore or a medium hitter? Is everybody just hitting it so far? Or am I missing something? Is it the equipment? I mean, we used to try, and we had long hitters, maybe few and far in between out of the 120 players, but now everybody's just hitting it so far.
I think a good thing to think about over here is going to be to see that the samosas have been changed by the bananas, and the cokes have been changed by the energy drinks. I think that has really affected the whole game, and everybody is so conscious. Everybody wants to make it up and big.
Something very peculiar here, the viewers might be seeing, that they're showing their golf ball to the rival. So this is to the compatriot rather, is something you identify. You tell them your golf ball number, and you have some sort of a unique mark on your ball, which helps the other players know that this is your ball. Because in golf, if you end up playing the wrong ball, that is a 2-shot penalty. So it's very important and imperative that you're actually able to spot your ball, have some sort of a mark on it, and so that you can not get confused on the golf course. Anyways, enough troubles bar this one.
I think most importantly, it's also much easier to identify golf balls. Like if there are multiple players playing with a similar brand, and they're all numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. Unless and until I really have my mark, maybe my initials or something personalized that I make on them, how do I identify my golf ball from another person's golf ball? So I think identification also it's really really important on the golf course. Suppose Suneet and Varun end up hitting in one place, how are they really going to know whose golf ball is which one?
I know.
Sunny Chaurasia now on the tee for the Jaipur Open 2021, presented by Rajasthan Tourism. Rajasthan Tourism, Incredible India, all of these really trying to promote, incoming tourism into the country. And Rajasthan, as such, has always been the luxury tourist spot for everyone. It's got so much of history embedded in it, with all the forts, so much of, so many things going on in terms of. You also have polo. Polo is a sport which is played by the royal families. So definitely one of the better, more affluent states to be a part of.
So, and actually, the polo ground is right next to the 10th tee. It's, I mean, if you're not careful, you can actually, your ball could be landing up in the polo ground. So it's a unique sort of feature here, and you can actually stand on the tee and admire when these races or these games go on. So it's a very interesting place, and a lot of history, obviously.
We're also
In
getting into polo season now. This is the time when polo really begins, and a lot of competitions take place, not only at the polo club next to Rambagh, but also the polo club in Delhi is called the Jaipur Polo Club.
Oh, yes, I've had the good fortune of visiting that earlier with my father back in the day. Maybe we can commentate on those as well, huh? Horses for courses.
Sunil Chaurasia is the horse for this course, going with what seems like a 2 or a 3
Oh,
iron.
what a
Oh,
good swing! And that's a real bullet of the tee that
yeah,
went
solid
low.
shot. Warren Parik from Ahmedabad,
So Suneet
starting the day at -7 in total for 2 days.
taken a chip of the old block. If he has any of the talent of his uncle, then I think he should have a great career.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, he's also got a very nice head on his shoulders. So, very level headed fellow, goes about his business, always smiling. So, that's always helpful when you're out there traveling, playing tournaments, and you're interacting with so many people through days and traveling to different cities. That kind of demeanor always helps you.
So, coming back to this first hole, obviously we'll have a look at the other hole. So, this is going to be an uneventful hole, so as to speak. I think majority of the players will make their par or a birdie. The real action is going to happen on the back nine. The par fives are very reachable on this golf course. They're all measuring somewhere about between 520 to 570 yards, and that kind of distance is not too much for these players. In fact, you'll see a lot of them hitting long irons into par fives as opposed to a wood as a second shot. Now we have Rashid here, just goes about his business. I think you given 50 seconds to hit a shot, he could actually do it in five.
You
And a
know,
player like me could take up the balance 100.
I think I was having a chat with Rashid after the Delhi Golf Club tournament, the MP Cup. So he was just he was chatting with me and telling me how he took out that driver and didn't really get the best result out of it. But from the player's perspective, he said there was no other choice he really had. He was trying to catch up with the leaders, and and even though he was hitting he knew that he was really mistiming his driver. He still went with it, went with his gut feel, hit a slight miss hit, and off you go in Delhi Golf Club. That's all it really takes. So, but it's interesting to hear it from a player that even though I wasn't swinging my driver really well, but I did have to take the chance because I wanted to get the victory in, being only 2 shots off the pace. So it's amazing the things that the sport really makes you do, and makes you learn so much about yourself.
I mean, also, one thing is that there's so many opportunities. I mean, he might not have won the previous week, but here you have Jaipur Golf Club, which is totally different in the way it's set up. It's nice and open. You can actually, it favors a different kind of player, a more aggressive approach. And, Rashid is known to shoot very deep scores. So, there's nothing to really be reminiscing about the past, but he can do well this week.
Absolutely. I think this is a course that does favor people who play with a lot more heart. It's a course which will give you a hell of a lot of opportunities. The only thing is how many are you going to make, and so that's the question mark that stays. You will get a lot of greens. You will be able to get in a lot of short shots and short wedges in. But of course, I mean, getting them is not good enough. You got to convert them as well. So that's where some players are at 16 under par, and some are at 3 under par. But having said that, each and every player good enough to take a shot at any titles now on the PGTI. Everybody really, really good scoring and good ability of the game coming out. I think it's a great time for Indian sport, Indian golf. It's a great time for junior kids to see the quality of game and how demanding it is going to be. We have Ajay Besoya there, appears to be putting for a birdie on hole number 2.
So yeah, back on the second green, we have Muniappa who's lining up. He was reading his putt, and now he have Abhinav Lohan did well the previous week. So actually, you require momentum, and that really is helping a lot of these golfers. As we have a look at this putt, look for it to just feed a little from left to right. The speed and the line needs to be perfect for this.
Abhinav Lohan, a really, really good putter. Also, he's a good driver of the golf ball and also a really good putter, and that's what really makes up for a lot of the scoring that he
Oh
does.
yes.
That he drains it. Quick mention to our sponsors this week. Rajasthan Tourism is the presenting partner. We also have the Hilton Jaipur is the official hotel partner. There is also Rajasthan State Sports Council, who is a supporter of this tournament. It's always great to have government support, right? It just gives the game of golf a bit of a push, and helps it grow a lot more and reach out to more and more people. What do you think, Shaurya?
Absolutely, I think, and especially with the advent of golf being included in the Olympics, in the last Olympics, and also going to be there in the next Olympics, which will be there in Paris. So it obviously, the government involvement helps more people be able to reach the game of golf, make it more accessible. And coming back to my point, as I said previously, all golf courses allow you to pay and play. In India. So that's a good thing. And you just need to go to the golf range, even in a place like Jaipur. You can just come practice your putting, chipping. So it's very important. And I think, unfortunately, due to COVID, we'll have very few visitors this week because of the COVID regulations. But once that is over, you should actually head over to the PGT of India.com website, have a look at our tournament schedule, and see where you want to follow these tournaments. It's Our tour is run pretty much like any other big international tour. You have your calendar well out before time, so you can actually follow your favorite players. And I'm sure Rashid is one of a lot of people's favorite player. A very
Yeah.
steep, upright swing, different swing, very aggressive, a lot of hands involved. So it's a very skill-based kind of a swing. I would say timing also.
And a good shot. It does its job very well.
Absolutely, I'd take that swing any day. So now he should get on a good roll today.
So Rashid actually has been working on, he used to be a draw player, and contrary to popular belief of club amateurs that we usually end up seeing, they think that draw is a great shot, but Rashid's been trying to turn his draw into a fade. He feels that he'll get more consistency. There's an old saying, you can talk to a slice, but you definitely can't to a draw. So,
Very nice saying, I must say.
I'm pretty sure, Shaurya, that you've hit enough hooks in your life. Because
My ball wouldn't quite talk to me. I think after a time it didn't want to be associated with me also. you know. So yeah, but let's have a look at the leaderboard. We have M Dharma at 16 under par, Khalin Joshi at 13 under par, Veer Lawat at 13 under par, Harinder at 12, Viraj at 12 under par, Karandeep Kochar at 11 under par, Kshitij Navid Kaul at 10 under par, Karthik Sharma, the southpaw, at 9 under par, did well previously, Abhijit Singh Chadda at 9 under par, and Dhruv Sharon at 9 under par, and Udyan Mane, the Olympian, at 8 under par.
So great lineup also there of all the good players. We have 8:50 tea time now. On the tee, you can see Sachin Basoya. There is Karthik Sharma and Abhijit Singh Chadha who will be teeing off next. Again, another good crop of players that you're looking at. Karthik, of course, is I think on his second year on the PGTI. Abhijit Singh Chadha has been playing for some time, also a winner on the tour, a really rock solid player. In fact, this golf course does suit Abhijit quite a bit. He is a long hitter and makes the ball take off pretty high. So this golf course should be right up his alley. So don't count him out. He could actually end up shooting 8 or 9 under par at any given point of time.
So as the round progresses, we'll actually run through more holes. And for our viewers who have just joined us, we are live at the Jaipur Open presented by Rajasthan Tourism. And so we want to tell you a little bit about the game of golf and just run you through that. And for the viewers who already are seasoned golfers, my apologies, but I think it's important that our viewers understand the game of golf. It comprises of 18 holes. Each hole has a putting ground at the end, which is called the green. Putting is where you just use one club and roll the ball along the green, as you see our player is doing right here. And the idea is to try and put it in the hole in as least shots as possible. So you'll have a par four. And what a par of a hole is, basically it's a stipulated amount of shots that you must take from the teeing ground to get all the way to the green and then actually hole out. So if you take less than the stipulated shot, so if the par is 4 and you take 3, so you get a birdie and your score becomes -1. If you take 5, your score becomes +5. 4, you stay there. So the whole idea is to try and get as many -1, -2 shots as possible on each hole. So -1 is a birdie, -2 is called eagle, and -3 is called albatross oblique double eagle, depending on where in the world you're playing. I won't know because I've never had one of them, so don't have that problem. But so yeah, so golf, and each golf course has its own unique character and challenge. So Rambagh, here you would need to be, putting well and good with your short irons, and the longer irons would need to be good because the par threes are challenging. The previous week we saw that accuracy was at a premium, so players really need to acclimatize themselves. And in each professional tournament, the players actually land up one day or maybe sometimes even 2 day prior to the tournament, see the golf course, make their notes, learn about the track. It's not like a football field or cricket field, a ground, so as to speak, that you can't just land up and play. You really need to understand the conditions because each golf course is very different. So that's another thing. So tournament would actually, and sometimes, most of the times, like we had the previous week, post the culmination of the tournament, you'll have the top 20 or 30 players actually play with the amateurs. It's something called the Pro Am. So here we have Karthik, again taking a rescue. Very quick swing, a lot of speed on that.
Karthik's got a very peculiar way of lining up to a shot. He, visualizes the shot, and while he's visualizing, he actually hand gestures towards it. So it's a good, for the junior golfers that might be watching this tournament right now. It's a good way to sort of understand what players are doing and what they are, what they are thinking. Because most of the players would be visualizing, but they wouldn't do these kind of hand gestures. And as junior golfers, you might never think that these things are important, but they are. We got Abhijit Singh Chadda from Chandigarh on the tee box, the big hitter of the golf ball. He's also very steady. He's not just big hitter. He's also a very steady hitter of the golf ball. Seems
Very
like
good
he's
swing.
striped it right in the middle of the fairway.
I think one thing is important for young golfers, even in the elder, the balance on the swing. They say that hold on to your finish. That's really important. A nice picturesque finish is important because that shows that you've been balanced and you've been able to extricate the most amount of speed from your body while also being balanced. So, that's very important. Even on the driver, people should actually try and hit it really hard, but try and maintain their balance. That's how you can actually control the golf ball. And you should be able to see the ball. Many times when you're just playing for fun, half the time you're scared where the ball will go and you end up closing your eyes and just hitting it. So it's important to sort of repeat this thing that you can actually hit and see the ball. And I think it's similar to other games, like even in cricket, if you'd see a good shot, you'd actually just, if you're hitting it through cover or anything, actually just follow your ball with the eye.
Yeah, Varun Parekh not very happy with his start on the first hole. The other two players, of course, hit it much closer than him. But it's another interesting thing to note is that you need not always just hit it extremely close to the hole. Sometimes, a miss hit which lands up being on the green even 30 feet away is fine. One of the misnomers that a lot of people have had over the years is that pro golfers are always hitting it extremely close to the hole, and of course, on the average, they'd be way better in terms of striking the golf ball and keeping it in line where they want to hit it. But when I go back in time and look at 2006 and 7, when Tiger Woods was leading the money order on the PGA Tour, he was the number one golfer in the world by a huge number. And his average distance from the flag at the time was about 33 feet for the entire year. Who would think so?
Yeah, actually, you have a fair point because good professionals are actually not always aiming for the flag. That's something that our viewers should understand. That many a time the golfer would actually hit it consciously, maybe 20, 25 feet away, and he'd be very happy with the shot. And sometimes, actually, a flag shot that lands up on the flag might actually be a miss hit,
Right.
because if a flag is tucked away in the corner, over a water body, over a bunker, the penalty of missing the green is much higher. You're almost confirmed dropping a shot. But if you're on the green and you take the cautious approach, you're 20 feet away, you might still make birdie, but you'll definitely make par. So it's a game of percentages.
Yeah, and having a short chip towards the hole versus having a 25 footer, I think the chances of holding a 25 footer, of course, far greater than the former. So overall, I think the players have to really make right decisions off the tee box and place themselves well, especially on golf courses with more slopey greens. You've got to place yourself well and be able to have an aggressive putt towards the hole. Om Prakash Chauhan, what appears to be putting for a birdie on hole number 2.
Oh,
Clearly didn't have enough speed on that putt, Shaurya.
this whole
That putt's slightly uphill going towards the right.
there's something about this cup. It doesn't want the balls to go there. It's just not allowing any birdies at
Let me
this point
just.
in time. So players would really have to make a good. Sometimes the topography, such a hole might be a little raised from the surrounding, and that makes it tougher. It's not visible to the eye, but just maybe even a few millimeters makes the difference.
Yep, absolutely. A wee bit of a change around the hole. And clearly, Amrit Lal has given a little bit of a form one. I think he's figured out how to do this, and he knows that the ball might break closer to the hole, so he just ended up giving it a form one. That, if I'm not wrong, is the Raj Bhavan in Jaipur, right next to the golf course. We also have all the courts over here and the Rambagh Palace, of course, right next door. It's a seven-star property, if I'm not wrong, run by the Taj Hotels, and in fact, Tata Steel is one of our top sponsors at the PGTI. It's a tour partner. We also have Rajasthan Tourism supporting this, and Incredible India, of course, as one of the tour partners.
Uh, So what a good panoramic view that was. It's a very beautiful golf course, and as we get into the other hole, there's nice public parks around this golf course as well, where people can actually be seen strolling and exercising, and you actually playing golf. Many times, when tournament golf happens, they actually have the etiquette and they actually stand and watch your shot and they don't disturb you. So there is some golfing culture where they're understanding that there is something important going on over here. So that's the third hole. You'll see the players right at the edge of the tee because unfortunately we can't quite show you the fairway. It's a very narrow fairway, so players are actually trying to hit it to the right and get the best angle because there's a tree line which is flanking the tee on the right side. Aggressive swing by Manu.
Absolutely, he's given it all, but clearly not very happy with it. I think he's probably not caught it good enough. In fact, that running track on the side, reminds me of the times that I played tournaments. Actually, right after practicing, would just head out for a run over there before going back to the hotel. So convenient, when you're traveling from outside to just do something as simple as that.
Yes, absolutely.
Amrit Lal there on hole number three.
Seems to have his driver all on the tee right behind, so maybe looking at a lower shot.
No, seems like he's taken it over the right trees. Tried to get a little bit under it, even though he teed it up high and kept his club in the air.
Reminded me of a little bit about Lian Wen Chong, that sort of a finish, very aggressive finish and sort
Very
of
flattish, turning
flattish.
finish.
Yeah, I don't find the words for that finish. It's different.
Well, that's my day job, so I'm able to find some of those.
Yes, I mean, yeah, you're a golf coach, so so you would understand, see a swing like that, and I think I need some lessons from you after this.
Hey, by the way, just to let you know, this hazard that we are having a look at right now is no, I'm not talking about Rahul Bajaj, the commentator. I'm talking about the hazard. So the hazard actually has got multiple fish in it, and it's a lovely, lovely sight when you're walking by. And you walk by this actually 2 or 3 times a day. Once towards the range, once towards the green over here. We have Udyan Mane, the Olympian, trying to balance out with his 1 foot and seeing
it's nice
actually
to
he's stretching,
it's
but
nice to see him play well because he's had a little bit of a dip in form after the Olympics, and maybe it's after the high of the Olympics, it's actually tough to motivate yourself again. But playing well again this week, he's right here in the mix, and it's actually very nice to see him. He's again a very long hitter of the ball at 9 under par, tied for eighth position. So this should be a very interesting group. You have Dhruv Sharon, another young player. So it's a very interesting group. And making up the trio is Kshitij Navid Kaul, another very good young player. Now, look at the players walking up to the second hole. So, as you were talking about the fish in the pond, that's a sight that a professional golfer, while playing his round, would not appreciate, but maybe otherwise. Your ball actually entering the water is a sad sight for a golfer. You actually lose a shot, and I think for us golfers, when especially the professional golfers who are playing well and deep under par, any penalty shot of any type actually really irks them. Even if you hit the ball right or left, you still have the potential. You always expect that you will be able to recover from that problem. But when you actually lose a shot, it actually hurts you a little bit.
It's very interesting, Shaurya, that this second hole actually has a slight amount of downhill to this shot. The green is slightly underneath the ground level, and the tee is slightly further up from it. So actually, the descent of the ball does play -2 or 3 yards when approaching the green. Have Udayan Mane now, the Olympian, on the tee box.
Going with the rescue. I think that's the flavor of the week. Every player is just going with the rescue or 3 iron. I think nobody's going to entertain us by hitting a driver. So, but yes, on a serious note, that's the prudent approach. Just get into your round, and you can see the leaves, bristling in the back. That means that the wind is picking up. So yeah, that if the wind picks up here because it's fairly open, that can be a challenge. And I think that's what it looks like. It's going to be a tough day if the wind picks up here, and you can actually have some of the players throttling back and the scores actually uh, you know coming back around par as opposed to such deep under par.
Yes, couple of holes really become tough on this golf course when the wind gusts pick up. Udayan Mane also still going with that iron. It's very similar to Delhi Golf Club on the first hole. All players hitting irons off the tee box to keep it in play. Very less number of players hitting drivers, unless and until they had a heart as big as Colin Joshi.
Probably disturbed by somebody walking there, even a small thing like the shadow of another player, or just the gallery can actually disturb a golfer, and that's something where it's a static ball, so you have to really focus at the time when you're hitting it, and any sound or movement can actually disturb your concentration, and you might have to back off as he just did. Now let's see a good golf swing by Udian. Yeah, all right, nice follow through, nice and relaxed. Udian can also hit it a long way. He's probably one of the longest hitters on tour, and actually had a run in between where he won multiple events back to back. I think, if I'm not wrong, was it 3 events?
Yes, you're right. Absolutely. Udayan ended up winning 3 events on the PGTI back to back, and that's what got him a spot in the Olympics. And talking about form, I think Udayan's been playing relatively well. It's just, sometimes just not getting enough wedge shots close by, maybe not getting enough drives in the fairway, and just not making enough putts. Those little things could actually end up not showing the total score on the board. But in all probability, he's still playing pretty well. He's -9 for 2 days, 7 shots behind the lead. But then, form is something that comes in all shapes and sizes. So it just takes some time sometimes. It could be just things that he might be working on. So it just takes time. I think Chetan Naved Kaul and Dhruv Sharan decided what to wear last night.
I think there's a theme among the groups. Yeah. But yeah, as you said, I'm going to use the much used adage, form is temporary, class is permanent. So Udian has got class in abundance. And so, he'll definitely find his way, because he's got that Olympic taste, and I'm sure he wants to be back there again in 4 years' time and maybe move on. Because I had a chat with him, he would actually be playing a lot more. He would be aiming to play a lot more international tours going ahead, and his game is actually suited for those because he's a good, strong hitter of the ball, and I think that is at a premium on those tours. As we have a look at Kshitij,
Impressive start for Chetan Naved Kaul, 66 and 64, giving him a total of -10.
very peculiar sort of a setup. You look at the arms, almost straight.
He looks very similar to Bryson DeChambeau's setup,
Yes.
on the golf ball. So, you also do see a different kind of a setup from him on the putting green. And it's interesting to see because it's really an individual sport. So everybody could be doing something very, very different. But yes, they're all looking for similar results. It really doesn't matter how you're doing it. The matter is do it.
So, contrary to popular belief, that setup by Bryson actually does not accentuate long hitting. It actually inhibits it, because you actually give away the levers. It's something which is primed for accuracy. So maybe Kshitij is going for more accuracy, and if Bryson is doing so well, then why not him?
Absolutely right. When you say that it does inhibit the levers, and that is definitely going to be a problem, for a lot of people. Very less number of people can actually keep a posture and setup like this and be able to give it enough speed, maybe with the wrists, maybe with just the club head movement, or maybe just the body, which is what Bryson does and which is what, Kshitij does. So doing that and getting most out of it, only very less number of people are able to pull that off. But yes, if you can, why not?
Now we have a look at Karthik. Oh, just missing his birdie attempt.
Like a bit of a bad read. Didn't
So
really
it comes
start
back to the
off.
point of how you have to really adapt from week to week and understand. All these players would have green charts made by themselves and their caddy to understand how the putt would break. And now we have Abhijit. Just understanding the lay of the land. It's so important because all your good work can be undone from just this small little 3 foot putt. You've done so well. You hit two good shots, and now you have the opportunity of making a putt. So that's why the players actually tend to ponder over this because it's so confusing. The margins are so thin. So you could be actually his line might actually be towards the left edge of the cup at a slow speed where it'll just sort of trundle onto the right side and drop in. And any mistake in terms of line oblique speed can see him missing that. So it's imperative that you make a perfect stroke, and I'm betting that he would and ride in the center. I called it this time. All right, so good birdie, and he moves to the next. Now we have Rashid again on the left side of the third tee, just going about his business really quick, very steep swing, and if you see, very different from Kshitij. The arms are bent. A lot of arm play in the swing because obviously he has good coordination, and that's something that he's honed. Mostly self-made swing. If you'd see, it's not a classic golf swing, but it really works. It's steep, but it's very repeatable, and he's very good with his iron consistency. Now, a look at Sudhir. I'm sorry, Varun Parekh. A lot more classical golf swing, a rotatory golf swing, using a lot of the upper body, and obviously a longer hitter. But there are so many variables to golf. It's not just how you swing; it's about how you are mentally and your attitude. And I think players can really learn so much from Rashid.
It's interesting you say that, and I was just about to say that Rashid is mentally an extremely strong player. He's got a lot of experience behind him. He's almost winning is something that he knows in the back of his hand. So and aggression is something that he knows very well on the golf course. So getting all these traits also is extremely important. It is not just that he would be making a certain golf swing and winning tournaments. It's a lot of other things also that go into the mix to be able to make you a top class player.
Yeah, there's so many variables. I mean, and when we say mental strength, I mean it's a very generic term, but if you actually distill and filter this term, you'll understand there are many layers to it. It actually starts from your preparation, how you think, what you're willing to give up to be a good player. Many of these people actually have given up a lot to be where they are today. These might just look like unassuming young men, but they've put in a lot of work. Many of them have given up opportunities maybe in other sectors and so on and so forth. So it's taken a lot of sacrifice to be a sportsman. And I think because it's you going off the beaten track, so support from family members and friends is so crucial because it's a lonely sport. And because golf is not really a team sport, so if you have nowhere to hide, if the performance goes down, the finances go down, so it's like a spiral. So and even the best of golfers, like somebody like Rashid, might only be winning maybe 3 to 4% of the time, maybe 5% at best. Like Tiger at his best had a winning percentage, I think 24, 23, and that is all unheard of. So it's you're losing all the time.
So, like they say, there's an old saying in sports that 80% of your winnings come from 20% of the tournaments you play in. So, I mean, that's pretty much true for every sport that you would be watching. Could be tennis, golf, or anything. But yes, of course, the individuality of this sport really takes the cake because everything is really the onus of the player. Be it a good shot, be it a bad shot, be it a win or be it a loss or whatever it is. And that really puts up immense amount of pressure. And of course, it you need to be so much on top of your game in today's day and age, with cuts going down to 3 under par, leaders at 16 under par through 2 days. So you have to be on top of your game, otherwise you cannot really compete in a field like this. Next on the tee, we have 9:10 a.m. tee off, Karandeep Kochar, Harinder Gupta, and Viraj Madappa. Viraj Madappa seems to have reached the total that he had in 4 days, in 2 days itself over here at minus 12. And Harendra Gupta also at minus 12. Karandeep Kochar seems to be having a bit of a qualm with the golf course because he's not very happy about how he played last week, and he's at -11.
Yeah, it's almost like Groundhog Day all over again. It's just everything happening. I mean, the same players in the same positions. It's good. Actually, it's a testament to, it's a statement to the other players that if you want to do well, you come catch us, and if you want to catch us, you have to really play well. So it's good. It's showing you that they've stamped their authority on the top 10. Karandeep Kochar, number one on the PGTI order of merit, followed by Chikka Rangappa and Viraj Madappa making the top three. So, they're motivated each week because the PGTI now also has world ranking points. So, what world ranking points do is helps you qualify for international big tournaments such as the Olympics, the WGCs, and the majors. And you've seen over the years many Indian players have done well abroad. And I think, speaking of that, you look at Shubhankar Sharma finishing third last week. So it's just phenomenal. And when we wax eloquent about these players, it's not just empty words. They're really good. So Shubhankar almost won his tournament. So you can see a lot more of that. If some of these players are able to garner the kind of support that other sportsmen do in other fields, and supported by the corporates, I'm certain that they can actually win all over the world, because somehow golf is very suited to us. And now over the last 10 years, we've have a lot of impetus on power development in players, and you being a top player yourself previously and a coach now, you must be seeing that improvement in terms of speed and agility and physical prowess in these players.
Absolutely. In fact, the top of the leaderboard, or the order of merit on the PGTI is a testament to that. Look at Karandeep Kochar, Chakarangappa, we have Viraj Madappa, Veer Alawat, Kalin Joshi. This is the top five on the money list on the PGTI. All youngsters, all really, really fit players. They spend time in the gym, they spend time in nutrition. Things are changing, and things will continue to change. All of these players having played very, very consistently through the year, and Karandeep Kochar is still leading the money list, and Chikka Rangappa is really trying to breathe down his neck. Only 2.5 lakh rupee difference left between them, and I think it'll be a good fight to be able to witness. We have Viraj Madappa there from Calcutta.
Viraj, we had the good fortune of seeing him last week. What a swing! What a composed player, and what a good shoulder, head on his shoulders, and he's a real joy to watch in terms of just golf aesthetics. You rarely see this kind of a sorted swing, very stable, very in control. I really like watching him play the game of golf.
I think one of the things that I liked about Viraj last week was how he didn't really rush it, and he sort of stayed with his process and kept it very, very steady. And I think his steady play actually really paid off for him on the final day, while everyone else was having a few ups and downs. Viraj had very less number of bogeys and kept it pretty steady through and through.
Yeah, so obviously that goes to show that accuracy and a strong game really do help. So now they have teed off. So we will have the leader group teeing off after this. It's another excitement to play in the last two groups. You'll see that the person carrying a board there, which actually signals to the visitors and the gallery and the patrons that what is the score of the final two groups. That's a very old kind of historic tradition that you have people carrying that board and showing the score. And I remember when we would be playing tournaments, and you would actually be very intrigued to see who's playing what, and that would signal a lot. The group, the dynamics of how three people are actually keeping up in that is also key. Look at the first hole, and it's panning to this beautiful second hole, and a very tricky shot, I think. So this is the first that we've seen. Karthik has actually missed the screen by quite a margin, so this must be quite a miscue by him.
This is where we were looking at that little downhill that I was telling you about, and also the wind gusts picking up. I think that could have taken Karthik there, uh, chipping it up onto the green, but really leaves it extremely short.
He has his work cut out.
Absolutely, he that wasn't seeming like a very tough shot, but definitely we can't make the best judgment. The players always make the best judgment depending on the lie that they have over there. Very difficult for us to be in a commentary box and be able to say if the lie for the player was good or not. So sometimes even that kind of a shot could be a good shot for the player, depending on what kind of a situation he was in. Harinder Gupta walking there alongside Viraj Madappa and Karandeep Kochar. Harinder Gupta actually is a veteran on tour, multiple time winner, and really one of the steady guys on the PGTI.
actually are the backbone of the tour, because players like this are so important to a tour because they're very good, solid players, and they've had careers in India, and the younger players can actually learn from them. Maybe off the golf course when they play normal rounds, the opportunity for players from Chandigarh or neighboring cities, the Tri-Cities, can actually just play around a golf and learn from these
Very
players.
steady. Kshitij Naved called that, draining that first hole's birdie putt, going back to Harinder Gupta, an extremely steady player through and through on the PGTI, not in one golf course, but in multiple of them, and through the years. That's always very difficult to maintain for players. So, and doing that, I think it's just commendable to be able to do that. It's very peculiar setup by, Kshitij Naved call even on the putter, very much like Bryson
That's a
DeChambeau
very
here.
different putting grip by Udian Mane. I've not. That's
Some
it
players
is
like to call that a two-thumb grip. So
okay.
the palms of both the hands tend to sit extremely, facing one another on the putter. So it just gives the player a lot more pendulum-like feel.
Okay.
So again, a very, very personal thing. I think putting is extremely personal. What kind of a putter, what kind of a putting stroke, and what kind of a grip you choose. It's such a fine motion. It's almost like somebody sewing something or putting a thread through a needle. That's really how putting is. So it's extremely personal as to how player to player does it.
Yeah, it's important that in putting, the whole idea is to have as few moving parts, and especially the wrist should not be hinging because, in a putt, especially from putts within 3 or 4 feet, the margins are so fine. Your contact has to be perfect in order to make that putt. But I mean, there's no set technique in putting. I think all of us have been guilty of trying everything under the sun, including putting with a 3 wood maybe in tournaments. So a player will try everything in order to have a putting advantage and something that can actually help him have a repetitive motion on the green. Now we have look at Karthik, who just chipped it to about 17 to 18 feet. Look for this to move a little bit to the right, a little downhill, but he can be aggressive because the greens are not really that fast this week. They're very friendly for the players. And as you see, he's given it a run. And again, this second hole is the green is proving tough to navigate. The putts are just not going in.
That putt That putt does turn slightly from the right to the left. We've been seeing a lot of putts from the other side, very uphill. So good go by Karthik, but of course didn't really salvage it. We have Sachin Besoya there attempting that 5 footer.
Sachin, again, a Delhi player, a good solid crop of Delhi players are also doing well. Sachin, I think, is the cousin brother of Honey, and they're doing really well. Honey, of course, is a proficient winner, a young player, and when he wins in bunches.
Some solid golfers coming out of Delhi as well as of Bangalore, and I think a lot of them coming out of Chandigarh. So, these are really the hotbeds of golfers. I think over the last few years, Bangalore has been on the hot picks. Just before that, we had Chandigarh, which was really running almost like a factory of good players coming out. And Delhi has been pretty constant with the number of golf courses we have. I think it's helped to propel the number of
Oh,
players.
this second
Sachin
player
Basoya
was
really
really
running
fun.
that by, didn't really get a good line on that, didn't allow it to break.
So I think this hole is going to prove tough. Not visible to our viewers, but I think what I said is right. Maybe the hole has some undulation around it. It's a little raised, and that's one of the finer things why you need to really do your homework on the green, make your notes, understand how the grass is growing. So these finer points. Now you see the player tapping the line, which was previously not allowed in golf, but with the rule change, you can actually take care of the inundations. If there's any a spike mark or anything out of the ordinary, you can actually press it down and makes the playing field fair, whereas previously that was not allowed. But seems like that's also not helping on this hole.
Yeah, very peculiar way for Karthik Sharma to even read the line. He's probably working a little bit on his game and his visualization, but really out there showcasing his skill and not afraid of showcasing those hand gestures as to what he's trying to do with it.
Yes, when a player is struggling, there's nothing worse than these putts. I mean, it'll make you really nervous, and you can understand when a player approaches this kind of a putt gingerly and is very tentative. You know that he's not confident, and in a confident player, he'd be a lot more firmer. So it can make all the difference. And once in golf, these are called the yips when you start missing these putts from about 2.5 feet, and it just goes downhill. Many international players have suffered from the yips, like Bernhard Lanker, but obviously overcoming them later. So it can't be overstated enough the importance of putting from 3 feet. So if you're an amateur and you want to beat your friends, or if you're a growing player and you want to make a career out of it, just always ensure that you putt well from 3 feet. And I think that will just save you so much agony.
Our leader group now on the tee box at the Rambagh Golf Club. We have Kalin Joshi, Veer Alawat, and M. Dharma. Kalin Joshi and Veer Alawat are tied at minus 13, tied for second position, and Dharma at minus 16 for the 2 days, shooting consistently 262s to make it up there. Kalin Joshi now.
Uh, what would you like to say about Dharma and how he's just improved year over year, and how far he can go? I think he can do well internationally, and I think he should really take his game abroad because he's been improving so well, and that's something that he's definitely discovered. It's not really the norm in golf to have linear improvement year over year. You actually plateau out. You might actually just have a trough and then come back a few years later, perform, because it's very tough to keep improving your level. That rarely happens, but he's done that, and he's done that in later stages of his golf. Mind you, he would be about close to 36 or 35 years old, or maybe thereabout. So he's done so in his 30s.
The consistency of the work to be put in is very important for all of us to understand that not only is the competition changes, but also your age is increasing. So you're always trying to keep up with shape as well as keep up your game quality. So I think Dharma has done that extremely in a very classy fashion. He's continued to keep improving through and through the time. The government of Rajasthan for the support that it has given the PGTI for the Jaipur Open 2021. We also have Hilton Hotel as the hospitality partner this week. M. Dharma, our leader for 2 days at minus 16. Very, very solid golfer, family man, Dharma. Not your textbook golf swing, but very, very steady, continuously improving, keeping up in shape. That really is the way forward for sports. If, the moment you have your eyes off the ball, it kind of tends to be the problem. And yes, while you're hitting a shot as a club golfer, while you're not looking at your career as a pro golfer, both can be detrimental. Viraj Madappa on the first hole attempting for birdie, just about scrapes past. Taps it in for a par on hole number one. It's always good to get off to a steady start. Karandeep Kochar there reading his putt on the first. The Jaipur Open 2021 presented by Rajasthan Tourism. We are watching this live from the Rambagh Golf Club, Jaipur. One of the other things which I think is a notable mention here is the efforts done by the PGTI and the ABP News channel to be telecasting tournaments from the domestic tour live. And I think this will go a long way for multiple reasons. Harinder Gupta there now from Chandigarh putting for birdie, and just seems like he read that a tad bit much. Knocks it in. One of the older blade putters that you saw over there. Usually, you'd find a lot of high MOI putters being used today on tour. Players are going more towards the high MOI face balance putters, but still some players who are using the blade putter, including Tiger Woods for that matter. We have Karandeep Kochar now lining up for his shot attempt. Seems like he's about 6 feet away from the flag. Really, really good wedge player, Karandeep, leading the money order on the PGTI. Karandeep Kochar hails from Chandigarh, plays most of his golf at the Chandigarh Golf Club, trains at the CGA. He's had a steady pro career so far. Really fun-loving guy, Karandeep. Always got a smile on his face. Very, very positive guy. Always, and it shows. It shows in his game. Really, again, a little bit of a misread appears to be. Had good speed on that putt, but didn't have the kind of break that it appeared it might.
So, a little bit about our sponsors this week, the Hilton Group. and Rajasthan tourism. I mean, the Hilton Group is obviously an exemplary hospitality group with a wonderful property here and lending their support to this great game. And I would really encourage our viewers when they do get the time to actually travel, stay at the Hilton, play this game of golf, and so yeah, the sport looks like it's in good shape. And there we have a look at the second hole. We have the second leader group and the player there visible on the corner of your screen. The pin position on the back left is traditionally considered a little tough here, with the water just being more of a visual threat as opposed to a real one. But this still forces the players to play right, because there's always a tendency to play away from danger, even though if it's not clear and present danger, but you still sort of play away from it. Now we have a look at Udyan. They seem to be waiting for some sort of ruling, it seems. This is what happens when you have, in your final groups, if you have a doubt, you'll actually wait for the referee to come over and tell you a little bit. And this week, the players are playing preferred lie. As you would see, the ball has been picked up by Viraj. So, what that is, when the conditions are not perfect, or if there's some sort of an impairment in, if the rough is, if the grass is not perfect, or if it's damp, or if the ball is catching mud, anything can actually exacerbate the situation, and then they allow the players preferred lie. So this week, due to the previous rains, the grass is not in terms very equal everywhere, so the players are allowed a preferred lie. So now we have, and it does provide an opportunity to actually have the kind of lie that you would want. So it is definitely an advantage to the players, and that actually adds to the lower scores that you're seeing all around. Look for this to be between 4 to 3 feet. And yeah, he's done well there, keeping the ball under the hole, and that should be a comfortable par. And now having a look at Udian, who's actually just going around the green to understand the lie of the green, which is so important. Now, Dhruv here again, a very aggressive hitter of the golf ball, a little lower ball flight as opposed to other players, a very penetrative sort of ball flight that he has. He plays his golf out of Gurgaon, and he's doing really well, a very young player. And again, from the army background, his father is a defense forces officer. And now let's have a look at this. Rahul, what do you think? Is there an outside chance for this to be a birdie, or should he be content with par?
Absolutely. Dhruv Sharan is a very good short game player, in fact. So I think he has obviously got a good chance. And he did give it a go, but clearly a little bit too much. Probably misread the first start of the ball a little bit wrong, because you know what happens is when you're off the green and using a putter, it's very difficult to judge what the first reaction of the golf ball is going to be. And especially once it reaches the green, how is it going to be rolling thereafter? So, how much of the speed is going to get cut off by the big grass outside, how the roots are sticking out over there. So it always is a little bit of a tough judgment. Shitid Navid called, reading that line with aim point. Aim point is one of those techniques taught which help players to understand how to read lines. Udian Mane, of course, taking the more traditional route.
I think Dhruv would be cross with himself that he's hit it like 10 feet by. He could end up making a bogey, and that will really play on his mind. These are errors like that you don't really want to make if you want to be winning a tournament or contending, because that can, apart from just, the shot drop, it can have a culminating effect. You can actually sort of take that ahead, and it's something that'll play with you and frustrate you throughout the rounds. That's important that you also, it's calculated aggression, as they say.
All a part of the game, really. So back in the day, golf was played a lot differently than what it is now, and people were really playing with different kinds of clubs. And today things are changing, and players are changing, and the aggression is growing, and it's great to see that. And it's only a matter of time when things will keep looking up and up for everyone. Players are bound to make a few mistakes here and there. As long as they know how to come out of it, that's the only thing that really counts.
In fact, yeah, I had a conversation with a colleague of mine, and he told me that, in fact, a player who's playing, he told me that players are on the whole a lot more aggressive and are trying to shoot deeper scores. Obviously, that can affect in having bad rounds as well, but that's why I think you see players making cut at much lower numbers. A cut at 3 under par is almost unheard of. And this is not an easy golf course by any stretch of imagination. So, people should actually come and play here to understand that an under par round here is worth its weight in gold. This is a challenging golf course with the longer holes, the OB lined holes. So it just shows they're aggressive, and let's see what he does. I mean, he's seems pretty assured and confident. Although this hole has not been that favorable for people putting.
Makes
Yes,
sense.
look at that. There's this
Makes sense.
confidence. So yeah, I think that's the key. Confidence is the key, and just striding off, feeling good, and I think that should augur well for him.
So this kind of a save always helps the player get a little bit of confidence for the rest of the holes, and he's got 16 more to go. So making that 10 footer, of course, will help him propel himself a little better on the leaderboard
Kshitij
today.
even putting the same way. His putting stance is also similar.
Very similar to what Bryson does, keeps the arm straight and sort of maintains that triangle through and through. That's sort of the technique he goes with. Also putts with the left hand low. So yeah, I mean, sorry, he putts with a normal grip. He was doing that only for alignment, I believe.
Oh,
Runs it by.
and then he has his work cut out. Now this one coming back is not a gimme. Now once you run it by, you'll actually be a little unsure as to what to do because you don't want to compound the error here. So having a look at his putting stance, I've rarely seen that the long game translates the same way into the putting stance. It's always different. It's the first time seeing somebody with his arms out in the swing and also doing that in putting, apart from Bryson. So this is new.
I think it's just different strokes for different folks, and he's just finding his mojo the way he likes it. I think he's played golf like that for quite a few years now, as far as I've seen him, and all his amateur career also has been quite stellar, and even his junior career. So clearly, that technique seems to work. It's again matter of finding form one week or the other. And Shitinavi call, of course, finding certain amount of form this week.
Or he taps in for what his would be his bogey, I assume. So, and now walking off to the third hole, we can see the third hole a little bit as you would see those trees lined up on the left. So it's a very narrow fairway, and that's out of bounds on the left. Out of bounds is, just for our viewers who don't know what is out of bounds, every hole, if it's lined by the boundary of the golf course, and if you hit the ball outside, you actually can't play from there. So the rules of golf inhibit you to go outside the boundary of a golf club. Then you must actually stand on the tee and hit that shot again. And here we have a look at the leaderboard. The first time we've seen that, Dharma is 16 under par, Veer at 13, Cullen joining him, Viraj and Harindra tied at 12th, Karandeep Kochar, Kshitij Navid at 11 under par, Dhruv Sharon, who we just saw, making a good par there at 8 under par, and obviously Udyan Mane at 8 under par. So it's an interesting leaderboard, and obviously it's going to be a lot of twists and turns and change by the end when we reach tomorrow. But it's a lot of red numbers. I think I'm seeing that for the first time here on this golf course. So obviously players are playing well. The wind has died down again, so look for low scoring. This could probably go as far as 20, 24 under par. You think if, I mean, Dharma plays well, otherwise maybe just a 20 under par? What is your prediction this week?
I think I'm going to look at this tournament going around, somewhere around the 24 under par number, because, maybe between 24, 25 under par is what I'd look at. A lot of it because, it's a very different kind of a game to last week. Because last week, we had, when the nerves get into the mix at the Delhi Golf Club, it's a different story as opposed to a golf course like this. So I think we're going to see a lot more birdies coming over the next 2 days. In fact, today being moving day, we're going to see definitely a couple of deep scoring rounds. We already have few underpars through 3 holes. We've got Om Prakash Chauhan, Manu Gandas, and Suri Charasi already 2 underpar through 3 holes. So yes, it could be really interesting day. Sachin Besoya, hole number 4. Pretty straightforward par 3, slightly uphill green. Probably, playing to about 180, 185 off the tee box. Getting off that shot, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit, and then talking to the ball. Not very happy with that.
Not a
Karthik Sharma.
not a friendly conversation in the ball. So, but yeah, this fourth hole is again has its own challenge. Par is not really given. It has a very small green, a tabletop sort of a green with a fall off area on either side. So, although it's just maybe a 7 iron or maybe an 8 iron for the longer players, this is slightly challenging hole. This could turn into a bogey now. He's imagining his line, and now have a look at Karthik, very aggressive through the ball, through the impact area. And there in the background, we can see hole number 8 and 9. As you see, that blue hut is sort of the midway hut where players can actually sit down, have a drink, a friendly chat. Not so many chats when a tournament is going on. In the business end of things, these guys are very serious. I think a change of demeanor from last week. What are we seeing this time, or have they had too much of each other's company?
Yeah, interestingly, the driving range at the Rambagh Golf Club also is right behind this tee box. In fact, it functions only early in the morning and later in the evening range that they have, and they have a few nets for practice and a great short game facility over there. So that hut also serves as a tea center for people to come around and have tea and some snacks while they are practicing at the driving range. So a lot of players actually end up having breakfast at the halfway hut, which is there behind the eighth hole.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great facility, and I remember when we had our tournaments, actually landing up and practicing, and then sort of just hurrying off because the problem the golf course and the first tee are quite far apart. So you would really do well to just reach your tee off in time because you'd have to walk, and it has its own unique characteristics. Does this golf course?
Jaipur is one of the few places where a lot of members actually like to come out and watch the players playing and hitting their shots, shooting big numbers, and also interacting with each other. I see a lot of club members like to come around and interact with the players, which is always amazing. Also, brings about a lot about the hospitality of people from Jaipur.
Yes, absolutely. Just in continuation, the Jaipur Open. We are at Jaipur Open 2021, presented by Rajasthan Tourism, and we are live from Rambagh Golf Club. So, this is a beautiful city to visit. People are really warm, and I think that just sort of feeds through to the members here. Very friendly and supporting golf. There are quite a few good golfers, winners from here. Vishal Singh, a player from here who's won on tour. There are others as well who are coming through. Hamendra is actually doing really well. He made the cut last week and he's at 4 under this week. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of fan following with him as well.
Yes, incidentally, Hemendra is the only person from Jaipur to have made this cut. Also, for just a little background on the city, Jaipur is the capital of Rajasthan. Was founded in 1727 by Maharaja Jai Singh. Also, this was formerly the capital of the state of Rajasthan was Amber, and thereafter it moved to Jaipur, which turned out to become a city next to Amber. In fact, the fort of Amber still stands strong and is one of the greatest tourist attractions across the entire state. Holds up a lot of history. Also known as Amer Fort, one and the same.
A lot of these forts are actually visible from the golf course as well. So if you're having a bad round, you can actually just look and admire the beauty, because that's something that the golfers do when the game is not doing too well. Otherwise, they always have tunnel vision, as you speak, because they're not really able to admire anything while the tournament is going on. That's one thing that the viewers should actually realize, that when a tournament is going on, a player is so immersed in the game that they're not really able to have sensory perception about anything else. So they're very focused. In fact, Tiger Woods famously, when they asked him, when he was hitting shots over very, a heavy crowd, and he would say he would not even be able to see the crowd, and they would be 10 or 15 rows deep, and he would be hitting driver over the heads. I think that is what stuff of what nightmares are made of. I would be very scared hitting a golf shot over people, and because that could be potentially fatal. But obviously, that's why they're so good and over there. But that's the kind of tunnel vision you require to be a top player.
You know, Tiger Woods had come down to India and played a round at the Delhi Golf Club one time, and the number of people that were there watching him, believe you me, especially that 11th hole tee shot, it really doesn't leave my memory. The 11th hole tee shot at Delhi Golf Club anyway is a very, very narrow showing off the fairway from the tee box, so it almost seems like the the tee box closes in and then opens up again into the fairway. And there were so many people on that tee box, Shaurya, that you probably couldn't even sneak yourself through them. It was, and he had to hit a 5 wood over those people, so he couldn't really see the fairway, and he shot it.
I did actually manage to sneak myself in there over the security and be next to Tiger Woods. So yeah,
Fanboy, huh?
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think everybody is a fanboy of Tiger Woods. I mean, what a person, what he's done for this game of golf and actually taken the stature of the game to a next level, made it more, prized after. So a lot of players actually now taking up golf. A lot of athletes actually taking up golf, which is a change that you're seeing in India as well. So as we're seeing that the average age of the leaderboard is definitely getting younger, and that has a lot to do with Tiger Woods and not now what Bryson is doing. They're actually trying to usher in a new era of golf.
Karandeep Kocher just lipping that out on hole number two. It appears to be his birdie attempt. I also think that Tiger Woods has contributed very well in terms of making golf a much cooler sport. Adding some emotion and fist pumps into it. It used to be an extremely quiet and gentleman-like game. It still is, although showing your emotions and being able to knock up and do some fist pumps with your friends and players, co-players, is always a fun thing to do. And I think Tiger is one of those people who really brought that out. He brought the stadium effect into golf. So all these things really help. He's got the fitness into the game. In fact, there were players who were bringing the fitness into the game earlier as well. But he, of course, has done much more. Viraj Madappa, of course, another one who's an Indian favorite, but also he's another fit person himself. Spends a lot of time in the gym working on his nutrition and stuff. And these people are really inspired by the player that Tiger Woods has been.
Yeah, absolutely. People are taking fitness a lot more seriously, and just to look at that leaderboard, I think I know all apart from Harindra, who is probably late 30s. You're looking at everybody who is maybe Dharma in his mid 30s. The rest of the players are all in their 20s. So the old guard is finding it really tough. I mean, so let's see. But I think that's the direction it is taken, and Dharma is there to prove that age is just a number. Although he's very young, I don't think he'll like me talking about his age. But Dharma, you're doing us proud. So
Gaurav Pratap Singh,
at hole number 6, no, this is yeah.
if के पीछे
Gaurav Pratap Singh, a very aggressive golfer, as you know, always throws caution to the wind. When you have a chat with him on the final 2 days, he believes that he can actually catch up 10 shots in the blink of an eye, and he's done it before. But that's the kind of attitude you require because he's the kind of player who actually just wants to win, doesn't really consider second place an achievement. Although he's not a prolific winner on tour, but he's always that attitude helps him to be right up there. And Pukhraj, up and coming player, a very solid hitter of the golf ball, hits it a mile. Has a quiet demeanor, just goes about his stuff, and he's just going through the ranks and doing well. So this is actually showing you that players from all over the country are competing, and even internationally, we have a good international contingent this week as well. Now look at Pukhraj's swing, a classic golf swing, a very tall build that he has, and you'll see taller players tend to have sort of more steep golf swings, so they can hit the ball higher because they don't need to swing around themselves so much. What a solid finish! Very aggressive.
not very happy though. He's staring down that golf ball, keeping an eye on it. His tee shot has got a few trees in the middle of the fairways. That always acts as a bit of a challenge for the players. It's the par four, the ninth hole.
And so they're walking down the ninth hole. Now we have Karandeep in the third. Everybody is just lined up on the left. I feel they might almost hit that T marker. So what the T marker actually denotes is that that's the area in between where you can tee off. So you can't really put your ball anywhere and just tee off from there. You can tee off between these T markers up to a length of two club lengths. Sorry. So there's now you'll see Harindra also going from the left side of the tee. So obviously they are favoring a fade and just wanted to go to the right side of the fairway.
Another unorthodox swing from Harinder Gupta, but very, very steady. Doesn't try funny things, but constantly works on his game. You will always see him on the driving range, on the putting green, working and clearly, leaving out that club a little bit, staring down that golf ball. Looks like he has pulled that a little bit towards the left side. Uh, might not have timed that very well. We have Viraj Madapa now with that beautiful ball swing.
One thing I think you'll see a lot of similar club selections on this golf course, whether it's a long hitter, short hitter, everybody tends to hit the same club because the golf course is not that penal. Apart from a few holes which have OB, like on this hole, you have OB on the left, but players are smart, they're actually hitting it onto the other fairway. So, this golf course allows you that kind of imagination where you can, now in the background, you're seeing the leader group actually waiting for them, because they don't want to disturb them. So, just walking by. And there you have the person carrying the scores, a very integral part. Everybody's so important to a tournament because that's, other, and not just for the visitors. Sometimes because when players are playing, they're not actually allowed to use their phone without supervision. That's another rule about golf. You can have your phone on the silent, you can't really access it. If you do, you have to ask your partners, and that can just be for maybe contacting the referee, so on and so forth. Very specific rules golf has. So these boards actually help other players who are coming up the leaderboard from the third or fourth group. They can actually have a peek and then strategize accordingly based on how they're performing that day. So golf is obviously a lot about how the others are doing on the last 2 days if you want to ensure your position up the leaderboard. Another solid finish, just hit it and walk off. That's what you're supposed to do. If you're a top player, hit it, look at the ball, and just get on with business. And now, hole number two. Second hole, so this whole, we've seen this hole a lot now today. It's an interesting par three. I don't think we've seen a birdie on it yet. Players are playing to the right, taking a little bit of a safe approach and then trying to make their par and move off. I think the holes that on this nine would really be birdie holes would maybe be the third hole, the fifth hole, which is the drivable par four, and then the holes all the way up to the ninth. The seventh, eighth, and ninth are actually birdie country, reachable holes for these players. The seventh, you're actually hitting over a stable. A lot of the longer players can actually reach that green. The shorter players can find themselves next to the horses if they miss it. So it's a very interesting hole because if it's playing into the wind, it's very deceptive. It's maybe a carry of 240, but with a strong gust of wind, that becomes like 270. So this golf course does favor the longer hitters. I think shorter hitters are really going to have their work cut out this week.
It's interesting how the royal family has always been associated with polo, and they take great pride in actually breeding these horses. So it's interesting to see how this entire city actually comes together. As such, we have Veer Alawat now on hole number two, attempting for birdie. I think the play on this hole is towards the right side of the flag, more towards the center green. And of course, a slight extra leak can give you one of those 35, 40 footers, but definitely still
I
one
think
can attempt those.
I think this putting this week is a little easier because the speeds are manageable, and from 35 to 40 feet, the players are able to gauge the speed better. The greens are relatively flat. There's not a lot of undulation, so it does make for friendly conditions for these golfers.
I think especially around the 10 to 15 footer mark, would give the players a lot more opportunity to be very, very firm with their putts, which I don't think Delhi Golf Club was giving them. As we noticed, Delhi Golf Club within 6 feet was really difficult for players to read. There was like really, really small marginal lines in it, so, which always keeps the player really on a leash, and he has to really make that ball run on a thread.
I would think this kind of a golf course is so much more interesting this week for viewers to watch a lot of birdies because you'll be seeing players go all out. As we have a look at our leader, M. Dharma from Bengaluru, a very solid player, already winner multiple times on the PGTI. And again, with the flamboyant clothing on the final day, that's something that we haven't really spoken about so far. We've spoken about the game, but the style around the game is also equally important. Vibrant colors means vibrant scores. And let's see if that turns into a birdie. I should get his par. This hole is not really yielding any birdie, so as to speak.
Dharma sporting pink pants in the pink city.
Well said.
That's Cullen Joshi rather being sober, but yes, of course, he's got game on. He's already started up with a birdie on the first. It's already making his way up the leaderboard. I think all these players are really going to be breathing down each other's necks through the next 2 days. And very essential as well, right? I mean, just pulling out the best out of yourself through and through is very, very essential. And there's no other way to do that. Manu Gandas also, off to a good start along with Abhinav Lohan. Both of them are already 3 under par for the day through 6 holes. So definitely we're going to be seeing a lot of movement in that leaderboard.
Rahul, also, I just had a look at the leaderboard, and we have as many as 26 players within 10 shots of the lead. So, I mean, if any one of these players has a good weekend, we could be looking at a very wide open field.
Absolutely. In fact, I remember back in the day, I think Greg Norman had appealed to one of the tournament committees and said, if someone is within 10 shots of the lead, he should be allowed to play on the third day, no matter what the cut line's at, because he's got a chance in a shot at the title.
I think that is one of the rules that they have at the major championships. It's either a certain number of players, oblique 10, whichever is lower. And I think that's a fair rule because if you're within 10 shots of the leader and you still end up missing cut, which is happening a lot on PGTI because it's so competitive and bunched up now, you'd feel a little hard done by, but that's the nature of the sport and the difference. Now, the margins are so thin, everybody's bunched up together. And I think this is where, a lot of the difference is made the putting green. So for our weekend golfers or amateurs, I would really want you to have a look at some of the professionals and how they spend time around the putting green because everything can just get unraveled on the green if you are not a good putter.
One of the things I think worth a mention over here, Shaurya, is that how Jaipur, with this public facility golf course, actually encourages the sport of golf. With this running track also next to it, people get to view this game and get interested into it. It's a very, very economical place to play golf and very, very approachable as well. And I like the way government is really coming forward and trying to promote the sport. M Dharma now cleaning up for a par on hole number 2. There you go. Of course.
Cleaned up for his par. Yes, of course. I think golf is a game that it's an individual game. It requires benefactors to actually look into it and look into the positive part of the game because it has a very wide reach. Unfortunately for our viewers, we don't have too many spectators due to the current COVID situation. But mind you, once this is over, you'd have a lot of people thronging the greens and the golf course to have a glimpse at these stars. So much experience in this field. We have players who won all over the world in this field, and obviously some of the noteworthy names are right up on your leaderboard, like Viraj Madappa. You have Rashid Khan. You have Cullen Joshi. All of these players have won big tournaments apart from the others. Now again, a look at Kshitij. When I look at him, I think I'm looking at Bryson DeChambeau. The resemblance is uncanny. And looking at it intently, maybe pushed it a little to the right.
In fact, clarification on that 10-shot rule before 2020. It was a rule which was there at the Augusta Masters. The Augusta National Masters Committee felt that a player within 10 shots of the lead could at least conceivably track down the lead with 2 rounds and potentially win a tournament. So they kept this ruling for that tournament. In fact, one of the biggest comebacks in the 36-hole Masters history is 8 shots overcome by Jack Burke Jr. in 1956. So yeah, a little bit of history lesson for all of you out there.
That's good. That's a lot of trivia and schooling right there. So yeah, I look at Udyan. Very solid through the ball, a good hit. And this for all the youngsters who are looking, stay composed and actually hold your finish. And that's what a lot of good coaches tell their students. I'm sure you tell your students that as well, that hold the finish, look at the golf ball.
Absolutely. Actually, Shaurya, in my opinion, the reason that people tend to not be balanced, even the Sisodia are not happy with that putt, is definitely either misread it or just completely unhappy with that miss. We have Gaurav Pratap Singh now. This is hole number 9. Pretty flattish green, but very, very interesting hole location. Shaurya, you will notice that this green has got 4 really, really small slopes. They're so tiny that hardly a player can even tell that the hole's on a slope. So it seems like a very, very flat green, but the ball does have a break towards the end of the hole. Pukrat Singh Gill now from Chandigarh.
Sometimes I find that when greens actually have less undulation, it's tougher to read because as players, you're always accustomed to, having some sort of a line. When there's no line, it actually becomes tougher because if you have to aim right at the center, you don't really know where to miss from. But if you're aiming on the left, you can
Lovely.
actually have a little bit of purchase from that side. So
Lovely putt by Pukrat Singh Gill. We have Gaurav Pratap Singh now. And definitely none of these players looking at missing these putts, and definitely not Pukraj.
yes, I think this Gaurav Pratap should walk this in his sleep. So this should be a given for him. A gimme is obviously something that we have in our friendly rounds. You can't have that in professional tournaments, stroke play tournaments. You'll have to end up putting the ball in the hole, no matter how short a putt is. In a match play situation where a player is competing with another, you have the option of the other opponent actually saying gimme, and in that position, you can just pick up the ball and move on. So, different rules and a little bit of education about the different types of formats that we have in professional golf.
We have Veer Elawat now on hole number 3. Veer Elawat also a big hitter of the golf ball, very, very consistent swinger of the club, and definitely a superb head on his shoulders. In my personal opinion, I think Veer is going to be going abroad and playing in a lot of international tours and doing very well over there. He's really got an all-round game and a superb head on the shoulders. So the entire combination, of course, is always very, very helpful.
And obviously, ladies and gentlemen, to get more information on your favorite players and to support them, you can always head over to the pgtofindia.com website. You'll have a lot of players on each one of these players, and including their social handles. You can have a look at their routines, and some of them are very interesting personalities and tend to help other players. They like to play rounds even with members or juniors. That's one thing that golf teaches, that you must always share the opportunity to learn the game of golf. And now we have a look at Dharma just going about his business, and yeah, that's a solid shot. Leaning a little to the left, so the ball should probably be to the right. And now the spacing off. So the final group has walked off the second green. So now we follow them through. And yeah, you can have a look at the caddies carrying the bag. Previously, you saw some with the trolley, and as we spoke previously, the caddy is such an important cog in the whole wheel. He's a very important team member. A lot of the success actually depends on him, and you'll have these caddies actually traveling with the players all throughout the country. So, a player has to make a lot of arrangements, and so does the caddy, because the caddy himself is actually having to carry that bag for 5 days, do a lot of research. There's a lot of work and research that goes into the being a professional caddy. He's a professional caddy, mind you.
So, one of the things that a lot of people miss out on is that the caddy actually does a lot of work, okay? And it's not really much to do with the advising of the player, but more like supporting the player and also knowing the golf course. So even if the player asks the caddy information or doesn't ask the information, the caddy is always trying to stay up to the mark and know all the information, whether it is used or not used. Because at the end of the day, he's part of the team. Team must be well versed with what they're supposed to do. So the caddy does play an extremely important part, and of course, also the traveling and stuff. In fact, what is commendable is that most of these players are and the caddies are all family men. So for them to be out on the road for so long is another thing altogether. We are looking at now
Hole number
hole
four.
4. We have Udayan Mane now getting ready for the putt.
So as you will see, it's flanked by trees on either side. There's OB on the left and behind the green, but not really in play. But what happens if you miss the green? You end up going in the rough. The rough is actually the longer grass that is around the green, and that's quite tough to navigate from. So if you hit it there, you're most likely going to drop a shot unless you hit a really good chip shot. Now we have a look at Udyan for his birdie. It looks to be about 15 to 20 feet, and let's see what he does from here.
Rambagh Golf Club, a more traditional design golf course, couple of lot of tree lines, couple of trees in the middle of the fairway for the players to think through. Also, multiple dog legs over here. What I really like about this golf course, Shaurya, is that you can play with both kind of options off the tee box. You could play it safe and you could play it aggressive, and both can be rewarding. Just completely depends how you design it according to your own style of the game. You could be hitting a driver and leaving yourself a 20-yard chip, and you could also be hitting a 4-iron and giving yourself a 100-yard shot. Either way, you still have a chance at birdie.
Absolutely, a very personalized approach for each player, and that's what we're seeing this week as well. So you'll have a peculiar style of play where you might want your perfect yardage. That's what makes you comfortable. So you might actually hit a shot where you get that yardage. For a lot of players, they like to be at the 100-yard mark, and the longer hitters actually just aim to be closer to the green. So it's different folks and different strokes, as you said earlier.
Bit of a cold start for Udayan Mane at 2 over par through 3 holes. So that attempt for birdie was very important for him. Pukhraj Singh Gill stays at even par. We are getting few downers from even Kartik Sharma and Abhijit Singh Chadha. But of course, coming into the stretch of fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth, I'm sure these players are going to be looking at picking up some shots. While we have Abhinav Lohan and Sunil Chaurasia and Manu Gandas already at 3 under par through 6 holes for the day. I mean, completely going to be an interesting day. What do you think, Shaurya? This moving day is going to really get someone up there from the probably the 10th to 15th position. I feel someone's going to come up with a really deep number and climb their way up.
Absolutely, and it's so unforgiving. Udyan Mane has dropped two shots and he's gone trundling down the leaderboard. He's at 17th, so it's when a golf course is easy to score and you can shoot two rounds of 8 under back to back. Also, mind you that the other players can do the same.
Yep.
So, and that's why you have a tournament which is actually played over 4 rounds. So there's a lot of opportunity for players to catch up. But the third day is, normally colloquially called the moving day. And why it's called that is because it gives the opportunity for the players who just made the cut to actually, breathe down the necks of the leaders, actually shoot a good round and get themselves into the reckoning. And I think a lot of players in the lower half can actually do that. Some of the experienced veteran Vijay Kumar, another Indian Open winner at 45th position, not having a great day, but he's been a prolific player himself, and Mukesh Kumar actually was stalwarts of this tour. Both of them have so many victories, and Mukesh, I think, is the only professional golfer with more than 120 victories, if I'm not wrong, in the world. So you have that kind of experience in this field. So it's really exciting times.
Vijay Kumar is one of the nicest people that you will meet on tour. He's hails from Lucknow. Very, very encouraging person. And whenever he sees a new crop of players coming up, he's very, very encouraging towards them and always helps them out in whichever ways he can. His personality, just being around him, is very nice, very encouraging, very positive energy is coming out of him. So always, a nice person to be meeting when you're on the golf course.
So you have Mukesh at 40th and Vijay at 45th position. A little bit about Mukesh Kumar. He's one of the most accomplished domestic players ever in India professionally. He's won so many tournaments, and his practice routine is the stuff of folklore. Actually, we grew up just hearing stories about Mukesh hitting 500, 600 golf balls a day, and that has actually gone through the generations, and now everybody is following that. Look at the ninth green. Very peaceful kind of look around the golf course. As you can understand, a great way to spend your days is playing golf. Not a very tough sport, and obviously we are here to teach you and join you on this journey. As we see, look at the ninth hole. This is lined by trees in the center of the fairway, and that's a very defining character of this golf course. Is that you'll have trees actually proving to be the main sort of obstruction for the golfers to navigate around. On every golf course, like previously we saw at the Delhi golf course, it was the bush and the scrubbery, and here you're seeing tall trees actually being the impediments that players must navigate. So how players actually go about it, some of them would actually try and be behind, maybe play more conservatively, and maybe choose a certain line. So on holes where there are trees, you can't just stand and hit it in the center. So the players would be cognizant of that and then play accordingly. A look at our leaderboard again. We have M Dharma with a 16 under par. The number on the left actually denotes which hole the player has completed. So that helps you understand that the certain player has completed the second hole. So Dharma still has a 3-shot cushion. Khalin at 15 under par. I'm sorry, he has a 1-shot cushion. And Viraj at 12 under par. Harendra at 12 under par. Karandeep at 11 under par. Kshitij at 10 under par. And Dhruv and Udyan at 8 and 7 under par respectively. Dhruv is doing well, relatively turned professional quite recently, a few years ago, and has done well. Plays out of Gurugram. And now a look at the fourth hole. Now this is a very good view for our viewers, a panoramic view. So you can see the flag back there. It's about 180, 185 yards. So visually intimidating because the flag is right there, surrounded by the trees. So the player just has to pick out his line. I'm pretty sure that a lot of the golfers would not be going straight for the flag. Maybe take a little bit of purchase off to the right. Maybe aim about 10 to 15 feet. Let the ball feed from there. Be on the green And what's a very interesting thing is professional golfers also plan where they will hit a bad shot. I mean, if they can do that, that's even better, because a lot of players know where they want to miss a green on. Because if you miss it on the wrong side, you can have a tough time making par. If you miss it on a steep embankment, so here a look at Viraj, very controlled swing. You can see his caddy is gesturing for the ball to move left, so that would mean that the ball is on the right. So safety first, that is fine. Now look at Harendra, a very brisk player. So, prior to hitting a shot, the kind of discussions that would have happened between a caddy and player are about the yardage. So let's say it's 180, 185. Then they would have contemplated what club to go with. And post that, they would have thought what kind of shot shape to put on this ball. So there are so many variables that you must decide. And if you have anything that is undecided, that can actually lead to a sort of last minute confusion and bad shot. So it's very important to have all the preparation done beforehand. And there you can see he sort of hit the shot, raised his foot a little, seems confident, and will walk off. So the time between the shots gives a lot of time to think about things, and that is where you will actually have a caddy and a player sort of understand their position in the tournament, in the scheme of things, and then strategize accordingly. Now here we have a look at the ninth hole. So this again is a very tricky shot where the player is behind a tree, will have to navigate the condition. And he's played a good enough shot, so should be able to make his putt from about 25 feet. Should be making his par. And what you'll have in golf, you have the furthest from the pin actually plays first. So in a professional tournament, you would want things to move fast, because one of the things that golf has been plagued by in even an amateur golf, and obviously more so in professional golf, is the speed of play. Because golf somehow takes a lot of time. A round can actually stretch up to over 5 hours if the speed is slow in a professional tournament. So they try and ensure that in order to keep the pace of play, you would have some professionals walk from the side after hitting their shot, and they would always ensure not to disturb the player. That's very important as well. Look at how strategy changes from week to week. You can have players actually, taking out clubs for their bag, and this golf course really favors the driver. The last week, you would have more iron plays. You can actually have a different mix in your bag. Now we have Sudhir. Sudhir again, hailing from Noida, is a very good player. Has had a good finish on the Asian Tour as well. At the event at the DGC, had finished third. So he's obviously a seasoned campaigner. I think he's been a pro for quite a few years, had enjoyed success, and these are the kind of players who are sort of very important to the PGTI, and they're the influx at the center of everything. And we also have the gallery there. I think that's the parents of Yuvraj Singh, if I'm not wrong. And it's a very keen golfer himself. And photography is another joy that you can enjoy around a golf course like this. So this time in between shots, as you would see, it's being utilized to read the putt. So you would see Sudhir and his caddy actually talking about, and what they're discussing is how much the ball would break, and they would actually learn a lot from even other players' putts. And as the furthest player plays first, you will actually have someone else putting up first, and then Sudhir is able to learn off that, see how the ball is rolling, because each green has its own unique speed characteristic, the break, there's so many things. So you want to get any help that you can. And one of the rulings which is there, that the direction of the grass really helps the players understand how the ball is going to roll, but you're not allowed to use your palm to gauge that. So you can't really use your palm to gauge the direction of the grass. So that's one of the few rulings that are interesting for our viewers to understand. Now on hole number 9, we have Abhinav Lohan, hailing from Faridabad, sponsored by ONGC. He's had a very spectacular amateur career, a prolific winner, also a medalist in the Asian Games. And now he's done very well after turning professional, a consistent player, even plays on the Asian Tour on a couple of occasions, and now going with the 3 wood. So the ninth hole plays to a yardage of about 370 yards, 375 yards. But you can't really attack it. But yeah, that's what our Indian Open champion is doing. C. Muniappa feeling confident and going with the driver. So this would need to be accurate, but otherwise he can actually get blocked off and not really have an approach to the green. A very good swing, has seemed to have lost some speed on the swing over the years. I think that's injuries are to be blamed for that, and that shot was not what he was planning. So that goes to show you that as a career progresses, you must really take care of the physical side of things, because the swing is a very venomous motion and it takes a lot out of the body, and you tend to get injured. I mean, it looks like a benign game, but yeah, it's rife with players and injuries and how they have to manage themselves. And that's how routine management is really important. The amount of practice you do, and that's why the older generation players like Mukesh Kumar, what they've achieved is so noteworthy, because they have such routines which are so expansive, and yet they're able to perform their best on the grand stage. Now look back at the ninth hole. We have players all just sort of waiting around for their turn. They'll have these discussions with their caddies, and then they'll make up their mind. In addition to just being a competitive sport, golf is good for just leisure as well, and it can be enjoyed at all golf courses. Even here, right here at the Rambagh Golf Club, you can just pay a nominal fee. You can practice, and when you pick up the game, that is when you can venture onto a golf course. There's something called a handicap in golf, and that is your expected number of strokes that you take at an average. And once you reach a certain level, you're allowed to actually venture out onto a golf course. So normally that level is 36. So let's suppose that Rambagh, where we are playing at this week, the par is 72. So if you're able to complete the golf course in 108 strokes, then you can actually venture out on the golf course. And one of the reasons is that you want people with a minimal level of playing capacity, because they can't hold up play otherwise. And now a look at the 18th. 18th is a par 5, a very, very interesting hole. In fact, one of my most favorite holes here. On the left side, you have the polo ground. Yeah, and the second shot is over the trees. On the right of the green, you have a water body. A very tight, challenging hole, and makes for exciting viewing. So here you would have one of the earlier groups who teed off actually completing their round, or just making the turn actually. And this is a good opportunity for players to pick up a shot and make their birdie. So we have the group of Aman Raj, Ankur Chadda, and Alap IL. So this is a very formidable group. The previous week they had a good outing at the Delhi Golf Club, did Aman Raj and Ankur, and they're obviously riding that wave of confidence. Now, Aman, with what looks to be maybe an eagle try, I'm just assuming because he was on the front of the green, gave it a good run. Now we'd have Ankur. This putt would break a little bit from the left to right, and then eventually right to left. And that's what makes putting so very difficult under professional circumstances, because the grass is finely cut. You have a limited amount of time. Now a putt like this, it could be breaking three ways, because you'll have three different distinct slopes. So the player would have to actually approximate his apex point accordingly. So a lot of calculation goes in store. A little bit of a miscue, you can have a three part, and then that can derail your round. So golf is just a game of almost perfection and getting it right. There we have him going with his putt. I think he's done well, and has he almost made it? So I would assume one of them would at least make birdie. The longer hitters, these younger players are very aggressive. They would be here in two, and if not, the shorter players would lay up and then with a sandwich try for a birdie. They would probably be within the vicinity of 20 odd feet. And another one of the rule changes that has happened in golf over the last 2 years to make it more accessible, quicker to play is that the flagstick does not need to be tended anymore. Previously, you could not putt with the flagstick in the hole while you were on the green, but now the option lies you can have it tended or you can have it removed. So many players tend to just putt with the flagstick in, and there have been calculations done what is more helpful, because sometimes if you hit it firm, it can actually hit the center of the flag and go in the hole or ricochet away. So that's something where the players do their calculations and what they feel the most perfect with. So this is something you would not maybe see a lot of players keeping the flag in from such a short distance, but that seems to have worked for Alap this time. As you can see, the flag tells you a lot about what is happening on the golf course. I mean, professional golfers, they always tend to look at the flag when it's tended to see how the wind is fluttering. So they can actually make up their mind for the next hole, because the wind plays a very important part in golf, especially professional golf, because you're having to place your ball in a certain place, in a certain quadrant of the fairway, and you would depend a lot on the conditions, and your understanding of it would be key to how you would execute. Now, this putt, look for it to break a little bit, maybe to the left as it goes down. Quick putt, and so yes, I think he has misread that, and he would be really disappointed with that. And as you can see, so important, because a two putt can just turn into a three putt, and all the work gets undone. But that's the nature of the beast. You will just have to take the three putt and move on. That would hurt a lot to be on the green in two, then take a three putt. But good players are able to sort of use disappointments to their advantage and just get on with it. But it can linger on. It's easier said than done. Even for professionals, it can have a detrimental effect if you sort of score an own goal, so as to speak. And now Ankur, a very deliberate player, very good technique. Even in his swing, he's very deliberate. So I would assume more so in putting, and that tends to help in putting at times. So yeah, I think he's made his birdie, and he would move off. And what he's wearing there are called arm sleeves. It's actually worn underneath your t-shirt, and that's something that can help you with body temperature regulation. That's something that a lot of golfers are doing, and even from a vanity perspective, I mean, just help you shield yourself from the sun.
Arjun's this Ankur's brother actually, caddying for him this week. He's got he's always been around to help his younger brother. Ankur's brother is he does something else for a living. I'm not sure what he does for a living, but he does hang out with his brother off and on the tour, helps him out, and it's always nice to have some sort of family around. So there we have,
Ankur's
pink pants on in Pink City. M Dharma, our
So we have
leader.
Pink Panther on the tree. So yeah, Ankur's brother actually played a lot of golf growing up. In fact, the thing about golf is we tend to know everyone, and actually studied in overseas in Canada, and I think pursuing a business now. But obviously, takes a keen interest in his brother's golf, and that's Ankur's lucky to have a brother like that. In fact, even my brother did that for a certain time until he realized the futility of it all, and then he said, "Off you go, my friend." So yeah, there we go on hole number 9.
Interestingly, Kalin Joshi is now up to minus 15 on the leaderboard, just one shot shy of the lead. Dharma composed and staying at even par for the day. It's interesting how things are going to pan out today. One of the things about Jaipur that I really like, or Rajasthan as such, is the food that you get over there. I don't know, Shaurya, what is your take on food? But I'm quite a foodie and love local food of different cities. And Jaipur, for me, I have to go to a few places for sure as soon as I land up over there. Get some lal mas, get some dal bati, and also, there is this famous MI Road in Jaipur where you get some of the best lassi, for that matter. So people who are listening in, whether you play golf or not, at the Rambagh, you can definitely enjoy one of these treats.
Absolutely. I think, all sportsmen are foodies as long as they don't have to cook it themselves. But we are, because obviously we expend so much energy while playing around a golf, and you tend to you need your carbs and proteins, and no better place than probably the Hilton this week, the sponsors. And, our visitors would definitely benefit from going there, and the lovely culinary offerings that are there at the Hilton, not just in Jaipur itself, but all over the country. And coming back to Jaipur, yes, there's so many nice places to eat. I remember finishing around a golf, a good meal is something you would really appreciate. And it comes back to the smaller, finer points that we as sportsmen actually appreciate. A good meal, because you would spend the whole day fighting it out, and after the round, a lunch would be something that you would actually look forward to.
The wind seems to be really picking up at the Rambagh Golf Club. Muniappa there attempting his birdie, gives himself about 4 footer coming back to save his par. He's playing against Ajay Besoya and Abhinav Lohan. Ajay Besoya from Delhi, Abhinav Lohan from Faridabad, and C. Muniappa, of course, is from Bangalore. And they've just reached up to the ninth green now, the halfway of this 18-hole penultimate round.
Yes, so Chinnaswamy Muniappa, very established player, and it's good to see him back, making cut, doing well this week. But it seems to be in a little bit of trouble on the ninth hole. So I'm of the tee, not that happy. Then running the putt by, but that's how you have to compose yourself because golf is like a marathon race. It's not really just one round, so you have to really carry on right till the end. And here a look at Ajay Besoya, the Delhi golfer, and playing alongside Abhinav Lohan. So you have a look at his birdie now, reading the line.
Lohan recently married, and seems that Lady Luck seems to be going well for him. He shot 66 and 68 on the first 2 days and already -3 today. Uh, of course, the latest scores are yet to come in, but he's already -3 through 6 holes. The last 3 holes score will be coming in shortly. So, yes, Lady Luck definitely seems to be doing wonders for him. Coming back into form, Lohan has always been a steady player, but definitely needed to find his form again over the last couple of years.
One thing that confuses me, there might be so many players who've, unfortunately just missed the cut by a shot, and they would be playing really well. So it's just a fine margin, just to make the cut and then have the opportunity to sort of compound in your score and improve it. But for the players who miss the cut, how do they actually come to terms? I mean, you being an established player yourself, can you tell us through that? How do you deal with that kind of disappointment where you just miss a cut by one shot, which happens so often? Like this week, you'd have almost 20 to 30 players missing the cut by just a few shots, and that how do you get over that disappointment? Now if you have an event the next week, it's all right, something to look forward to, but right now we have like a 2 or 3 week break before we get back to a very big event. So what do the players do? How do they dust themselves off?
So I think one of the things which will be very imperative for this is that you have to sort of put things into perspective, and experience really helps with this, because you understand that the game is like that. You could hit a few bad shots, and that itself could be good enough for you to be missing the cut by one shot. And yes, it does feel bad for a certain period of time, but the players have no real other choice but to dust themselves off, maybe divert their attention for a day and chill out and put things into perspective as to which is the part of the game that they really needed to work on, so that they can be back in form for the next week. We have Vikrant Chopra now attempting his second shot on the 18th hole, the reachable par 5, but not extremely easy, because you have your second shot where the green is guarded by a bunch of trees about 60 yards short of the green. And so if you get too far, too close to the trees, even when you're trying to lay up, it can be a really treacherous golf shot. And the toughness of this shot is by the out of bounds on the left side. So the polo ground is on the left side of this green, while just on the right of the green is the water hazard that you can also see from on the second hole. So all in all, it's not the easiest approach shot, but definitely a good shot at birdie and an eagle for these players. Of course, their skill sets are very, very high.
Vikrant seems to have connected it well. He's looking at it intently, and actually, that's right next to the
Lovely.
flag. So he's done really well. There's a hazard on the right. It didn't seem to deter him, and he's done well. There's a lot of wind, which is from the right to the left, which actually makes this hole a little bit easier because then you're able to aim away from trouble. If we were playing in left-right wind, you would actually have to stand on the polo ground and then hit it. So I think that makes a little bit of difference. The direction of the wind, subtle things like this actually can change a golf course. Every golf course has a certain wind direction that makes it easier for all the holes, and a certain wind direction that makes it tougher for the players. So this on this hole, right left is definitely well, and Vikrant should be proud of that golf shot. Playing alongside Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan, another player from Delhi, a very colorful personality, as you can see from his dressing. Green and black, takes his fashion very seriously, almost as seriously as his game. Some would say more seriously than his game. But he's a veteran on tour, a term I don't use loosely. He's been on tour for almost 10 to 15 years, and he's seen his game improve over the years. So it says a lot that if you stick to it, it can actually pay dividends.
Incidentally, Vikrant is playing alongside Vikrant and Aditya, both are playing alongside Vijay Kumar. That is the true veteran on this tour, multiple time winner on the PGTI. Also has a stellar career spanning good over 20 to 25 years of playing pro golf. So Vijay Kumar, of course, one of the best demeanors that a youngster could find himself with. So much to learn from the gentleman from Lucknow.
So, for those of you who are just joining us, we are live at the Rambagh Golf Club in Jaipur for the Jaipur Open 2021, presented by Rajasthan Tourism and Hilton Hotels. So, it's a very interesting day so far. We are seeing that Dharma is at level par and the other players are actually kind of climbing up to him. It's tough to repeat these kind of performances, Rahul, which is evident now. Dharma has done so well in the first few days, but birdies are just not coming by.
Just to keep yourself on track and be able to create that same kind of a performance, it's anyway commendable to be shooting 2 8 under pars back to back, but to keep backing it up over the next 2 rounds definitely will be the key for Dharma. It's not the easiest thing to do for any golfer, to be able to back up rounds of 8 under par, but clearly Dharma has been doing that really well for the last 2 days, and hopefully he continues in that fashion. Vijay Kumar there, in the sky blue t-shirt, pacing up and down, finding his best pitch shot for this hole. Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan and as well as Vikrant Chopra seem to have left themselves in the funnel area just short of the green. The funnel area just short of the green actually is a pretty good area to leave yourself for your third chip shot. It's a simple up and down relatively from there. And of course, understanding where you want to drop the ball is going to be key for them. Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan is just on the fringe of the green, taking his preferred line. He's going to be using a putter from there, uh, currently obstructing Vijay Kumar's line as well, on a lighter note.
So Aditya also is a proficient cricketer, plays cricket on the weekends to keep in shape and takes his fitness seriously. Vijay Kumar, obviously great touch around the greens, and I think this would be a very interesting shot how he plays it. And he's a cool customer. Even at his ripe young age, he's still doing really well.
I mean,
He's
could we actually call him the Freddie Couples of India? Is he as chilled out as that?
absolutely
What a
his,
lovely golf
and
shot.
if you look at the swing, the demeanor, even the achievements domestically, he's done so well. I mean, coming from the background, then he won an Indian Open, and I think he was in a playoff for another one that he lost. So he obviously has had a lot of success at Delhi Golf Club.
Absolutely. In fact, that kind of experience and that kind of longevity of career is no mean feat. And keeping yourself very very lightheaded while going through all the turbulation during the sport of golf. Vikrant Chopra there leaves himself a good 3.5 4 footer to just
Vikrant,
make a birdie.
Vikrant also very hardworking professional. In fact, very well known to me. And in fact, his brother is a defense officer, and so his father is an army officer. So they have a very strong lineage in the family of sports and work ethic. And Vikrant is somebody who's actually even at a younger stage was doing karate as well to get fit. And I remember at one point in time when he was almost like a mentor to me, and I sort of went along with him to do karate. And it turned out that to get my belt I had to compete with him. I remember I couldn't quite play golf for 3 4 days after that fight, because the funny thing about karate is to level up you actually have to fight for the belt one higher. So I said bye bye to karate that day, and I said let's just stick to golf. And so that was one of the few tidbits for our viewers how life on tour is really interesting. Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan, nobody dares to do karate with him. Let's see what he does on the green now. Can he follow it up with a good putt? Looking at it anxiously, I think he's left it short. He's gonna have his work cut out for two.
Absolutely, he's misread that putt that had a little bit of break from the right to left, and clearly he's left himself a lot of work to do. Seems to be an 8 footer coming in for birdie. Another notable mention for the day is Ankur Chadda. He has started off the 10th tee box and is already 5 under par for the day. He's made birdies on the 10th, 14th, an eagle on the 17th, ladies and gentlemen, and a birdie on the 18th as well, giving himself a great shot at a good round today. Looking at a deeper number, he's already 5 under par through 9 holes. So let's keep an eye on him. He has jumped up multiple positions for the day.
So look at Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan playing out of Gurugram, and he also coming from a defense family. I think that goes back, to our conversation last week. There are a lot of players actually get access to golfing facilities and the things that go along with it. So golf does seem like it's in safe hands. A lot of experience. He's a grizzly veteran now finding his game. Has had few struggles on tour because the competition keeps getting better, but I think he's worked on his game and now it's paying dividends. Let's see if we can make that putt.
Well,
And yes, he does. And that's
just
one.
about sneaks it
That's
in.
that's a happy campaigner right now.
Sneaks it in for that birdie from the right edge of the hole, and I think he'd be relieved with that. It's always good to have a few red numbers on the card to just be able to keep building on that performance throughout the round. We have Vijay Kumar now lining up what appears to be 6 to 8 feet for birdie after that pitch shot from approximately 40 yards off the green, and of course Vikrant Chopra looking at his 3 footer to convert that into a birdie.
Look at Vijay, how he goes about his putting. He's so relaxed. The outcome is almost irrelevant, and that's the kind of attitude you really want because it sort of reduces the pressure. Vikrant in the background, visible, very prolific iron striker. Unfortunately, his putting tends to give him a little bit of trouble from time to time, and that's why now he's experimenting with the longer putter. So he's been a great ball striker, a lot of good finishes on the domestic tour as well as on the Asian tour events in India that happened. And but I think that's a part of his game that has actually held him back is the short stick.
You
What
know,
do
I
you?
think I think one of the things that Vikrant does use an arm lock putter now for putting, and I think that's greatly benefited his game. In fact, he's had multiple good finishes using the longer putter. He uses a bit of that claw grip on the putter, but he does keep changing it. So let's see what he's using this week. Oh, the claw it is. So he is using something like a broomstick, but definitely anchoring is not allowed anymore. So he's not anchoring it along his chest like it was allowed back in the day. The cool customer Vijay Kumar seems to have missed his birdie, and there
All
you
right,
go,
sir.
Vikrant Chopra
With his bird.
sneaking that in for his birdie.
So a word of thanks to an honorable mention about our sponsors, without whom this would not be possible at all. So Tata Steel, one of the tour partners, Rolex, Incredible India, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, these Incredible India, these are partners that actually make things possible in addition to the sponsors this week, Hilton and Rajasthan Tourism.
So a little bit of information about our sponsors, and I think it's very, very essential for us to acknowledge their support for the game of golf in India. We have Tata Steel, who is a tour partner for the PGTI. Tata Steel is a group among the top global steel companies with an annual crude steel capacity of 33 million tons per annum. It is one of the world's most geographically diversified steel producers. Also, we have Rolex. Rolex actually has been in the sport of golf since 1967, happens to be one of the prime supporters of the sport in the country. Um, Also, its first association actually dates back all the way to be with Arnold Palmer. And Incredible India, of course, is the name of the international tourism campaign maintained by the Government of India since 2002. India's Ministry of Tourism launched a campaign to promote India as a popular tourist destination. The phrase Incredible India was adopted as a slogan by the ministry. So, these tour partners are very, very essential for the consistency of the tournaments that we have and promotion of the sport of golf in the country. And we are very, very happy to see so many people stepping up, coming forward, and especially the governmental support as well, which has been essential for the growth and development of the sport. We also have Amrutanjan Fruitnik Electro Plus. Amrutanjan Fruitnik actually is a juice-based electrolyte drink, which is what the players on the tour are using to hydrate themselves as they play along. Also, for this event, the Jaipur Open 2021 presented by Rajasthan Tourism, uh, the Rajasthan Tourism actually is a state. Rajasthan is a state of vibrant folk dance and music, gigantic forts, palaces, spicy food, colorful and large turbans, extensive golden sand desert, camels, rich handicraft. Um, so it is one of the finest locations in the country for anyone to come around and visit. If you are ever coming into India or coming into North India for that matter, Rajasthan definitely has to be on your top of the list for cities to see. Amardeep Malik on the right side of the fairway on hole number 18. Amardeep Malik again has been playing some stellar golf of late. Going from strength to strength. He's another player, if you notice, Shaurya, who constantly keeps working on his game, keeps himself up to date, stays fit. All of those things really showcase what a good quality of player he is. Constantly working through, going forward, moving on. And these are the things which really make someone a great player and a long-term golfer.
Absolutely. He's somebody who has reinvented himself time and time again and keeps working on his strength and, getting his weaknesses up to speed as well. Now he's trying to reach the green on the 18th, where it seems that I think he hit the tree and we can see his ball there in the foreground. So, yeah, Amardeep, again, a very seasoned campaign. A lot of these players actually want to move on to the next level, and Amardeep is one of those who's won on the Indian tour, who are now, in the middle of their career. So it's very important for them now. It's kind of make or break. So this is actually a step where a player would actually maybe venture abroad, try to make his name there, or sort of just come back to India and try to dominate on the local tour. So that's a decision that a lot of their game actually makes for them. A lot of players actually want to venture out, and some do. Amardeep, in fact, turned pro in 2007. That's almost 14 years ago, and straight away as he turned pro, he was able to get on the Asian tour. He played a few full seasons, but never really tasted that kind of success on the Asian tour, even though he has that game. So it just shows you how competitive it is on the global stage.
100%. In fact, I think, if I'm not wrong, Amardeep in his first year on the Asian Tour actually had a very good finish in Indonesia, if I'm not wrong. I might be getting failed by my memory, but I'm pretty sure he had one good finish, especially at the start of his career. The other notable, partner for this tournament this week is the Rajasthan State Sports Council, and this brings me back to the point of government support. The Rajasthan State Sports Council actually looks after the development of sports activities and provides coaching to the players of the state. It was actually set up in 1957 by the government of Rajasthan. So another good step by the multiple government organizations coming forward to start with golf. And we also have Hilton as the official hotel partner this week. Hilton, of course, one of the top 5-star hotels in the entire world, and it's great to have these kind of sponsors coming in for the tournaments. Rashid Khan now, Amardeep Malik. We're back to the 18th hole while Amar walks up towards the green
Striding
after his
down.
second shot.
Striding down in aggression. He's not happy with his second shot. So obviously, when you hit a bad shot, you want to reach it quick and sort of correct the error, and that's what he seems to be doing. No, shows you a little bit of undulation on this hole. It's actually an uphill hole with the green on the top left as compared to the player's eye, and with the obstacles as you spoke earlier, the OB on the left and the water on the right. So it makes for an intimidating setting, but it's obviously a perfect risk reward hole. With the players, these longer hitters actually having irons into the green. So, and the medium hitters would probably have a 3 wood. So it makes for interesting viewing. Now, as you see, he's trying to place his ball because when it hit the tree, you're not quite sure where it goes. And there's Arjun Prasad in the foreground. He's also doing well, played well last week as well. So you see that confidence begets confidence.
Absolutely. We have Honey Besoya now on the 18th hole, going up with a big stick. In fact, Honey can easily reach this green in 2 shots. He's a big hitter of that golf ball. Another player who can really shoot a super low round on any of the days on the PGTI. Currently,
And now we have Hemendra, the local favorite. Producing good golf back to back weeks. He shot a 4 under here, and then now he's at 4 under par after 2 days. So look for him as well.
Hemendra Chaudhary is already 2 under par for the day and a total of 6 under par on his home course. It's always nice to see homeboys playing well during the tournament week, and also it's also nice for a good confidence boost for Hemendra Chaudhary. He's been on the tour for a couple of years now, and finally, dusting off all that rust and playing well since the Delhi Golf Club event last week, and now building on that at Jaipur, his home club. We have Abhishek Kuhar now. He hails from Gurgaon. Another really good ball striker, one of the best golf swings that you will see. Really, really steady player.
I think he hit the shot before we could say ready. Also, the fastest player, very good ball striker. Affectionately called Cabrera by his friends because of the way he hits the ball. So he's a very strong ball striker. Much like yourself, I think that was your moniker as well. I think all long hitters have a similar name. So. um Look for him as well. He blows hot and cold, though. He can have a good week, then a hot week. That's kind of the way that temperamental players who are quick, if it's going well, they kind of capitalize on that. Otherwise, they lose interest. So he's one of the players who had a lot of success. Top five finishes at JP Golf Club earlier in his professional career as well. Look for him to do well. Now we have Arjun here. This seems to be a favorite spot, the front right on this hole, because safety away from the OB, try and make a chip putt for birdie, and then get on to the other nine.
A good thing to notice for all our viewers would be that usually I notice that a lot of club amateurs and a lot of junior golfers just take out the sand wedge or a lob wedge and go around chipping around the greens. But if you can notice, actually, Arjun has taken out somewhat a longer iron, maybe an 8 or a 7 iron for his chip shot over here. So he's really going to be rolling it. And, percentage play would actually call for that. And atop the leaderboard, we have a little bit of a change. We have M. Dharma now at 1 over par for the day, down to 15 under par, and ties up with Kalin Joshi at the top of the leaderboard now. Karandeep Kochar is striding slowly but steadily. He's now at 12 under, tied along Viraj Madappa and Veer Ahlawat, all three at 12 under par. Closely followed by Kshitij Navid Kaul, our own homegrown Bryson DeChambeau, at 11 under par.
Ankur Chadha has come trundling up the leaderboard at 10 under par. So look for him as well. He's playing really well today. 5 under par through 9. So he's definitely on a hot streak. He would fancy his chances on the back 9 and probably shoot a 7 to 8 under par. Now he's seeing the difficulty that faces Dharma. He's 1 over after 4. So, the first, he's sort of unfamiliar territory because the first 2 days were really easy. Now when golf becomes a little bit of a challenge. So for him, he would have to change his goalpost. Whereas the first 2 days he was looking at an 8 under par. Now he would be happy maybe to shoot a 2 or 3 under par and remain in the contention.
Also, what happens, I think, is that players tend to go into a little bit of a defense area because they are in the lead. But I'm sure there's a long way to go today, and Dharma will end up picking up a lot of shots as we go along. Now, Arjun Prasad showing us the chip and run.
As a chip and run, you generally keep the ball at the back of your stance, try to hit it, strike it first, and get it rolling as fast as possible, a consistent roll, and then maybe just get to within 3 or 4 feet, make your par, and just get done with it. And yeah, I think make a birdie, mind you, sorry. So he should be able to do that. He's done well.
Absolutely. He leaves himself pin high, just about 3 feet away. Maybe a bit of a misread there, but I think what's really commendable over here is good feel in his hands for the speed of the greens and the speed of the chips to be hit. Also, one of the other tour partners, which requires a notable mention, is American Express. American Express is a payment gateway for a lot of international cards.
A very big group, and it's a good thing that their involvement in the game at this point in time, and also a big shout out and thank you to the PGTI operations team. And right from the head to the bottom, they've done really well. The entire team in this time to get these tournaments together from one place to another. It's a Herculean effort, and the players are really appreciative of this opportunity given the fact that we're still in the middle of a pandemic, and the protocols and the regulations, all these players get tested each before each week, including the caddy. So there's a lot of background work to this, and then they end up playing. So there's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes. We're at hole number 18.
What's commendable about how the PGT has been going about business? Wasim Khan appeared to be putting for eagle and given himself a 2-footer tap in to convert that into a birdie on the 18th hole. Wasim Khan hails from Delhi, another player who's been on the tour for a while. Quite steady, keeps it very, very simple. Not a very long hitter of the ball, but courses like Jaipur are really up his alley. He can take advantage of them with his wedge play and sort of convert them for multiple number of birdies. We have Amardeep Malik now.
Amardeep is there in 3 shots, has had some trouble off his second, sporting a goatee kind of a beard this week. A very fashion conscious player, so as to speak, always Amardeep, and a biking enthusiast. So I might not be surprised if he's biked all his way from Noida to Jaipur. I'm reading his birdie putt. So look for this to break a little bit from left to right on a medium speed. Maybe you would end up aiming about 4 to 5 inches on the left, and then see it break gradually to the right towards the end of the putt.
Amardeep also using a weaker left hand grip more towards the neutral side and a claw grip for putting. It's interesting. Last time I saw him playing and I played with him, he didn't have that grip on. So it's interesting how players keep dabbling between different putter grips, to depending on the kind of feel that they're trying to make and what gives them a more steady stroke. So there's no real one size fits all that on the putter grip. It's all depending on the player's individuality and what he tends to prefer.
I think it goes back to the fact that a good player is never really satisfied. Even when they win a tournament, they tend to reinvent themselves. And I think, even Amardeep is testament to that. Even if he's playing well, he'll try and switch things up and change his grip, maybe change his swing, and so on and so forth. So you can see a lot of that happening amongst top players.
खाने को यहाँ
Arjun now cleaning up for his birdie. He's done well. So players, even Tiger famously after his victory at the Masters actually changed his swing. So it actually sort of seeps down here to Indian golf as well. Players actually tend to change a lot of things about their game just to give them an edge over the competitors.
Interestingly, Amar plays a lot in the Noida Golf Club as well, as he's a member there. And what is something to notice over here? He's had this caddy Anna Deep on his bag for a good number of years now, at least as long as I've known him. And it's another testament to the kind of relationship that a player and caddy share on the golf course. So even though Anna is not with him through and through his practice days, but in tournaments, Amar trusts Anna the most with his bag.
Yes, of course. Going back to that important relationship, a caddy can actually keep things in check when a player is doing well, and obviously sort of buck him up when they're not going according to his plan. So here, a look at the leaderboard. We have Dharma, whose lead has now been eliminated. He's tied with Kalin at 15 under par. Khalin and Veer at 13, Viraj at 12, Harendra at 10, Karandeep Kochar at 12 under, Kshitij at 11 under par, and Dhruv and Udayan hanging in there tied at 8 under par. So obviously this is turning out to be an exciting week. And I think our initial expectations of it being at about 24, 25 under par might happen, but looking that scoring is becoming a little difficult as the week wears on. Now look at Hamendra striding down the 18th, and this should actually give our viewers different perspectives on how this game is played. You have Honey, who would be maybe 20 or 30 yards by Hamendra. You have Abhishek also, who's a long hitter, hits it very high, and they'd have a different golf shot altogether. Abhishek is talking to Honey and probably talking about the wind direction right now, and
You can safely call them men in black, can we?
yes, it's definitely. As I said, there's a theme of the week. I'm sure these players planned the day before.
Yeah, seems like everyone's getting very, very friendly, calling each other up about what to wear the next morning. So interesting stuff happening here at Jaipur Open 2021, presented by Rajasthan Tourism. We now have Divyanshu Bajaj on the tee box, hole number 18.
Devanshu, what appears to be going with a 3 wood, I think. Yeah.
Very unexpected choice of club here. I would have really thought that everyone's going to go with a driver over here and take a chance at the 2 on. Probably, he's got a different game plan in mind. But definitely, it will be interesting to see as to what he ends up doing with this and how he plans his way around this whole.
Absolutely. So there's different perspectives for our viewers, and maybe he might just go with the 3 wood. If you're not confident with your driver, then you might just want to get it onto the short grass and make sure you are not in the trees. So sometimes accuracy is also obviously at a premium. So the player is the one who can actually judge how he's playing. And now Here's a look at Mukesh, ladies and gentlemen. This man is no stranger to success. He's the embodiment of golf in India. Over 120 professional tournaments won. He just going strong with age. He's over 50 now, but doesn't look it. And he's, you can bet your house on him. He's always consistent with his swing, his game. Very peculiar left to right kind of shot, and he's somebody just he goes on and on.
Yeah, one of the things, Shaurya, that everyone should know about Mukesh is the kind of hard work that he even puts in today. Even now, even today after the round, you will find him for an hour or two on the putting green, dialing in his putts and, getting that feel going. Also, he's very famous. They say कि वो बोरी भर के बॉल लेके जाता है farm में, and that's where he practices in Mau, on a farmland, and he takes hundreds of golf balls. To practice all together. So he just sends his caddy up forward and keeps hitting golf balls throughout the morning. Pawan Kumar, another Delhi lad, playing some consistent, solid golf off late, and making his way up the money list on the PGTI. So I mean, interestingly, Mukesh does spend a lot of time on the game and hones his skills. I have a very very fond memory actually of Mukesh. He comes from a humble background, and just a few years ago when I just started playing the tour, I was just having a chat with Mukesh. One of my first tournaments was when I played with him, and he was just fondly telling me about a Europe trip that he took with his wife. And it's amazing to see from where to where he has taken himself and his family and his fortunes. So the game of golf has actually given him all this, and of course. It's not a gift of nature or something. It's a skill that he has honed for all of his life, and the dividends are very much visible. Hani Besoya playing a very very aggressive shot from that front funnel area, leaving himself a 15 footer going back, really unlike his short game prowess.
So, as you said earlier, Mukesh's prolific practice routine, and what Ben Hogan used to say, the answer lies in the dirt. But I think the common theme is emerging that practicing on a farm might be very beneficial as opposed to a golf club. Is that, for our viewers, we don't want to confuse you, but obviously that goes to show that you have to make the most of what is available. And another thing is that now we have modern facilities, but oh, that's a
Oh,
beautiful.
wow.
Oh, that's
Abhishek Kohar giving it a go for his eagle, leaves himself just a little tap in. What a lovely attempt at eagle that chip was. And one other notable thing that everyone should know is that a lot of these players don't get around the greens and not trying to hit it really close to the hole. They're actually trying to hit it in the hole from there. So that is something that you should take away with you as the kind of precision they're all working with.
Coming back to your point about practicing, and so why a lot of these golf courses don't have that kind of a golf range where you can actually hit 600 golf balls. Now you have the modern facilities because the grass would all be torn up. So there are many components to it, and if you have a practice routine as exhaustive as Mukesh, I think you might have to end up finding a farm. But maybe the
Absolutely.
secret lies in the deep grass.
Why not? Why not? I just feel that anyone, anywhere, could take a leaf out of Mukesh's book, Om Prakash's book, Muniappa's book, and just understand that you can play golf anywhere. It doesn't. You don't need to be a member to be able to play this sport. You just have to have the will to want to try it, and that sort of an intention to try to get better at it, and that's all it really takes. You will find yourself a way to get it done.
Absolutely. These are inspirational stories, and that's how they've climbed up the ladder of success in this sport. And each one of them has done so much for their hometowns and even for their communities and get people into the sport and just take Indian golf to a higher stature. Now we have Hemendra, obviously aiming to replicate some of the success that we spoke about.
A lot of players using the claw grip this week, Shaurya. I really never thought that there'd be so many players on the PGTI playing the claw grip. I really thought it'd be probably one or two at max, but clearly we've seen plenty of them today.
Might be a ripple effect now. If some of the better players get success with this with the claw grip, then the other trailing pack actually looks at maybe that's what the secret elixir is, but that's often not the case. So, but yeah, maybe anything to get the ball in the hole.
Let's see if Honey can be as aggressive with his putt as he was with his chip shot. Uh, Really, very unlike him to have pitched the ball that far ahead on that green. But let's see. Hopefully, his stature of play can actually still make this birdie from 15 feet away.
Yeah, that now he actually has his work cut out. This is not the easiest of putts to hold. Downhill, breaking a little from his right to left, and then eventually trailing off to the right. Let's see what he does. But he is an aggressive player, and that kind of seeps into every part of his game. And that's how he's been able to win tournaments by a massive margin. So he's sort of given a short away there by not making birdie. But he would not be too crossed. He knows that he can get a lot of opportunities with his length. On this golf course, hole number 10, the par fives on the back nine, the 13th. So they're all holes that are well within reach for Honey.
Absolutely, Shaurya, but it's always a bit of a bummer when when you're on the front edge of a par five and not be able to convert an up and down, especially to a flag location, which is just on the middle of the green. If this was the back of the green, definitely it makes it a much tougher shot. But I think that that'll pinch Honey for his walk towards the first tee box. Now he started his round off the 10th tee box, and he'll be playing his front nine now. Abhishek Kohar, of course, cleaning up after that amazing attempt at eagle.
So, for our viewers who are just joining us right now, we are live at the Jaipur Open 2021 presented by Rajasthan Tourism in support by Hilton Group. And so what we are actually looking at is the leaderboard is turning out to be very interesting at this point in time. We have M Dharma, who's at 16 under par. He's made a birdie and actually caught up a lost stroke, followed by Kalin Joshi at 15 under par, Veer Alawat at 14 under par, Karandeep Kochar and Viraj Madappa at 12 under par, Manu Gandas, Sunit Chaurasia, Kshitij Navidkol at 11 under par, and Shivendra Singh Sisodia, Abhinav Lohan, Om Prakash Chauhan, Harindra Gupta, and Ankur Chadda all tied at ninth at 10 under par. So it's a very tightly bunched up leaderboard. And it's still early days. We have a lot of golf to play. It's been scintillating. The scores have been really low. And this promises to be an exciting weekend of golf.
So, I was just thinking about what happened in the USA about 10 years ago, where a lot of young crop of players had started winning on tour, starting the age of 17, 18, and a lot of winners up to the age of 22, 23. And of course, Tiger was one of the leaders to begin with this sort of a trend. It's taken India a few years to catch up on that, but definitely if we see the leaderboard now, if we see the money list now, we see that that effect has definitely permeated into India, but it's taken a little longer. But that's fine. We are still developing this game and we are growing, and it's good to see that this change is still happening.
Yes, absolutely. And one of the things which is heartening that the prize funds are slowly but steadily increasing. The popularity of this game is increasing, and people are starting to appreciate what our top golfers are doing at the global stage. And just goes to show what Shubhankar did the previous week. So we have a very strong contingent of golfers who are plying their trade all over the world.
This will be a good thing for people to understand. I mean, that's Pawan Kumar on the fairway on the 18th hole, giving his shot at the 18th green. He's gone with a longer club, so he's definitely trying for a two on. Going back to the money list and the way trends are really going, it's imperative to point out how Karandeep Kochar is right now leading the money order. He's played 13 tournaments and made 13 cuts. He's at 8 top 10s and 2 wins in this year. And he has been able to total up prize purse so far of 46 lakhs plus, which really goes to show what kind of prize purses are coming into India now. The growth and development of the game is really going strength to strength, and of course PGTI is at the helm and definitely going forward and leading the way in this. Also, another notable thing over here is that some of the bigger events of the year are still awaited. So you can easily guess that this number of 46 lakh plus is actually going to go up to 70 to 80 lakh rupees by the end of the year. And that by no means is a small prize purse for the number one person on the order of merit.
Yes, absolutely. But this season has been sort of a truncated season so far because of the current scenario. So we're probably midway during the season, and although the prize fund for the number one is a little bit skewed towards the top 10. So we ideally, when you look at professional golf, you also look at players who are in at the 60th position to 40th position. So even they are able to make a decently good living. And the opportunity that presents itself is that if they are able to win a tournament, right now we have a look at presently who that the 60th position is a very important unlimited Bajrang Mane. He's at 2,73,000. Obviously, that number is going to go up as he plays more tournaments. So, 60th position is the position where they're able to keep their card for the next year. Otherwise, they have to play the qualifying school, which happens every January, and then they have to re-earn their card to get a full playing right. So it's by no means given that you turn a professional and you can keep playing till ad infinitum, but you have to keep getting a card back or remain in the top 60. And the top 60 also get the added benefit of playing the season ender tournament, which is a very lucrative tournament at the end of the year, and that gives them the opportunity to make world ranking points and also a lot of prize fund as well. So if you look at the top five, it is actually rounded up by, on the merit list, it's rounded up by Chikka Rangappa, Viraj Madappa, and Khalin Joshi coming in at fifth with a prize fund of 29 lakh 42,608. And we have a few more tournaments, so obviously this will go up. So that's what keeps the juices flowing for the players. It's obviously the fame, the adulation, the victories, but for some players also the financial aspect is important because they're running their life through just this game. It is not just a game for them, it's a profession. So like any other profession, these numbers are important, and a lot of that goes towards their caddy, who is in probably in an agreement for 7 to 10% of the prize fund, and towards development of their own game and so on and so forth. Golf is it's becoming more accessible, definitely, but the cost of equipment is still quite steep at the professional level. So those are the expenses. If they have a sponsor, they will foot the bill. Otherwise, they're kind of just loan sharking everything themselves.
I think things alongside, expenses in the game of golf is, steadily getting better and better as we move along the times. I think there's a lot of, movement in terms of getting hands on much more affordable equipment. There is also, people are able to play more golf at a more affordable rate now. There are many other ways to actually skin the cat when it comes to cutting down expenses in golf. And in fact, for club golfers, they should also know that a lot of credit card companies actually give you free lessons and free golf rounds. So actually, you don't even need to be a member today, and you could be you could still be playing a round of golf for free. And American Express is the leader in this whole movement, giving its customers free round golf at some of the best golf courses in the country. So all these
Absolutely.
things definitely help in getting more and more golfers into the mix. So I do think that the sport of golf is becoming way more accessible, and things will only keep moving strength to strength as we go. Of course, these players, they're out there and competing and everything, but at the same time, we have to understand that this is all about skill. It is about being competitive. It is about getting your skill level to a point where you're one of the best golfers that this country has, and that's the only way to succeed in pretty much any profession that you get into at this day and age.
No, I think
Mukesh Kumar.
what is also a good thing is a lot of the golf courses in our country are actually supporting professional golf by having a certain discount on the green fee up to almost 50 to 70% in some cases, and some golf courses have willingly joined this program, and that's really good heartening for our professional golf tour members, because a membership is not always affordable or required. So these kind of initiatives really do help our players. And these golf courses do a lot in terms of junior golf development, just as Jaipur golf course, Rambagh golf course does as well. That's why you see that each of these golf courses have their players who are actually coming through the ranks and then turning professional, and then actually taking the name of the nation forward, performing at international stages, as so many have. And the PGTI plays as a very pivotal role in the development of this sport all over the country.
Pawan Kumar now leaves himself a 6 footer, and just before Pawan, we saw Mukesh Kumar, the veteran, giving himself a nice opportunity at birdie. He leaves himself a 3 footer tap in, and it really shows on his experience, right? The touch around the greens that he possesses even today, just by keeping himself up to the mark by all the practice that he puts in. I remember even a couple of tournaments ago, a couple of years ago, when I was still playing on tour, Mukesh would spend hours and hours just doing 2 to 3 footers on the putting green, just holding them from the corners of the hole, just getting his touch in order for the next day of play. We're looking at Divyanshu Bajaj now, flanked by the incredible India at the background, as well as the Hilton Jaipur, who is a sponsor for this week's tournament. Divyanshu Bajaj getting ready now to line up his putt. He's a Calcutta boy, and he's also been playing relatively well on the PGTI. He's had some really top finishes in the past 2 to 3 years. He's become a lot more consistent golfer. And, he hails from that Royal Calcutta Golf Club, the second oldest golf course in the world, mind you, ladies and gentlemen, in the world. So the amount of history that exists just within this own country is incredible. So difficult for us to even be able to go through and see each and every golf course because of the kind of history that we have and the kind of spans of land that we have. Divyanshu there gives it a bit of a leak, probably a little bit of a misread for him. Not very happy. He's looking at the line. When a player does that, you can tell that he's actually questioning himself of why that ball broke the other way while he was thinking that something else will happen with it. And this is self-introspection, helps the player to get up for the next day and also for the next few holes that he has. So constantly, their minds are running. They are, checking their golf swings, looking at what is going on with the ground, how the ground conditions are changing. Also, another notable thing for everyone to know is that a golf course really plays very, very different starting from the morning time. And then when the sun really reaches on top of the heads around noon, the course conditions really start to change at that moment. The course tends to become a little harder, the greens tend to become a little faster, ball tends to spin a lot lesser on the greens. So experience also teaches you how to adapt to these kind of situations. So always a pro golfer is constantly thinking on his feet as to how he's going to maximize the results of his day.
I think one thing which is noteworthy, we obviously on the penultimate day, but if you look at the noteworthy players who have missed the cut, the approach required in each golf course is so esoteric that this time none of the foreign contingent could make the cut, and we had players like Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola, who played so well previous week, missed it by one. We had N. Thangaraja from Sri Lanka missing the cut. We had Mithun Pereira, the established player from Sri Lanka, missing the cut. We had Digraj Singh Gill from United States of America, who missed the cut. MD Sayoom from Bangladesh, Badal Hussain. So obviously there's a litany of players who've missed the cut. It just shows that it's so competitive that you could be playing well one week and the next week you are out cold. In fact,
It's worth noting over here that some of the players like Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola actually shot a red number on both the days. So he shot 69 and 69, but still ended up missing the cut. So this is how tough the competition is becoming on the PGTI. So each of the players constantly need to keep upping their game. We also have other notable names on who've not ended up making it to the weekend. Akshay Sharma has been a solid player, a winner on tour now. Shot 68 and 70 to leave himself at 2 under par. And you cannot really say that any of these players must have played badly. It's just that they didn't capitalize the conditions as much as the other players did. So it really does not show anything on the ability of a player. It just shows on what was the weekly form like. Was the player able to adjust himself to the golf course and still have his skill up according to the new conditions, and how quickly they adapt.
I think if you look at it, even players like Angad Chima who's missed the cut, and it's actually they've played under par. So I think, in my opinion, and in the opinion of any golf players, that finishing under par for 2 days is no mean feat. They've done really well, but such is the competition right now, and I think it also matters when players play after a long break. They're actually more eager to go. And I've seen the scoring to be a lot better after a long break. So they've unfortunately been on the wrong side of the cull this time. So but I'm sure they'll live to fight another day. And coming up next month will be the big tournament at Chandigarh, so they'll all be practicing hard, so as to speak.
Dhruv Shoran actually just cleaned up on the ninth hole, and he won the PGTI qualifying school the first time he played it. We have Kshitij Naveed call, homegrown and a very homemade golf swing,
Mr.
but very
Bryson.
interesting. I would love to know, what kind of a concept he uses and what kind of thoughts he goes through, how he built this up for himself.
Do you think he's following the 7 protein shakes routine by Bryson?
I'm pretty sure he's looking at it. He's always known to be a fitter person on the tour, and I'm sure he will also be doing some stuff to up his game and some distance gains as well.
Is that a method that you'll be prescribing to your students, 7 protein shakes?
Not at all. Not at all. I go with a more holistic approach, along with not only eating right, fitness, and playing, and a more traditional sort of a golf swing. I'm not really into the newer ways of the world. But yes, definitely better understanding of biomechanics, I think, helps a player hit the ball terrifically well. And that's, I think, Kshitij Nave actually does use a lot of those concepts in his game. Whether he uses it knowingly or unknowingly is something which remains a question in my mind, but he does.
Yes, of course. I think we tend to talk in jest about these things, but nutrition and stuff like this, they're very important and only to be handled by professionals. Now, we also know that what Bryson has done, he would have an entire team behind him to achieve what he's done, not just at golf, but in fact, long driving. He's been clocking above 340, 50 yards carry, and I have a feeling that in our field we have so many players. If you just look at the leaderboard, players like Khalin, Veer, Viraj, they're just Udyan also and Dhruv. They all hit the ball. Kshitij, they all hit the ball really, really far. In fact, Karandeep, who's maybe still a good ball striker, I'm having to call him a medium hitter just because of the way the things are going, and he himself can actually roll the ball up to 300 yards on a good hit, if not more.
You're absolutely right. In fact, Karandeep Kochar is not one of the longer hitters out there, but so steady all throughout his game. Also, I'll put my money on Karandeep Kochar every day to keep hitting fairways after fairways. We have star player there, Chikka Rangappa, on the 18th hole, hitting his second shot now. Chikka, of course, is playing with Mohammad Sanju from Calcutta and Arjun Sharma from Greater Noida. And chasing down that ball now with his eyes, I think he's hit a good one, but leaves himself tad shy of the green.
His chase reminded me a little bit of Sergio Garcia. Had he done a couple more steps, Sergio Garcia ran up that Players Championship. So Chika, obviously, very animated. It's a good shot, and that's MD Sayoom that is playing. Sanju, sorry, MD Sanju that is walking alongside him. So, an interesting pairing, and now it's windy. You can see the leaves are sort of moving, and that just shows you that the wind is up right now. So, it's going to make for challenging conditions for leading groups as they head into the back nine and navigate what is the tougher part of the golf course. They have to capitalize on hole number 7, 8, 9. I really feel that's going to be the difference.
Definitely, Shaurya. 7, 8, 9 definitely are going to be the key holes. Also, I think that one of the other things that I would like to mention about Mohammad Sanju is that he, again, is a very, very solid ball striker and really compresses the ball, uses a lot of biomechanics himself, and I'm pretty sure he uses them unknowingly, but he does a really, really good job of getting after that golf ball. There's really good players out on the PGTI today. And the golf course itself will get a little more challenging as times go on. Wind is up, the greens are going to get harder as we move along. So it'll challenge the players. So let's see if they can continue the form and keep shooting the 8 and 10 unders that they have been. We have Shankar Das now, another top class player on the PGTI. He hails from Calcutta. Also has played some golf on the Asian Tour. A very, very solid golfer and completely unorthodox. He's got a very different sort of a homemade golf swing, very highly effective golf swing though. And in fact, when he gets inside 50 yards of the green, did you know that he actually turns the grip upside down?
Oh, that's a good piece of trivia. I didn't know it.
Yeah. We also have Tappy Ghai from Gurgaon.
And Shankar Das has actually been Order of Merit winner. Very unassuming sort of personality, but he has a very strong game and now being pushed by the younger lot, but holding his own, has made the cut and still always there and thereabouts on every weekend. Tappy guy, more of a power player now. With the trademark dark shades on and dark clothing. I think that's the theme of this week.
I think he just went into the wrong group. He should have just joined Abhishek Kuhart and Hani Besoya. It would have been a Men in Black kind of a season going on over there. We also have their third player now, Ravi Kumar.
Adding to this group, Ravi, obviously, again, a medium hitter, relies more on the short game and his game around the greens. Has had a decent round today, one over par so far, so maybe needs to turn it around, make some birdies if he needs to climb up the leaderboard. I think on these final 2 days, if you're in the latter half of the leaderboard, you would have to shoot under par to climb up, right? I think if you shoot even level par or one over, you would definitely be dropping places.
For sure. I don't think 1 under or 2 under is really moving up too many places. I think anything above 3 under will definitely move up a lot of places. Also, it's interesting for people to know that we play two par fives back to back to finish this golf course, which is 17th and 18th. Both are approachable par fives. So any player who could be even within 4 shots of the lead could actually end up catching up, because it gives you actually two eagle opportunities to close the day with. So you never know what's really going to happen on this golf course as well. No matter what lead the score sheet today shows you, but things can get super interesting as the rounds come into closure.
I think you made a brilliant point because even stretching further back to hole number 14, the par 5, the 15, the tough par 4, and the short par 316. So I think the final 5 holes can where fortunes can actually change. And there was Chika. I think he was trying to slam dunk it in the hole and missed it a bit, but he'll still have an opportunity for birdie. So this golf course has its own peculiar challenges and obviously opportunities galore with the last 5 holes. And you could see, the fortunes changing over there.
Generally you would see that the tour players do spin the ball hell of a lot from the bunkers, and clearly the greens are getting harder as we go along the day. As you can tell, Chika's ball did release quite a bit, so the greens are getting harder. So it'll be interesting to see what the players actually do on their back nines. Will they be able to adjust to that? The hardness that is happening onto the greens, and be able to still hit those close enough, or will they just keep pitching them on the hole and see what happens?
I think also viewers should note that as the day wears on and the wind picks up, the greens tend to dry up. So in the morning, you'd have some dew on the green, which would actually help you get some purchase on those shorter shots and let them, roll less and spin a little more. But as the day wears on, the green, the surface becomes harder. So control becomes a little tougher for the players as it bounces more and you can't pitch and stop the ball. So they have to sort of change their course correct their strategy midway, and that's why it comes back to a point that when you play later, every golfer is almost getting different conditions, even though the game is the fairest that you can have. But nature is its own beast, and so you're facing different challenges: the wind, the firmness of the green. So the player has to actually calculate a lot of things when he's playing.
One of the things that I would like to really comment on is uh, that's a lovely putt by Mohammad Sanju, giving himself a tap in on the 18th hole, most likely for birdie. We will only know in a short while. The it's worth appreciating how the PGTI is actually doing the tournaments, and elaborating on what you said earlier, Shaurya. I noticed when I was there in Delhi Golf Club last Saturday, the PGTI staff was still wrapping up the pro-am, and they were there till about 8:30 in the night, and they had left for Jaipur to set up the golf course for the tournament early Sunday morning, and the all the the setup of the course had to be done and stuff like that, and also managing the other stuff around the golf course. Also, the practice round starts early on Monday morning. So, the terrific work done by the PGTI staff, I think, is very, very commendable, and needs to be appreciated. Running a tour is no mean feat, and doing that with such elan and doing it so successfully is amazing, and it's a testament to how the tour is progressing. Chick Karangappa gave it a good shot, but brushed the hole and let the ball go just
It's
about 3 feet by.
that's a brilliant point by you. I think the way the tour has handled that, it's been exemplary. It's actually a lot more that goes on behind the scenes. It's a lot of operations management, which is a subject in itself. That getting everything together and ensuring that the players more, the focus is always the players and the facilities and the fairness of it. That everyone should have the similar ability to land up on a golf course, equal rights on the golf course, and everything just pans out perfectly. And to ensure that, they have a lot of things that go on behind stages, the operations, the marketing team, and so on and so forth. They have to come together and work in unison, and then they're able to give the players this platform and the viewers this platform, more importantly. And I think we are a very important mention also goes out to ABP network, and how there's a second week running now, we're live, and that's going to change a lot of things because we're able to see things in real time, what is going on a golf course. And that's very interesting for us as golf professionals and even past players. But even as viewers, it's something that gets you behind the scenes and lets you look at the players as they're navigating the tough challenges of different golf courses week in, week out.
Arjun Sharma made that putt for birdie on the 18th hole, firm 8 footer. Made it with a hell of a lot of confidence. We have Mohammad Sanju now ready to clean up for his birdie on the same hole. Sanju, again, a veteran on the tour, hails from Calcutta and has had many, many top finishes on the PGTI. Still a rock solid player, struggling to find a bit of form, but clearly has been working hard on his game and moving forward and trying to catch up with the young guns now.
Another thing, a point that viewers are seeing who are not initiated with the game of golf, you'd see that the bags and these trolleys are actually kept at the edge of the green. So only players and caddies are allowed to walk up to the green. You can't actually keep your bag or your trolley on the green because the surface of the green is supposed to be unblemished, and it's somewhere where it's supposed to be very plain, so it can't have inundations which are caused by external factors. So that's one of the reasons that the green is always taken care of. And a note of thanks to all the greenskeepers and the maintenance staff that actually make it possible to hold a professional golf tournament, because you'd have these golf courses where the members and the greenfield players play a lot of rounds and the grass actually wears out. There's a lot of wear and tear. So to get things in condition, there's a lot of work that goes on behind in terms of maintenance. It's a whole science in itself. The kind of grass, the under the ground they have the sprinkler system. It's a whole universe in itself.
We are back to the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. At the Jaipur Open 2021, M. Dharma seems to have caught some sort of pace and now at minus 17 in total, followed closely by Kalin Joshi at 15 under par. Veer Alawat is at 14 under par, and Viraj Madappa at 13 under par, followed closely by Karandeep Kocher, the money order winner, at minus 12. So really solid golf happening over here, and I think everyone's coming into a place where this tournament can be a shot for any of them. We also have Ankur Chadda, who's picked up another shot for himself and now gone up to minus 11. In fact, minus 11 now makes tied sixth position, going all the way tied till the 10th position. So all these gentlemen are Manu Gandas, Suni Chaurasia, Kshitij Navedkar, Harinder Gupta,
Oh, that's a
as well as
great
Ankur
putt.
Chadda.
That's a great putt by Harinder, making
So-
a birdie here.
Harinder will be going up to 12 under par now, and getting himself back to even par for the day.
Now the wind is really picking up. This could prove to be a challenge on this hole. I think what we're looking is the 18th hole, and we're looking at Shankar Das. So this much wind makes it very tough because you can't really aim too far out to the right. There's a water hazard which is not visible in our view via the camera, but it is there and it's lurking, is waiting to catch any errant shot.
In fact, in this month, especially when this weather is now changing, we're moving into winters. The wind gusts do tend to pick up quite a bit when the ball reaches up, on its peak height. That's when the wind really starts hitting it a lot more. Viraj Madappa just missing his putt on the ninth hole. We have Karandeep Kocher now lining up just to wrap up that ninth hole and move on to the back nine of the round. Karandeep Kocher maintaining himself at minus 12 with a 1 under par today through 8 holes.
What are your suggestions for our viewers watching this kind of a putt, short 3 foot, 4 foot putt? How do we ensure that we make it more often than we miss it? I mean, there's something that has always befuddled me, this length of putt. There's so many variables. What should we do? Should it be a good routine, stick to a putter, or just listen to your caddy, or just maybe say a prayer? What's to be done?
I think say a prayer would be more apt than anything else. But on a more serious note, I think one of the things that on a 3 footer is to be considered is there would usually be not much of a slope on this kind of a putt. So you'd have the lines pretty much on the inside of the hole. So you could have it on the edge or the inside or the left center or the right center of the hole. You wouldn't find too much of break unless and until, of course, there will be anomalies on certain golf courses. I mean, for an example, like a KGA or an Oxford Golf Club, where you will see a lot more change in that. You might see some curling putts as well, but mostly you can find them inside the hole. And the most important thing, in my opinion, in this putt is to make sure that you line up your putter well. And lastly, but actually the most important part is to make sure that you make a confident putt. Most of us actually end up lining up and doing all of the things properly, but we don't actually hit the ball more confidently. We end up just, getting it to just go through the putter and not give it enough speed and not enough of a hit. I think that would be the most essential part. So line up your putter and give it a good hit, no matter what happens to the ball thereafter. If we try to control the results, I've noticed, Shaurya, that especially from this length, if we try to control the results, we are going to hit doomsday. So it's best to just line up and just stroke it confidently thereafter.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, right from the horse's mouth. And now you should be making a lot more putts from 3 feet. If you're not, then obviously we can see you in the broadcast tomorrow, and you'll know who to blame. But
They,
but
they,
please, yeah, confidence is key, and just hit and hope and walk to the next green. So yeah, now we have on the 18th hole. Obviously, they've navigated some sort of trouble. They're about 50 yards short of the green. They've not gone for the green. Now we have Tappy Ghai, or taking a preferred lie to get the kind of lie that he would want. This is a change that happens sometimes in weeks if the conditions is not exactly how we want it for the players. So the golf course obviously playing really well. It's playing really well, but due to the relaying and due to the rain, there are some patches where the ball might catch dirt. So this helps the players.
kind of like
So let's look at that. And that's a divot, ladies and gentlemen. Divot is actually the patch of dirt and grass that actually comes out when the player hits his shot, and he's done well there. And you'll see that the caddy will actually replace that. That's very important. That's one of the most important parts of golfing etiquette, is actually leaving the golf course in a better shape than what you found it. So, for weekend warriors and, recreational or even serious players, always try and ensure you repair one divot more than what you make. That would be something that I would practice in my days, is when you go onto a green, you have a pitch mark, you repair one more. And that way you always ensure that the golf course is in good shape.
I think it's a great thought to have. In fact, we can use this outside as well. If you find something around you in the marketplace or somewhere, you go for a walk and you find dirt lying around the ground, might as well just help the community and pick that up as well.
Absolutely.
That is something that we can use in the rest of our lives as well. And this is something that golf teaches us.
I totally agree. That goes back to our Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, and that's how it permeates into the game of golf. I think golf is, if you do it well, there are a lot of things that actually resonate with society at large, and that's something that we can pick up on. And a lot of our golfers, one thing first and foremost is that they learn is respect for the golf course, and that's something that you have in common, and obviously discipline. So those are the finer qualities that obviously we can all look to emulate. And here a look at Shankar, who seems to be here in two, very prolific with his short game. From 20 yards he can actually hold the ball, and he'll have to rely a lot on that.
So that's Shankar with the left hand low on his chipping. So, ladies and gentlemen, it'll be interesting for you all to know that he's actually using an unconventional grip from what he uses for the rest of his game. Left it slightly short of the hole, but you can't count Shankar out. He is a beast with that putter.
Yes, but he'll have to extricate the most out of his game if he is to contend, and that's I really feel that with the game, moving towards distance, and even the controlling, governing bodies looking a way of dialing it back. I'm not sure if that happens, but even if it does or doesn't, I think the medium hitters and the shorter hitters really do have their work cut out. They're not the leaderboard is peppered with longer hitters. Is there something that they can do from your perspective, or even otherwise, to be more consistently up there and try and compete with the longer hitters? Is there club fitting or shaft fitting that gives more distance, or is that even required? Because we've seen players like Luke Donald try and really push the boundary of distance and destroy their game in that. Or should we just stick to what we have?
To all the viewers, we are here at the Jaipur Open 2021. This has been supported by the Rajasthan Tourism. One of the things that I would request the viewers to do is that they can probably pop in a lot of questions into the YouTube comment box, so that we can answer them going forward in case someone wants to know how to get into the game of golf, how it is played, what kind of information would they require, anything to do with technique or stuff like that that you would like to inquire about. We'd be happy to take those questions on as we move forward.
Yes, absolutely. And we'd love to hear from you, and your questions and interactions with viewers is what actually keeps the game going, and helps spread more awareness about golf and how it's supposed to be played. As we have a look at a downhill left right curling putt for birdie. So Ravi Kumar's attempt just goes a little to the left, but that should be fine. He'll clean up for what it seems to be his par, I think. So this is a very interesting finishing hole. So if you have a one shot lead, it could go anyway on this hole, right towards the end.
So etiquettes really make the game of golf what it really is. So it's not only just playing a sport, but it's also learning a lot of other things along the line, especially to do with camaraderie, making friends on the golf course, playing with other people, playing with people of different handicap, honing a skill. All of these things really end up adding more to your life than just a sport. So and it's definitely one of the greatest games ever played because of all the toughness that it packs in those four letters itself. Shankar Das, like I mentioned, he is no one to be considered out when it comes to putting. He hold that putt for birdie, left his chip a little bit on the short side, but clearly, confidently cleaned up for his birdie. We have Tapi Ghai now preparing himself for his next putt on the 18th hole. Very interesting crop of new youngsters coming up in golf. Extremely fit people. All of them really vying to get on the higher tours of the world. It's absolutely commendable the kind of work that is being put today, very very professionally into the sport. Of course, the advent of public golf courses, the advent of having private driving ranges, like a couple of them in Delhi, NCR, also a bunch of them in the rest of the parts of the country, helps in developing the sport of golf. There's another public golf course. Uh, Much less would have heard of it. It is in Calcutta, very close to the airport, and they offer you a round of golf at a very, very economical rate. And these kind of movements in the game of golf really, will help to change the perception that has been built by the sport of being too expensive. Which honestly, once you get into the game, you will realize that it's not as expensive as people think of it to be. Of course, there is specialty equipment, but then again, there are other ways and means of getting yourself equipment, which can be of which cannot cost you an arm and a leg. So one could try to get that also going for yourselves. Like I said earlier, there are a couple of members who do like to come around over here and watch the tournament, interact with the players. So that's always lovely to watch. We have M Dharma at 18 under par now, leading the tournament by 3 shots. It's great to have an office out there in the open spans. You can be under the sunlight, you can, feel the wind, be amidst so much of greenery, so many flowers, and, so much flora, fauna all around. It's great that people are able to, be able to enjoy this. And of course, it's not something very, very easy, but definitely it's something that could be aspirational for everyone to be able to enjoy this. Colin Joshi now moving up and down that green on the ninth hole, trying to find his line to make that putt. Colin Joshi from Bangalore, trailing M Dharma at 15 under par. He is 3 shots off the pace. Dharma clearly has pulled up his socks and gone up to 2 under for the day and 18 under in total for the tournament. Clearly, after that first shot that he dropped for the day, he has pulled up his socks and moving upwards back again. Dharma has been playing rather consistently off late, so I would really think of him to keep that steady game on and keep moving forward as the week progresses.
I think Dharma just showcases bouncing back from adversity. We were just discussing how he dropped a shot, and maybe a 2 or 3 under round would have been good enough, but he's proved me wrong. Three birdies on the trot, that is really impressive stuff. And I think he's done a lot of work behind the scenes on his game, his temperament, the way he's reacting to dropped shots and everything else really promises to be an exciting week. And as we look at that flag flutter quite violently, if you may, so the wind is really picking up on the back nine, and this 18th hole makes for a mouth-watering viewing for the viewers. And look at Cullen here, who is currently at 15 under par, playing really well back-to-back weeks. Such deep under par scores on two very different golf courses, and that's another great putt. So he would move to 16 under par. So, ladies and gentlemen, none of these players are done yet, and they are signaling their intent. So, Dharma, you best keep going and make birdies.
In fact, yesterday I was seeing that the 10th hole also is playing very reachable. In fact, Dharma made an eagle over there one of the days. So, it's sorry, he made a birdie over there one of the days. And it's actually a reachable par four. So some of the players choose to hit a 5 iron or a 6 iron off the tee and give themselves a wedge shot in. But some of them who can hit it high and long enough actually go over the hazard on the left and carry it all the way up to the green. So that also, the 10th also is an opportunity for players to actually make eagles and birdies.
That's another hole that I'm excited to see. But like going for that green is not for the faint of heart. It has OB on the right. There's a thick bush on the left where you can lose your ball. And in my playing days, I've tried to go for the green, and I went up found myself on the tee back again, reloading. But these guys are good, ladies and gentlemen. By no by no means we're saying that they would go for the green, but I think if they would, it'll make for a mouth-watering prospect.
For me, I would say that any of these players, especially the ones who are riding up the top 10 and the top 20 this week, all of them have got a huge heart, and they are good enough to be able to take on that tee shot. Dharma this week has already made two eagles, one on the 14th hole on day one and one on the 18th hole on day two.
So do you think he's picked up length of the tee because he was not a prolific hitter or a long hitter earlier? How would he compare to the years gone by where he was a medium hitter? I think maybe 7 or 8 years ago, when I was still playing on the tour, he was one of the medium hitters. But now there's something about his game that has definitely switched. He's performing at a very high level. What is that like? What for our viewers? Somebody like Dharma, who was maybe a good average player, to really become one of the elite players in the PGTI. What has he done?
I think Dharma is a good example of practicing regularly and trying to sharpen up the skill set. He's still not one of the longer hitters on the tour, but what he is he's very steady. He has a good game across all the aspects of the game that are required. So all of those things, consistency in practice and consistency in keeping your mind straight, all of these things are the ones that Dharma is really riding on. And in terms of the skill set, he already had all the skill set. They've just become sharper and sharper over time, giving him the better dividends as we see it now.
Do you think also that the home course where they play in Bengaluru, the KGA, and the support from their club to the players who are able to practice and play on those facilities and actually hone their skills on a very international level golf course, that plays a big part. Support and how they nurture the talent.
Sure, absolutely. In fact, being a good facility in itself, the KGA, it always helps the players to excel in their games, make their skill sets a lot better. We have now on the 18th hole walking up Ranjit Singh in his flamboyant walk, as it's always been, playing alongside Pankaj Mandia.
Ranjit, a very good golf from Chandigarh. We saw him last week, and it's a lot of familiar faces I'm seeing. Maybe just a handful of new people who've made the cut, but a lot of the players who made cut at Delhi Golf Club are here back again, trying their luck, and that's just showing you that form is actually seeping into the next week. And Ranjit is doing well, one of the veterans on tour. Term we tend to use loosely now because they're far and few in between. So the ones we see, we call them as established veterans. But yes, of course, he earns that moniker. He's a good player, has had a lot of good top 5, top 10 finishes on the PGTI, has always been there and thereabouts, consistent with his iron play, serious about fitness. Had his brother used to play on the PGTI till recently, who's now not playing full time. But both of them made a formidable pair, and now Ranjit is keeping the family name flying high. Now Pankaj Mandya with his birdie chip, eagle chip rather, and he would have that short 2.5 feet putt for birdie. should make it. The wind is really picking up, and that's going to be a formidable challenge with the back nine. And for our viewers who are just joining us, we are live at the Jaipur Open, presented by Rajasthan Tourism and Hilton Hotels. And as we look at the leaderboard, we have M Dharma at 16 under par.
Also, a notable mention to the Rajasthan State Sports Council, which has been promoting the development of sports activities and providing coaching to the players of the state. Set up in 1957 by the government of Rajasthan. Another, very interesting fact that comes in is that the sports minister of Rajasthan, Shri Ashok Chandna, is an ardent polo player and represented swimming championships for the state. And he also is very, very proactive in promoting the sports culture in Rajasthan. It always helps to have people who are interested and do play sports themselves to be at the helm of things. They understand the passion and what sports really brings to the table for the community as such of the state, of a city, or just a locality.
Absolutely, of course, they play a key role in ensuring that sports is played and there's a sporting culture. And I think sports is so useful for the youth. I think that keeps them proactively engaged and as they grow up. And not everything has to culminate into a profession, but I think sports, maybe even other sports, not just golf, but golf specifically because it's multifaceted game and is able to impart a lot of values to children while they grow up, and even for corporates and working professionals, government officials, it's a good way to decompress after a day's work. But I would say for the younger lot, it's definitely a game that can teach them a lot about themselves, respect, patience, and obviously it on a, to take it seriously, it is a time consuming game and that can keep you proactively engaged.
In fact, just looking at Ranjit's putter, he's using a longish putter and holding the grip midway. One of the few center shafted putters you would see in use anymore. So that's an interesting fact. And funnily, even though it's a longer putter, that model of the pink putter is called a little one.
Oh, we learn something new every day.
Pankaj Mandia now putting for his birdie after a nice chip from few yards short of the green.
He again has opted for the flag to be in the hole, so that's something I think that helps them make the putt. Maybe that helps them align better, if especially if it's a straight putt. Now he's seeing Ranjit. Is he going to ask the flag to stay there or to be removed?
What do you think,
Yes.
Shaurya? What would you do if you would you like the flag in or out
No,
when you're putting from
absolutely
10, 15
out.
feet?
I mean, I personally like the flag out because I think it sort of impedes on the line, and you tend to get, unless it's a straight putt, keep it there, but otherwise always take it out because you can end up mishitting the putt because you would always, your eyes would always be aligned on the center where the flag would be there. So I would recommend, especially on shorter putts, to not have it there because there's no visible advantage. Maybe if you have a downhill putt where the flag can act as a backstop, and then maybe keep it there.
In fact, personally, I'm so used to taking out the flag, and since this new ruling came out, I've hardly played any golf. So if I do end up playing any golf, I don't think I'll. I think I'll be really uncomfortable keeping the flag in.
So I'll take you on your word that you haven't played any golf. Then I'll have a wager with you after this tournament. But you
Great. How
better
many shots do I get?
you better not have played any golf.
You can check on that.
So in fact, on the lighter note of things, once we stop playing full-time golf, we still do play the recreational round here and there with our friends on the PGTI, and we are lucky to have access to such a good crop of professionals that we can play our friendly rounds with. And really does, when you see the standard of game that they have, it's really heartening that they've improved from year to year and strength to strength. And I play a lot of my golf at Noida and see these players, and they're doing so well. The likes of Gaurav Pratap Singh, Amardeep Malik, Vikrant Chopra, just to name a few. I apologize if I miss any. Dipankar Kaushal, who's made the cut, I think who's missed the cut by
This
one
week.
shot. So you can see how fickle it is. I mean, he was two under par, but that's not good enough this week. So go back to the drawing board and re-strategize and revitalize and come back next month. Look at our leaderboard here. Dharma surging ahead. Forget me not He dropped his shot, and we thought he would maybe be caught up by the chasing lot, but then he just proved us wrong. Now he's there at 18 under par. That's a very handsome score, 18 under par after just 30 45 holes. He's almost making a birdie every 2.5 holes. So it's really good. Veer at 15 under par. Cullen not letting up. Viraj, Harinder, Karandeep at 10 under par. And so you're seeing this leaderboard is littered with a lot of good names who playing, who just not happy with par anymore. Par used to be a good score at one point in time. Poor old par, I feel.
Taking a look at the scoreboard now, Sunil Chaurasia is 5 under for the day. He's gone up to 12 under. He's up 9 spots than where he started. Ankur Chadda is 6 under for the day. Gone up 21 spots since where he started. And Abhinav Lohan at -4. So Gaurav Pratap Singh now walking down the fairway on the 18th hole.
So this is going to be a very interesting shot for Gaurav Pratap Singh because he favors a left to right fade. And as we were discussing with our viewers, now if you have trouble on one side where the left side is trouble on this hole and the wind is from the right, so it's going to make it tough for Gaurav who likes to favor a left to right. He'll have to fight the wind and then probably stand a little to the left. So it makes for an intimidating shot. Whereas if there's a draw player, it's easy, just stand right and the wind and your short shape will bring it back.
Another very interesting thing for our viewers to know is that when you play a left to right shot into right to left wind, actually that chops off the distance a little bit. So because the ball's fighting against the wind, so it increases the spin on the ball and the ball travels a lot lesser, which of course no one wants that on a par 5. Clearly we can see Gaurav Pratap Singh is a little bit towards the left of the fairway because that's the kind of shot shape he plays, and to be able to fight that wind is a different challenge altogether, and the wind gusts are quite high today. So keeping that in shape is definitely going to be something. Abhinav Lohan now 4 under par through 12 holes and a total of 10 under par. Another notable mention, Manu Gandas also maintaining himself. He's at 3 under par for the day and -10 for the tournament as of now.
Ankur Chadda has really put his pedal to the floor and he's at 6 under par. I mean, he's just going from strength to strength. So look out for him. He's come striding up the leaderboard. Here we can have a look at the leaderboard once again. The top remains unchanged, but obviously Cullen is closely in pursuit, and so is Veer. Harindra is at 13 under par. Suneet moving up the leaderboard. Viraj needs to make a few birdies. He's having a little bit of a quiet day. Karandeep Kochar at 11 under par. Ankur, who we just spoke about, 11 under par. And then Manu Gandas and Abhinav Lohan at 10 under par. Look at a few noteworthy names, who are lower down the field but who are doing well. There is Divyanshu Bajaj shooting 3 under par today, total of 9 under par, and then there's Shankar Das who's a total 4 under and 1 under for the day. There's Abhishek Kuhar, who we saw previously, who's having a very good day at 4 under par and total 8 under par. But also in the latter half, you're seeing a lot of players struggling and over par. But on the whole, no real bad scores. Maybe, Varun Parekh at 4 over, who's having a little bit of a hard day, and Yashas Chandra and Abhishek Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan at 3 over par. But the standard of golf is good. They're not really letting go, and that's another thing that viewers should know, that even the difference between the 49th and the 50th position means considerable points and prize money. I'm sorry, only prize money. The world ranking points are only for the top 5. So there's always something to play for. So you'll see that the players even in the bottom half are focusing right towards the end of their day.
Leaderboard this week has only red numbers on it, and it's is it coincidental or what that it is red while the city is pink? So quite colorful here for the PGTI players. Rajasthan as a state, actually. Oh, there you go, another pink shirt with Shivendra Sisodia.
And Gaurav Pratap Singh with his shirt, the apron of his shirt is also colorfully red and pink. So yes, adding color to this day. And now you're seeing the wind really pick up.
Yeah.
You're seeing leaves flying, and you can call it a very challenging condition at this point in time. And obviously, he's a long hitter, is Pukhraj. He has to be a mid iron, I would think.
So going talk about Ranthambore National Park, Sariska National Park, Mukundra Hills National Park, and a rich variety of vegetation and animal bird species over here. In fact, the Bengal tigers are visible at the Ranthambore National Park, and the Sariska National Park is a very, very famous wildlife destination as well. So, not only do you have forts to be seen in Rajasthan, the history, the folk dances, and you also have wildlife sanctuaries over here to have a look at.
So there's a lot to do just in addition to the golf.
Great experiences, in Rajasthan. In fact, not only Jaipur, the pink city, you also have Udaipur, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer. All these cities also have rich history. In fact, the triangle, or there is a triangle of Jaipur, Agra, and Delhi, which is called the Golden Triangle. There is another triangle in Rajasthan itself, which is Bikaner, Jodhpur, and Jaisalmer, which also makes for a very highly rich cultural triangle for people to go and visit in Rajasthan.
Okay, that's a lot of good information for our viewers. And now getting back to the action, we have Shivendra on the 18th with what appears to be his third shot. Obviously, these trees that line up the fairway, they're about 100 yards short of the green, and you actually have to hit a good shot. If it's not high enough, it actually clips the branches, and then you'd have your work cut out for making birdie. Now we see him, he'll probably try and play a skip and stop kind of a shot with some sort of backspin applied to it.
Shivendra Sisodia is about 60 odd yards from the flag at this point. These trees are about 40 to 50 yards short of the green. But luckily, even though he's crashed into the trees, he's got a clear shot into the green, which is very, very difficult. Usually, players who get caught in this area are unable to get the best shot. They usually have to play a chip and run, sort of a chip out with a lower lofted club. But clearly, Shivendra has managed to find himself a shot. Pukraj Singh just crawling up that green.
Look for this to be close. And yes, we called it rightly so. And it's going to be about 6 feet uphill putt. Right to left should be maybe able to make his birdie now. A caddy filling the divot. So, I mean, it's all around very interesting golf this week.
It's
And
very confidence inspiring when you crash into some trees for your second shot and then end up giving yourself a good shot at birdie. It's always very confidence inspiring for the player. Gaurav Pratap Singh in two has landed up just on the fringe of the green. You can be rest assured that he's going to give it his best shot to make an eagle over here. Pukhraj Singh Gill also just off the frontage on the right side of the green.
I think it also depends on the kind of fortunate bounce that you get off a tree. You could well end up in the water or the OB. So a golfer is also happy that you've hit a tree and you still have an opportunity to get away with your birdie or par. And that is kind of the positive momentum that actually rolls on for him.
I think that's really, usually you cannot really tell where the ball's going to end up when it hits a tree. And definitely all players are trying to avoid any of these kinds of troubles where unpredictable patterns take place.
I think that's
Pukraj
something.
Singh Gill on the 18th hole is looking to see if he can get a drop or a preferred lie. Uh, so he's asking his playing partners, and this is also a part of etiquettes of golf. Do not just take a drop or anything on your own. In fact, you have to ask your fellow players and get their permission for the same. This is the way the game is built. That's why it's called a gentleman's game. Everyone is together. They take permission from each other to take penalty drops or free drops as such, and even preferred lies. Pukraj Singh Gill now decides to change his club as the lie of the ball seems to have changed after that.
And also another new change in the ruling: when you drop the ball, you actually have to drop it from knee height as opposed to shoulder height, what it was up till previously. So all these smaller changes all aim towards speeding up the pace of play.
You think that dropping the ball from the knee is going to be any different from dropping the ball from an arm height?
Well,
A lovely attempt there
oh,
by
what a
Pukrat Singh
shot!
Gill and a beautiful
Beautiful shot.
chip attempt. And I think he should be able to clean that up for his birdie. Lovely, lovely chip shot. We're going to look at Gaurav Pratap Singh now attempting his eagle.
I think coming back to your question, the difference might be that the velocity at which it hits the ground, so maybe bouncing around less. If you drop it from a shoulder height, it's bound away, and maybe sometimes they have to take a redrop. So maybe they've done the averages, the governing body. Then if it's dropped from knee height over maybe 100, 200 drops, it actually speeds up the play by an X amount. So yes, I think it would make a certain small incremental difference. And
This would be an interesting chip by Gaurav Pratap Singh. Always been known for his short game prowess, and you can tell it from his eyes that he's going to go for it, and it'd be an interesting shot that he makes.
he's
And
thinking eagle. I
yeah,
don't even think he's thinking birdie. He's very aggressive.
absolutely, absolutely, he is definitely not thinking birdie. He's thinking eagle for sure.
And no, he's just left it short, but should make his birdie.
Yep, comes up about 3 to 4 feet shy of the hole. Very unlike Gaurav Pratap Singh. He usually keeps things pretty aggressive, but clearly could be a slight misread of the speed over there. We have Shivendra Singh Sisodia now attempting that birdie putt, and it's interesting. Did you notice, Shaurya, that there is this tree that one of those tree houses on that tree at the back? It's interesting how the club has kept a tree house at the back on that tree. It's almost like a little bird's nest over there.
I didn't notice it. Obviously, I'll give it a look now that you've told me. I think obviously a golf course does a lot for flora and fauna, and that's one of the key things that it does. It preserves nature. It actually becomes a nature reserve for a lot of the birds, species, animals that call this place their home. So yes, of course, that's something that.
Interestingly, Shivendra Singh Sisodia is also supported by Ultimate Golf Foundation out in Gurgaon. That's where he trains as well. So, the Golf Foundation is actually trying to get more and more people from the humble backgrounds into the sport of golf and grow the game. Shivendra misses that birdie attempt and would clean up for a par. Interesting putt here for Gaurav Pratap Singh. We've seen that putts do break right at the end on this golf course. So, we will take a look at what he does from here on and what kind of a putt he actually hits. He's generally speaking an aggressive player, so I would think he's going to go with something firm.
I think this kind of greens would actually favor a firm putter. So I think look for him to make this and move up the leaderboard. You can see his trousers also fluttering in the wind. So it is obviously the wind is up and it's favoring some players on this hole. Maybe more of an impediment on the next one, which is a reachable par four with wind from the left. So let's see what he does here. So this would be the final hole for Gaurav Pratap Singh on his round.
Yes. Gaurav Pratap Singh was in the first group that teed off the first hole with Pukrat Singh Gill and Shivendra Singh Sisodia. So they are cleaning up their
And he's had
penultimate round.
He's had a very good outing today at 2 under par. So this would be to go to 3. And yeah, well done. So he would finish the day at 9 under par, probably tied for 15th or 13th position. So he's really moved up the leaderboard with that round.
Lovely. I mean, steady play always pays off. Keeping it in shape for all 4 days will always help the players get up atop the leaderboards. Having said that, I'd like to go a little bit back towards club golf and junior golf and, just talk about the various facilities and the new things that are happening in the sport of golf. The amount of coaching facilities available, the affordability of the game has been becoming better and better over the past couple of years, be it in terms of facilities to practice at, be it in terms of coaching facilities, be it in terms of, playing at a golf course with various facilities for even not paying the green fees. Thanks to even if you have an American Express card, you could actually not pay the green fees and play on different golf courses. So all of these things, I think, are just going to help us all grow the number of golfers. And gone are those days when golf was considered to be an expensive sport. It's very much approachable for most people now.
Yes, absolutely. I think you can pick it up as a hobby. There are so many public golf courses, public ranges that have come up. That's a new phenomenon that is happening where you can actually rent a set for as less as 100 rupees per day. So you can definitely learn the game, go to a golf range, spend your time in the green environment and learn it, and then you can play on public golf courses once a week, twice a week, and that is still affordable enough. But when you want to take it up seriously or as a serious hobby, then obviously it moves on to a different genre altogether. But I think the golf courses and the federations have done a lot to improve the access of golf to the common man. And I think our viewers should actually head up to our website, pgtofindia.com, and learn more about which golf courses are there. And if there's information required, you can actually reach out to the social channels and just ask the staff, and they'll help you on your way.
While we're taking a look at the leaderboard, and of course the scores are right in front of your own eyes, any of these players that all you viewers might be in awe of, and if you appreciate them, they're all on Instagram and Twitter, and maybe you should go around and give them a follow very easily. I'm pretty sure you can find all of their names with golf at the back, and that should be good enough to find their handles. And it'll be nice to know what the players do as a training regimen, and also to know what they do in their free time. All of these things really showcase what the player is outside of the golf course and what their personalities truly are like. So there's a lot to learn from them, a lot to see about them. They would be also quite friendly. So maybe go around, give them a shout out, give them a follow, and also we hope that you are enjoying this live coverage from the Rambagh Golf Club. This is the second time that the PGTI is being telecasted live on an online channel, and this is a great step by PGTI and ABP News and WA Cricket to take things forward and make golf into a sport known by the masses.
And we've had the good fortune of joining you on this journey, and it's been very fascinating for us as well to see how the reception has been of the game. And please feel free to reach out to us on social media, ask us questions about the game, and we're more than happy to see more involvement in this great game. And as we look at the leaderboard right now, M. Dharma is at 18 under par, Khalin Joshi 16 under par, Veer Alawat at 15 under par. So is it safe to say that the tournament is going to be between these three, or you expect that even up to anyone on this page can actually win? What do you think, Rahul?
So definitely, Shaurya, as you were speaking earlier also in the day, anyone within, I think, 7 to 8 shots of the lead can easily catch up. The numbers clearly show a different picture altogether. There's 18, 16, 15, 13 or atop the leaderboard, but also the way Ankur Chadda is playing. Karandeep Kocher again, catching some amount of steam in his game. Udyan Mane also making, his way stealthily up the leaderboard. So, all of these guys are within 8 shots of the lead. And knowing the nature of this golf course, like I said earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if someone ends up finishing the round with 17th and 18th, both birdie in the end. Sorry, eagle in the end. And, that could really make them jump up. And for all of these guys that you see on your screen right now, do not be surprised if they do finish eagle, because they are that capable, and they have they are approachable greens, and they'll be able to convert those. So this can turn out to be an interesting day. Very good scoring going on at the Rambagh Golf Club. Players are seeming to be very, very aggressive. The wind is picking up a little bit. At the same time, the players are highly skilled and will be able to take that on. But it'll be interesting to see what happens on the back nine, especially the stretch of 10 and 11. The 11th hole is a long par 3. So, that'll be a good challenging hole to look at as to what kind of scores come out from there. And now looking at the wind from the 18th hole, the 11th is actually going to be playing headwind. It's already a 220 or a 230 yard par 3 with a tabletop-ish green. It's the greens moving off the left side and off the right side. There's a funneling happening of the ball on those sides. So it's a tough tee shot, and now got straight down headwind. So a lot of players actually might be hitting 3 woods onto that green now.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it makes the course a lot tougher.
The medium hitters especially, and I think that stretch of holes, the 11th, to a certain extent, maybe the 12th, because it's a tricky little hole which bends to the right, and then you have the 15th hole, the 14th is a par 5. So these holes will actually see a seesaw battle between players, and could actually determine the winner. So a lead of 1 or 2 shots could easily be caught up by the chasing pack. So, and obviously it gives the leader an opportunity to separate himself. Like Dharma has a lot of these holes coming up, and in the rich vein of form that he is in, he could well do that.
Absolutely. In fact, they're very interesting. Even the 12th hole is quite an interesting hole with it's almost a 90-degree dogleg to the right. So the player must place his tee shot with a 5 iron or a 4 iron in the middle of the fairway, and yet he has to keep himself right enough to not get close enough to the trees on that side. Also, he does not want to go too left because he ends up getting a much longer approach shot, and no player wants that. So, they're all trying to, even that 4 iron needs to be hit absolutely in line so that they can get a good second shot and be able to still get a mid iron to a low iron so that they can attack the flag. So it is challenging, and any player who is on top of their iron games will actually be able to take care of that. And then we're moving on. We go on to the 13th hole, the par three. You actually look at that, similar to all the other holes at Rambagh Golf Club. There are trees in the fairway, in the middle of the fairway, which actually end up adding some flavor to the golf course because you have to start placing your balls according to them. And when you look at hole number 13, it's a hole of all of just 150 yards. But the thing is that the players cannot see the green from the tee box. So attacking those flags becomes very difficult. It's also slightly on the downhill side. So even though the yardage is short, but in the mind and in the player's eye, he does not have a visual of where he wants the ball to land. So all of these things actually do add the toughness factors to the game of golf.
Absolutely. I mean, this now view, a look at a panoramic view, a look at the golf course. This water body that was mentioned is there on the right hand side of the 18th, posing a challenge to all the players who are actually going there for the green too. But how peaceful, tranquil, and serene is the golf course? So, in addition to just competing, they're also in a very nice open space and enjoying themselves. So, that's what makes golf a unique game. It's not unidimensional. There's so many things. A golf course has no set character. Every golf course is different. The layout is different. The walk is different. The greens are different. So each week is a new challenge for the players, and it's a lovely environment to be outside in. And that's why we really encourage all our viewers to actually give this game a shot. As we look at the leaderboard, obviously we're looking at Dharma doing so well, and we're looking at Kalin and Veer Alawat, Harinder Gupta, the usual suspects. They're just like the cream rising to the top, and now Pukhraj obviously is doing so well. Pukhraj is 6 under par for the day.
Lovely. So Pukrat Singhil is another new player on the PGTI. He's been around for just a couple of years now, and good to see him catching up some sort of form. In fact, the camera had just panned up to the building at the back, which is the clubhouse at the Rambagh Golf Club. The Rambagh Golf Club isn't a very, very old golf course, and the clubhouse definitely is much newer than that. And all of these things that they have put together to make the experience of golfing in Jaipur much more fruitful for all the people who are visiting over there.
I think one good thing is that you can just play this golf course and get the royal experience, even if you're just golf aficionado. I mean, you just step up here and enjoy this golf course. And for me, this is a very dear place, having one here, and for you as well. And I think this has a lot of good vibes, and the golf course is very fair. So it's not favoring anyone. This week it seems to be favoring the longer hitters because the wind is high and there is preferred lie that is being given to the players. That takes a little bit away. The difficulty reduces it a bit, but I'm sure that with players, a skill will also come through as the week
100%.
progresses.
100%. The group coming in at the back is Yashas Chandra, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, and Sudhir Sharma coming up now on to the 18th hole. They seem to be a little bit on the slower side, and hence we can't see them yet, but we will await their arrival now. There you have Sudhir Sharma now on the tee box at the 18th hole.
Sudhir, a real Swilken swinger of the golf ball. It's a very smooth swing, a single motion, a single plane, rotatory, and actually uses a different composite shaft on his irons. It's some sort of a graphite shaft, heavy graphite shaft. It's very good in the transition. Now just have a look. Look, everybody learning the game is this is how a swing should be, a very smooth swing. Look at that, and calm and composed, just in one place. Balanced, and he's obviously striped it right down the middle. That's why the confident walk. Have a look at Yashas on the tee. Again, imagining the line of play, that's very important. You can see the players just before they hit the shot, actually just envisioning where they want to go. And
Yashas and Sudhir, both of them not having the best day. on the golf course. Yashas is at 4 over par for the day, and Sudhir is at 2 over par. Both these scores are after 12 holes. So we will get their latest update very, very soon. But nonetheless, none of the players want to be looking at an over par number at any point of time in the day. There at the back with all the camels and the folk of Rajasthan. Yashish Chandra swinging it by and definitely has striped it into the fairway. Yashish, I'm sure, has used the wind from the right to let that ball get into the fairway. We have now Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, another stellar finish last week. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu this week is has shot 68, 65 on the first 2 days to be a total of 67, 67 on the first 2 days. My apologies, and 2 under for the day today. Total of -8, and this score is also 12 holes later. So we will await what the confirmatory score is post 18 holes. Yuvraj also a very steady swinger of the club. He's been finding a lot of form over the last 2 3 years, and going from strength to strength. Hails from Chandigarh again. So again, we see a lot of players coming from Bangalore, Chandigarh. In fact, a lot of them also from Calcutta. So golf as such has been growing in most of these cities, and does give you the best crop of the country, and a lot of it to do with the kind of facilities that you have in these places, mostly which are run by government and the public facilities. Not so much from the private organizations so far. All of these cities actually do have very good public facilities to be playing at.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the view now. It's just so beautiful. Look at that water body and the second green in the background. You can see the player who's probably teed off from the back nine. They will be finishing there on front nine. So what happens, ladies and gentlemen, that half of the field actually tees off from the first hole and the other half tees off from the 10th. This is done so that they can simultaneously be occupying as much of the golf course as possible to reduce the playing time. And so this is something that is quite unique to our tournaments. Sometimes you have just one single TT offs, but most of the time you're also having split TT offs from the first and 10th. Look at our glorious flag in the background, and so we can see how windy it is today. So it's going to be a challenge, but as you keep saying it again and again, but the players are able to navigate that really well. And so this is one of the defining characteristics of this golf course is that wind plays a big factor because there are not many water bodies. It's generally very forgiving of the tee. It's nice and open. Not many trees. There are a few holes which are have trees in the middle, but as golfers have gotten more proficient and the length of the tee has increased, they're finding it quite easy to navigate the golf course. And you can see that in the score of M Dharma at 18 under par, and Kalin Joshi at 17 under par, who's obviously moved up and made a birdie. Veer Alawat at 15 under par. Pukhraj, who had a fantastic day today at 12 under par. Sunit Chaurasia, Harinder Gupta tied fourth at 12 under par. Gaurav Pratap Singh at 11 under par total with a 5 under par today. So obviously he's had a fantastic showing, and we spoke about him earlier that he really doesn't. He lets go of the reins and tries to attack the golf course, and he's been paid by a rich dividend today. So, and we have Karandeep Kochar, Viraj Madappa, Ankur Chadda rounding up the top 10. Now here we have a look at the 18th hole. So very good day for golf. Great weather. Low scores. Everybody playing well. So it's making for a great return to golf after the brief hiatus due to COVID. And we have exciting days ahead for golf. It's a very packed calendar in the second half. And we are live, ladies and gentlemen, at the Jaipur Open 2021, presented by Rajasthan Tourism, live from Rambagh Golf Club, Jaipur. So look at Yuvraj, and then you have Sudhir right behind him. So you'll see that the player who's furthest away from the flag will have the honor to hit first, and in this case, that's going to be Sudhir, who is also able to get the ball out there and a long hitter in his own right, going with a hybrid club. A hybrid club is basically a mixture of an iron and a wood. So that's normally a 2 iron oblique a 3 iron, because a traditional 3 iron is still a little tough to hit and goes lower. So many of the players actually go with the rescue club in their bag, and this is what Sudhir is going with now. And this is going to be an interesting shot because there's a lot of wind. You can see the leaves fluttering, and this should be about 225 yards to the flag. Has to navigate the trees, the water, the OB. Everything is here, and he has given it a good go. Twirling the club, that obviously means it's a good shot. That's a sign of confidence. We're hoping for him to be in and around the green. Now we have Yuvraj. It's further up the fairway, a longer hitter. Swings at a higher club speed, and so look for him with maybe a 5 iron, nothing more than a 5 iron in his hand, and this should be an interesting shot.
Interesting to notice that most of the players are actually getting bunched up a little bit towards the left side of the fairway, and also the not only is the wind from the right, but also the slope of this fairway actually goes towards the left side. And the more left you get, actually, for this wind condition, it's still all right for the player. They can ride the wind, but when you go too far left, you do have to take the OB into play and hit it over the OB line, which makes the shot even tougher than it already is. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Looks like he's gone after that shot. Chasing it down as well. Seems to like it. It's getting windier as the day goes by, making the course harder and harder. So sunny and windy, and definitely changing weather is bringing out these winds. So what you see down at the ground, if you can see those leaves moving around like that, you can well imagine when the ball pops up high up in the air, what the wind is doing to it. Adding all these things to the mix of the game is what really makes it a much tougher bet. We're back on the ninth green, having a look at these are the trees on the fairway that we were talking about earlier. They are planted just about 80, 90 yards short of the green. And, it always adds a little bit of challenge for the players. In fact, the flag that you see at the back is of the public park at the back of the golf course. So yes, all in all, the entire Rambagh Golf Club and the facilities around very much for making Rajasthan into more of a sporting state. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is wrapping up his head in a towel. Seems like the heat's sort of getting to him, is it? He's having a pretty decent outing for the day. He's at 2 under par through 12 holes. We are still awaiting what his score was post that. We will come to know right after he finishes and submits his scorecard. Yashas Chandra, after his second shot, oh, what a beautiful golf shot that is. Yashas Chandra giving himself 6 to 7 feet for an eagle. What an incredible golf shot from the young lad from Mysore. Sudhir Sharma now walking up from the corner of the fairway. Clearly, he was the first guy to have hit it off the fairway for his second. We'll await to see where his second shot has landed up. All of the players are going today for the green because the hazard on the right is not in play. You could start the ball off the right side and let it ride the wind and come back in. But definitely exciting shot by Yashas Chandra, and always a treat for the eye to be able to see an eagle. So I'm looking forward to that. It's been a while since I made one for sure. Really speaking, the winds are picking up. On an extremely honest note, golf becomes a very, very different game when the winds are so high. The golf course really would start to play very differently from what it was when these guys teed off at around 8 o'clock in the morning. And with all those changes brewing up on the golf course, the players are always thinking on their feet. Sudhir Sharma has found himself in that little swale at the front of the green. It's really a collection area for a lot of golf balls, and sometimes when the player is trying to run the ball up the green with his second shot, with that little bank in the front, sometimes it just is unable to climb that because the ball probably doesn't have as much pace as the player is expecting. But still, nonetheless, it's a pretty good area for a player to leave his golf ball after 2 shots on this par 5. He can give himself a chance. Sudhir is really looking at this intently. I'm thinking that he's going to try to give this a good attempt. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu also with a shot just short of the green. He'll be going for it from there. So Sudhir now getting ready. Yashas Chandra is up here to mark the golf ball. What a stellar shot by him. Looking forward to that putt. Sudhir. What a good shot by him. Is about 3 to 4 feet left of the hole. It's incredible how a lot of guys we've seen today have been misreading the line on this shot. A lot of people have ended up being slightly left of the hole. I think the appearance of the green is that the ball's going to move from the left to the right from the front of the green. But clearly, the ball doesn't seem to take that route. Maybe the grass or the grain on the ground is actually cut the other way, which doesn't allow the ball to turn so much. So one of these few things that all the players have to keep in mind while they are playing. Let's look at Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh, young lad who's found good amount of form off late, and hopefully he'll keep building on that. Goes from strength to strength.
The wind also plays a certain part in putting. Actually, the wind can change the direction of the ball very subtly. So you actually have to cater to the wind as well. So maybe the players are not cognizant of that, or maybe that's not on the top of the mind. But the wind does make a difference. As you can see, the tailwind, he's chipping alongside the wind. So that ball has actually taken off more than it would normally.
Yeah, also the greens are becoming harder as we spoke earlier. So the wind, of course, will not allow the ball to have too much of spin on it by the time it lands, and also the greens are becoming harder. So all in all, I think the course is tending to become more challenging, and I think the back nine for the leaders is going to be a really interesting place. Of course, some of them can salvage what they can salvage, and of course, the toughness of the course is also beginning to come out. Looking
Yes.
forward to Yashas Chandra now. He's putting for eagle. Very, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu will not be very happy with that attempt to, make that eagle chip. Hopefully, he can drain that putt from what 10, 12 feet by the hole. This is the first eagle putt that we will be viewing live uh, on VAR Cricket at the Tata Steel PGTI Jaipur Open, presented by Rajasthan Tourism.
That's a good point, actually. Good observation. This is the first eagle putt that actually we are viewing. So we are eagerly excited to watch this.
Eagerly.
Yeah, so, but yeah, that's no mean feat to knock it on in two and have a realistic chance of three and climb up the leaderboard.
A lovely shot by Yashas. He actually dropped the ball just on the front of the green, and the ball hopped and just spun right there.
He's not been having the best of days, so this could really
Yep.
be a shot in the arm for him.
Absolutely, it's always helpful to finish strong and then come back on the final day and see what you can salvage. Oh, again, good attempt, but I guess we guys talked too much and he ended up missing the putt. Hopefully, he can put in a better round tomorrow. But nonetheless, a valiant effort with that second shot. Really, really close shot, and never, count him out. He's been playing really, really well, and hopefully he can capitalize on these good shots tomorrow. Just another day at the office for him.
Absolutely, but still a birdie nevertheless, so he'll go back feeling good. And as you see, the players trying to understand the green, going through the motions, seeing where the breaks are. They really want to capitalize on what they've done on this hole so far. Now we look at Yuvraj for his birdie putt. One of the good points about hitting a chip past the hole as opposed to leaving it short is that you can actually see the line on the way. Because if you hit it past the hole, you can actually gauge which way it's going to break. So it takes out some of the uncertainty out of the entire process and actually makes it easier. So there is a silver lining to hitting a bad shot at times. So, an aggressive approach is always better than a timid one because you can read the line because as the ball crosses the hole. So he would have seen that it broke from left to right and look for this to break just a little to the left at the end. And yes, he's done it. He's made a birdie. So the aggressive approach worked for him. So a good finish by him as well. So that'll take him around the top 10, and he moved to 9 under par, and good showing. He's really building on his performances in the previous week. And one strange factoid is like a feeling that you have in a group if your co-players have made birdie and you're the last to putt.
you almost feel a little left out in a certain bit of pressure. So these are the inner workings of a golfing mind. It actually makes the putt tougher. Now, if the co-players had not made their birdie, you don't think about that. But when everybody has made birdie and you were in a similar situation, I think it makes the putt just a little bit tougher and adds to that element. And so let's see what Sudhir is able to do here. Similar putt to the players previously, and he does well. So it's a very good showing by this group on the final hole. They've all made birdie and gained a shot on the golf course. That's pretty good. Now you have Abhinav Lohan giving it all, not really holding back. The glory of this 18th hole is just you can go all out. It's about 540 yards from tee to green, so it's and plays a little downhill for the first shot. So for these players, that's very reachable. Now we have Chinnaswamy Muniyappa, the Indian Open champion, coming back to form, and let's hope that he has a good swing on this one and can end in style. So he's 2 under for the day, done well, and he's steadily climbing up the leaderboard. His trousers matching that board at the back, very colorful. Swinging a little gingerly, if you may. I think he's obviously going to give up a few yards to his playing partners. He's swinging it easy, just getting back to full fitness, it seems. But nevertheless, he's making the most of what he has. And now Ajay Besaya, not the most proficient of the three, but keeps it in play. Will get the job done. One of those professionals who's been there on the tour for a few years and navigated the tour, and he finishes top 60 sometimes. But he's obviously still young and challenging for his place in the sun. A very strong left hand, as you can see, and that's favored by medium to shorter hitters to actually hit the ball longer. So, and he seems to be pretty happy with that effort and just walked off, and that's a sign of confidence. And what makes this last hole so exciting is that you can actually undo all your sins and actually just make birdie and move off from there. And that's why I personally like this golf course, because at the turn you have the par fives, the eighth, the ninth, the 18th, the 17th. They're very nice golf holes and make for interesting viewing. I look at our leaderboard. Dharma still leading the pack at 18 under par. Khalin has no intention of letting up. And Veer obviously following suit. Harindra tied with Viraj. Karandeep at 12 under par. Kshitij and Udyan tied at 10 under par. Udyan's doing well as well. His return to form, and Dhruv rounding up and making the top 10.
I just to take a leaf from that thing about Udayan, I see that a lot of people assume that once you won a couple of tournaments on a trot and then you played the Olympics, and you're going to probably come around here and be formidable in pretty much every tournament that you play. But the game really is an equalizer, and pretty much every sport for that matter, right? Like Tendulkar also never made a century in every tournament that he played, and that's where I think we all need to have a little bit of empathy for the players, that you cannot really hit form in all aspects of the game every week. But yes, every player is trying to do that, and sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't. Really does not take away anything from the player, but always keeps him as great. Aman Raj, in his customary hat, the straw hat that he bears on the golf course, he's short, but he's definitely not short.
Some call this a dingo hat, and yes, he's done well. It just should make his par. Flamboyant character, and I think golf, you see a lot of that in golf. They come in all shapes and sizes, and just matters how far, how quickly they can get the ball in the hole, and he is very good at that. A very proficient player, always around the top 10, top 20, makes almost all his cuts on tour.
Even though Aman is not one of the tallest people that you will find on the tour, but nonetheless, his technique is very, very solid. He has also picked up some yardage over the past couple of years. And more than that, his entire game, all in all, is very, very solid tee to green. and that really helps him. So a lot of people also ask me in the work that I do during coaching and all about the height of people. So this is a good example. Even Rahil Gangji, for that matter, he's not the tallest person on any of the tours he plays on, but he's definitely not the shortest hitter either. So maximizing your potential has a lot more to do than just your just some superficial aspects. So practicing and putting in the right kind of muscle movements into the game is what these guys are doing, and that's why Aman Raj is being able to capitalize on that.
One thing that comes to mind is actually swing sequencing. So that's very important in how the transition happens. So for players who are maybe not as athletically gifted, or don't have that same physical stature as the others, they really have to work on the technique and sequencing, and then they're able to extract the most pound for pound from their frame. And I think Aman definitely does that. He can hang in there with the best, and that's why. And obviously, the other characteristics then come to the fore, like great putting, approach game, mental play. So then it becomes an equal level playing field. And how golf is so good is that there are no favorites, because every week the golf course is changing. So last week we had Delhi Golf Club, and the week after this, the month after this, beg your pardon, would be Chandigarh Golf Club, which is obviously going to be a long hitter's paradise. But this week is somewhere in between. Everybody can get it done here.
Alap Ayal not making that attempt from about 6 feet. Alap Ayal also is from Mysore, playing the tour, if I'm not wrong, for a year or two now. Ankur Chadda has had a good showing. He was giving it a fist pump on that last hole, 7-8 footer that he holed. We will be updated on his score very, very soon. He's already riding on 6 under par for the day and 11 under total for the tournament. But we are still awaiting as to what the final score is. Ankur Chadda has definitely made huge jumps on the leaderboard on day 3. This is exactly what this is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a moving day. And so is it for Gaurav Pratap Singh. Gaurav Pratap Singh, shooting 5 under par so far, has finished his round and is at 11 under. He's jumped up 13 positions to get to tied 8th position as of now.
So unfortunately, moving day works both ways. There are some players moving up and there are others moving down. And as we look at the players towards the bottom end of the draw, Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan has not really had the best of days today. A very good player. We'll definitely live to fight another day and come back tomorrow. Mukesh shooting 1 over par, 48th, Ravi Kumar, and then Pavan, Arjun, and Tapika at par. So obviously, you're seeing that players are actually moving down the leaderboard even with a good round of even par. So it's just showing you that there's no inch given here. The competition's fierce, and there's hardly any room to maneuver for these players. It's actually the basis of up or out. There's no stagnating here. You just have to keep improving. And as we go back to the fairway, we see our Indian Open champion with a metal wood, which looks like a 3 wood. So you've seen the longer hitters use a 3-iron or a rescue, and Munyappa is not as long as he used to be in his heyday. So let's look at this tough shot which he has facing himself.
Muni has left it out a little bit to the right, hoping that the wind brings it back in. So let's see where does this ball end up going. Clearly, we are unable to tell, but soon when he walks up to the green, we'll be able to point out as to where that ball has landed up. But interesting stuff happening on the leaderboard today, and clearly, ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing world-class golf here in India itself. The PGTI, the domestic professional golf tour of India, is breeding players and taking golf to global standards. And the scoring this week is totally a testament to that. So far, I see only red numbers on the first page of the leaderboard, and that is so exciting for Indian golfers and Indian juniors to watch. Ajay Besoya hit a good one and lands
That's
up
a
onto the
brilliant
green,
shot,
and a
yeah.
brilliant golf shot there for Ajay Besoya, giving himself just 6 feet for eagle. There's another ball on the green, but it's difficult for us to confirm whether that's Muniappa's or the third player's.
But that's a great feat, given that he had to go with the 3 wood and he's landed up in 10 feet. So obviously, there's more than one way to do it, and Ajay just showed us that. So I think all the players are really improving. And coming back to the point of a player like Chinnaswamy Muniappa, who is a prolific champion, we had to adapt. In golf, you have to adapt or die, so as to speak. He's lost distance, but then he has to actually adapt to the new way of golf now.
Absolutely. In fact, things keep changing as time goes by, and that's what a lot of players are doing very well. In fact, Muniappa is also still a very, very hard worker at the game, and so is Mukesh Kumar, and guys like Amardeep Malik and all. All these guys are constantly upping themselves, constantly finding new things to improve on. And one has to constantly keep doing that if they want to keep fighting with the younger guns. And that's, I mean, you look at the international examples today. Look at Phil Mickelson, the way he has changed his lifestyle. He's gone completely holistically into things like intermittent fasting. He's been working out hell of a lot, and he's completely changed his body structure to be able to compete still, and that's what he's done. And it shows he's still competing on the highest level of golf in the world and win tournaments as well against the young guns. So that's a clear testament that if you really put your mind to it, no matter what age you are, you could up your game and move forward. Abhinav Lohan walking up to the 18th green now.
So I think Muniappa could take a leaf out of that book, and I think he has a lot of miles on that in that car. And he's a good player, and I think he could actually have one more big championship in him if he can just work around on his fitness and improve that. And now, as you're speaking about him, he's lucky to have escaped the watery grave, and he can still make birdie. That's the good thing. Sometimes fortune favors the brave.
Absolutely. I mean, bit of a leak out, and I think the wind, because it was from the right, maybe the ball ballooned a little bit and dropped a little bit early than the hazard. He definitely had hit a miss hit, had only one hand on the club remaining in his finish. So yes, definitely, I think Muniappa still has a shot at this birdie, and definitely would want to capitalize it. Let's see what he actually pulls out of there. Ajay Baiswaya, of course, the best second shot in this group, and of course our second eagle putt that you and us, ladies and gentlemen, will be witnessing now. And hopefully this one goes into the hole,
Yeah,
so
I
that we
hope.
can soak in all the excitement.
I have a feeling this one would go in. Commentator's curse doesn't work twice, so I'm hoping this one goes in.
Let's
But
reverse it.
so yes, now as you see, Muniappa is stalking his shot. He's having a look at it and trying to understand where he's going to drop the ball. That's so important coming out of the rough, because the margins are thin, because the ball can have overspin on it. It can have some sort of side spin on it, depending how the ball is lying and depending on how the angle of impact with the ball. So that's something that the player has to gauge for himself. The caddy also can't help him with that. That's years of experience and the thoughts that come to his head. So this would be very important, and how he strikes the ball. So the cleaner he strikes it, the more control he will have. And I think he will not be disappointed if he walks away with par. But obviously, sportsmen are a greedy bunch, so they want to make birdie. But let's see what he does.
He definitely has the skill set, Shaurya, to pull off this shot and give himself the best opportunity at the birdie. But I'm really interested to watch as to what kind of a shot he pulls out. Golf does put you into different situations. It appears that there's not much of grass under the ball there for him, as his divots really were very, very muddy that he was taking in his practice swing. So
That
clearly
would make
he's
it really risky, because this could
absolutely,
go anywhere.
absolutely, and
This
in
has a
fact,
high chance of topping, duffing. Anything could happen here.
right,
Very
and
tough.
right, and so he's feeling the ground, what kind of conditions he has. So see, big splash over there, great attempt, because as one can tell from the swing, it was the kind of a lie where it wasn't the cleanest place, and probably he had to use the technique that one uses in the bunker to not contact the ball. That's why so much of sand was flying up there. So keeping in mind all these things, I think Muniappa made a really good effort at this shot and given himself an opportunity. Nonetheless, it's not the closest shot, but definitely can still make that putt. Abhinav Lohan has left himself just on the right edge of the green. Should be giving this a go. He's good about 60 odd feet away from the flag, but that shouldn't stop him. He's a good putter.
I think he can make this putt, because it's a good line. It's right left. It's downhill the wind. So if he just strokes it well, it's definitely going to go past the hole, because the wind is with him, and it's the final hole. Players are aggressive, looking for an eagle. Maybe make this. Let's see. Oh, as I said, the wind is with him, but I think this wind is very treacherous and uncanny. You're not able to catch it, and it takes the putt good 10-15 feet by.
Yeah, the ground's not really with him though, so he's gone about 10 feet by the hole, and hopefully he can make that coming back into the hole for his birdie. While we're going to now look at C. Muniappa, fondly also called as Muni by all his friends on the tour, to make that birdie putt now on the last hole, 18th. This
Yes,
was
so as,
also
as we go back to his third shot from the rough, that was actually a pretty good shot because he took the cautious approach and he executed it in his mind. He would have done a really good job because that shot can turn into a disaster into a blink of an eye because when it's sandy, you can just stop it and might even go back into the polo ground or just stay there. So he's done well, given himself a percentage chance at birdie and should definitely walk away with a par and a 2 under par round today.
No, I'm sitting here in the studio and I can totally feel the winds. And I'm just imagining if I were to hit the second shot into the 18 green, where would I actually line up to be able to feed it back into the green? So, I can well imagine by the gusts of the wind, by the way leaves are moving, by the way pants are fluttering, how the ball must be moving up in the air. So it's very, there we go. See Muniappa giving it a go. Didn't have enough on it.
I think intimidated by Abhinav's putt that went so far back. So everything can actually play on your mind. Your co-player's putt actually also plays on your mind. And now Abhinav will have his work cut out because the first putt has gone by. So he's going to be cautious on the next one, and the next is against the wind. So it's actually going to be uphill and against the wind. So the only way he can hold that putt is actually by being aggressive.
But it's nice for our viewers to see the nature of this game, right? So we have Ajay Besoya, who has actually hit his second shot onto the green, probably as far as Abhinav Lohan's putt that he has hit on the green itself. So,
Yes.
and the game really is an equalizer because it's not it doesn't make anyone greater or lesser. It's just that that's the nature of the game. So you could be putting from really close by, and putting is really a fine arts kind of a game. So. So the game can really throw any sort of surprise at you, no matter what stage of the game you're at, what kind of a career you're having. So it's nice to see all of that as well, and keep that into perspective.
He would really want to get the line, the read right, because after having hit such a stellar golf shot, you don't want to, give this opportunity away. So he's read that his caddy has told him 1 inch on the left, and it should drain a little bit to the right as it trails off towards the hole. And firm, nice putt should be able to make it. He's a good putter, and
There
you
you
have
go.
it.
There you go. Ajay Besoya finishing
And
with an eagle
we
on
called
the last
it.
hole at the Jaipur
Yeah.
Open.
And we called it, even
Absolutely.
if we didn't. It's a great eagle.
Ajay
And-
Besoya actually will finish quite strong. He's tied 19th, and through 15 holes, his score was at 1 under par. So there is a chance that he would have made something on the 17th as well, probably to pick up a shot, and definitely got an eagle on the last. So Ajay Besoya making jumps on the leaderboard on this penultimate day at the Jaipur Open, presented by Rajasthan Tourism.
and Hilton Hotels. Uh, so also a mention for the best round of the day so far goes to Ankur Chadda from Gurugram. He shot 7 under par, stellar day. He's moved up to 12 under, and I think he will be a happy camper right now. And so will his brother be, who's on his bag. And congratulations to his brother as well. He's doing a good job, and both of them forming a formidable team.
Teamwork is definitely dream work. So, like we've spoken about this even last week, and we'll keep speaking about this as we move along. The player and the caddy make the best team, and it's great to have your own brother. If you can trust that person and you have a chat with them, ease your mind out during play. That's the best thing that can happen to you. You just basically want to keep your mind off whatever else is going on outside of the golf course and just stay where you are. Muniappa that wrapping up for a par on the 18th.
Muniappa has done well. He should be proud of himself. It's a 2 under par round today, and so tomorrow I think realistically, will not be able to challenge for the championship, but should be there and thereabouts for the top 20, top 10.
The best rounds so far in the clubhouse are -5 by Gaurav Pratap Singh, -7 by Ankur Chadda. We have Sunit Chaurasia on the golf course through 15 holes is 6 under par. So hopefully he can finish even stronger than that. He's jumped up 10 positions on this moving day and gone upwards. We have lower down also, we've got a few under par numbers. We've got Ranjit Singh from Chandigarh, who is 3 under for the day. Through 12 holes, we've got Divyanshu Bajaj through 15 holes at 3 under par for the day. We have local lad Hemendra Chaudhary at 3 under par for the day through 15 holes. So all in all, a lot of action going on this board today. Abhishek Kohad as well at 4 under par for the day with a total of -8. So all players really making these little jumps up onto the leaderboard, and hopefully they can keep that going until tomorrow and make up even more.
Yes, absolutely. Now we have a look at Amardeep Malik, uh, the player, the Noida-based player, and a look at our leaderboard also. As you can see, tightly bunched up and very good scoring here. Players are playing really well, and there's his co-player Wasim Khan, very good with the short game, proficient around the greens. So
In fact, Wasim and Rashid, they play a lot of golf together. They, in fact, practice and train together as well. So, they both of them actually feed off each other. Wasim has a few short game tricks up his sleeve. Rashid is, of course, a better long game player. So, all of that included, it's nice to see even that camaraderie and, using that on the practice range, always encouraging each other to keep practicing harder and moving forward and improving their skill sets.
yes, absolutely. They're also joined by Arjun Prasad in this group, the Delhi-based player.
Arjun Prasad is another very hard-working player. By the way, I have known of him for a very long time. I've played a few tournaments with him as well, and he practices at the Army Golf Club in Dholakua in Delhi, and also goes around to other private driving ranges to practice. And he's really hardworking and out there regularly on an almost sunrise to sunset kind of manner.
Also testament to his parents. I've known and seen that his father is closely involved. Despite his day job, being an officer, and still taking time out to help his child fulfill his dreams of being a top professional golfer. That's really good. I think the involvement of the family is very important because you need to get their buy-in in terms of. And this Amardeep Malik.
Amardeep Malik putting with just one hand. He would just putt that with only his left hand. So that's kind of funny, and this is the first time I've ever seen that in a pro tournament.
I thought that was an illusion. I didn't want to call it on TV.
No, but it is. It is. He left his right hand behind his back and just played on with his left
ladies
hand.
and gentlemen, this is how good the players on the PGTI are. Why do you need two hands when you got one? This is the level that they are. Phenomenal. So now that's impressive. We want to see what happens. Maybe he does it again, or sometimes players are just having a tough time putting and they'll try all kind of experiments because I haven't yet seen a player hitting a ball with one hand, but I think putting you can still manage it because obviously that's a sign that he's been having a very bad day on the greens.
As I can tell from the leaderboard, Amardeep is even par through 15 holes, and definitely, that's not up to his caliber. So maybe he's not been having a great day with the putter, so he thought that give it a go with something different. He's definitely one of the better players out there, and maybe just not having the best day on the greens. So stuff happens, and players adapt, and they try to find ways and means that they can keep going and playing better. That's just
Absolutely.
the way it is. Arjun Prasad now on the green.
Going with two hands, mind you. So, the more conventional approach.
Yeah.
He's playing into the wind, so this should be a little slow, turning from his left to the right.
Maybe you should just practice with one hand a little bit more.
Oh,
There you
man.
go. Two hands seem to work better than one, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so that's
So please don't try the one-handed approach at home. Leave that to specialist players like Amardeep Malik and Arjun Prasad, clearly showing that two hands seem to work better and make more birdies. So here we are.
with that birdie, he would move up to 6 under, I think, for the week, and probably take him to a tie in the mid 20s. So he's done well for himself. Now we have Wasim again, navigating a downhill putt, turning from the right. He's using the left hand low, a putting technique to ensure that the wrist hinge is reduced to as much as possible, eliminating any sort of unwanted movement. And let's see if that works out for him here as we wait with bated breath. And I think just about looks disappointed, but we'll walk away with the par.
Wasim Khan also even par for the day. Seems like he will clean it up at even par for the day. Not extremely happy.
Asking the caddy to take out 10 the flag stick. So there it goes. A lot of players actually feel more comfortable with the flag stick out.
Definitely. I somehow personally feel that the hole appears to be much bigger when the flag stick's not in there. So, just for the sake of perception,
Yes.
especially on 10 to 15 footers and inside that, I think the hole appears to be much bigger without the flag stick than it is with the flag stick.
Anything that helps the player make a putt. So now let's have a look at Amar again, who's opted for the flag stick out. Is it going to be one hand again? So,
Yes.
ladies and gentlemen, there you go, just with one hand.
Yeah.
Is he just showing off?
Maybe he just like
Yeah, it's
you know,
live. We're going live,
I'm
and
that
he
good.
knows that that we're going live. And why just these two hands? So yes, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Follow him on Instagram if you want to learn the secret putting method, which only comprises of using one hand.
But also, the left hand is also the leading hand on the putter. So for a right-handed golfer, so usually the putter is controlled from that side. So he's definitely taking, using that to his advantage. But definitely doing it under these kind of pressure situations is not the easiest thing. We have Sunil Chaurasia now, who's at 6 under par for the day through for 15 holes, is coming into the 18th hole. Nephew of SSP Chaurasia, really catching up some steam today, and he's up to tied fourth position. He's jumped 10 positions since this morning.
And he's learned the best trades from his uncle, and also where one would say that SSP was a little hamstrung by his lack of distance of the tee. I think Sunit does not have that problem, so he's made sure to work on the physical side of the things and have all the attributes. Obviously, a devastating touch around the greens, and the length of the tee. I think he has it all. A lot of these players should actually just venture outside, and maybe they will do that and spend time on other tours as well. Look at that unleashing, and yeah, he likes it.
Likes it. Sunil Chaurasia also will give himself another shot at collecting more underpars on the 18th hole, flanked by boards of American Express. Not only does it support golf, it also supports club golfers. If you have the credit card from American Express, you could actually play rounds of golf and get free coaching lessons if you are one of their platinum members, and various other benefits. So so it's not only here to be supporting golf. A lovely putt on the 18th.
Nice. The wind seems to have died down now. More quiet conditions on the 18th hole, and we have the player cleaning up for his par. And now we have OP.
Om Prakash Chauhan playing alongside Amrit Lal and Manu Gandas. Om Prakash Chauhan
Also favors a left to right sort of movement. Modeled his game a little bit around the person he started his golf with, Mukesh Kumar, who also plays left-right golf, and similar putting style, sort of a forward press, get the ball rolling fast over its axis, and almost all right. So he should walk away with his par oblique birdie, as it may, and
Absolutely. In fact, there are a lot of similarities between him and Mukesh because he's probably seen him as a child and emulated a lot of the stuff that he does. Clearly, he's one of the best players that we have seen coming up from India. Also, Om Prakash Chauhan is playing 3 under for the day through 15 holes. We will get the updated score shortly, but he is 3 under for the day and up to minus 10 on the leaderboard, and he is currently at tied 12th position, and so is Manu Gandas, also is in a similar position.
OP also Om Prakash Chauhan, multiple time winner on tour. Has won quite a few tournaments, and look out for him. These are the kind of players who can produce a very deep round on the final day, and that should make for some exciting viewing as we head into tomorrow. But there's still a lot of work to be done today. There are players coming in the leading group right now. Kalin Joshi at 18 under par. M Dharma. Actually, Kalin Joshi has caught up with M Dharma, and now we have two atop the leaderboard. So it's everybody's guess who's going to win this week. And now Manu on the 18th green. She's looking for his birdie. Again, coming from the other side of the green, putting into the wind, the ball would probably end up moving a little to his left and would need to be firmly struck, as it is a little slow playing on this side of the green, putting against the wind. Let's see what he does.
What a lovely putt by
yes.
Manu Gandas.
Yeah, very well.
Yet
Very
to
well
confirm
done.
whether that was for eagle or for birdie, but it could well be for an eagle. Very good showing by Manu Gandas as well. He is also at 10 under par through 15 holes, and we will await the final scores to understand where he stands after the penultimate day. And definitely will have a chance to shoot a deep number tomorrow to be able to catch up with Kalin Dharma. Veer Lal is closely following them at 15 under par, and I wouldn't count him out at all. Veer is a strong player, and he could make eagles and birdies on this golf course all day long.
Absolutely. Just now Getting into the business end of things, we have a look at the leaderboard. Now there's two tied atop the leaderboard. Veer Lawat at third, Harinder at 13, Sunil Chaurasia, who we just saw teeing off at the 18th, and then Karandeep rounding up the top six at 12 under par. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are live at the Jaipur Open 2021, playing at the Rambagh Golf Club, Jaipur, presented by Rajasthan Tourism and Hilton Hotels.
So a notable mention for the sponsors here. Here for the Jaipur Open, we've got Rajasthan Tourism as our presenting partner. Rajasthan is a land of exotic architecture, vibrant culture, rich wildlife, and warm hospitality. Also, Rajasthan boasts of rich wildlife as well, with many wildlife sanctuaries all around. Rajasthan State Sports Council has come forward to support this tournament, which is a state body which is for the development of sports activities and providing coaching to the players of different sports. Also, Hilton Jaipur is the official hotel partner for this tournament. So, absolutely an incredible lineup of sponsors over there, coming forward to support golf in their city. We also have the PGTI tour partners in Tata Steel, Rolex, Incredible India, Amrutanjan Fruitnik Electro Plus, and American Express. So all of these coming forward to support the tour, support golf in India, and take it from strength to strength. We also have Golf Plus and Athletic Drive as the other supporters.
Coming back to the action, there was a really good shot by Rashid Khan on the 18th, just off the green. Should be able to make his birdie. Now we have a look at Sunit, who we saw off the tee with his approach shot. He also comes in with an iron, so that shows you that he's also a long hitter. And look
What
at
a
that
lovely golf shot
That
by
is-
Sunil Chaurasia, giving himself just 15 feet off the flag and another shot at eagle.
That is quite clearly the shot of the day, and that landed like a butterfly.
Brilliant golf shot, considering he's already at 13 under par and 6 under for the day. I would love to see what he does with that putt and, take his game even further and see if he can finish at around 15 or 16 under par to finish the day in total. And that he could really breathe down the neck of Kalin and Dharma if he takes this kind of form in for tomorrow.
Absolutely, just limbering up after that long day. Golf swings can be treacherous on the body. You require to stretch, and at the end of the day, you really start to feel the fatigue as the adrenaline of the round wears off, and then after a round you stretch, and there's an entire routine the players go through. But he should be proud of himself. What a brilliant shot that was! I mean, it's really the shining moment so far today.
Yeah, but this is what good players really do, Shaurya. They take up the form that they are enjoying on that day, and they keep using it through the day. So they don't stop themselves from making birdies. They just keep going at it and at it and at it, and that's what will help them get the deeper numbers and propel up the leaderboards. We have his other fellow players, Rashid Khan, walking up the fairway now alongside Varun Parekh, who's walking the corner of the fairway. We are back on the ninth green with Hani Besoya, Hemendra Chaudhary.
A Men in Black group, and will he make the birdie?
Yes, there's Men in Black, and then there's Local Boy. So we've got a very exciting group here. Abhishek Kohad has been playing well for the day. Abhishek Kohad has been at 4 under par through 15 holes, and he's jumped up good 12 positions on the rest of the people playing the tournament. So definitely he's taking a little bit of form and using that to his advantage. We also have Rashid Khan. Rashid's not playing so well today. He's at 1 over par through 15. Very unlike him. Hemendra Chaudhary is at 3 under par for the day and a total of 7 under par. Always a good thing for a player from a local club, to be able to sort of play a good round of golf in your home club and showcase that to the people around you. It's always a good feeling because this is what you're doing day in and day out at that club. So if you can find some form within that week, I think it's really a good boost of confidence for the player.
I think the local player also has added pressure on himself because he's expected to do well, and so when you do well in your home course, you feel a lot better, and also helps the spread of the game in your club, and give you a little bit of a chip on your shoulder when you do well because people are looking up to you to keep the flag flying high, and Hemendra has done just that. He's really played brilliantly so far. 7 under par is no mean feat.
It's good to see, this is the kind of stuff that would help some junior golfers come up in Jaipur. He could be the encouraging factor for them, and this is how the sport grows from strength to strength. So good on him to be actually, capitalizing on that form. That's Varun Parekh from Ahmedabad in the fairway. I'm unsure where his ball is landed up, but I believe it's just short of the green or the flag. We'll only know once he reaches up the ball. Rashid Khan clearly is not in the mood to wait for anyone. He's at 1 over par for the day. It's definitely not a happy camper.
I think that's a telling tale when a golfer just is playing really quick. That means he's done really well, so
Well,
he'll make his
he's
birdies.
basically just unhappy that he didn't chip it in. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking at standards and qualities and what these guys expect out of themselves, it's right here in front
And
of
he
you. And
finished with
Rashid
his
Khan is a great.
lob wedge. He didn't even use his putter. So
Absolutely.
he's in a
Just
hurry.
tap it in and finish it off, and he will come back in tomorrow. In fact, Varun Parekh has actually hit a very stellar shot. That's his ball, just about 10-12 feet short of the hole, which appears to me as an eagle putt. So yes, definitely things seem to be changing quite a bit. Apologies there. I don't think that is Varun's eagle putt. I think he was stuck a little bit towards the left side of the fairway. Might have had to chip it out up till there, but nonetheless, a great effort and a good shot from there. That shot's nothing less than about 220, 230 yards. So, it's anyway difficult to get it all the way up close to that flag.
Now Sunnis would be hoping to make eagle here. So if
Sunny
you
seems
see,
to have like a little bit of a notebook there, which he seems to have put in the mapping of the green on that. You
Yes,
want to tell
exactly.
our viewers about what players do
Listen,
with those books?
they would have made notes on in their books from previous years or maybe even their practice rounds. See the lay of the green, which way the ball will break, how the grass is cut, and even they change it each morning and just try and understand, make small little notes that from this quadrant the ball will break that way. So that takes the mystery out and gives you a lot more confidence when you can actually go on, make this part. And there's little confusion. So the book actually is another very important aid in the player's arsenal.
So the golfers actually, go around playing different kinds of golf courses week in and week out, and different cities, different conditions, and whatnot, different countries as well. So what happens is that these notebooks basically help them in keeping notes of that particular golf course. So that suppose I'm going back to play a golf course that I've played last year, I can probably pick up my notebook. It's very difficult for me to remember what that golf course was like, what the conditions were like. So my notes will just help me sort of refresh my memory, and so it just helps my adaptability a lot quicker. And also, what kind of topography there is, what kind of, is the grain more over here, or is the slope affect the ball more? What kind of shot do I want to hit from the tee boxes? Where do I want to place the ball? So a lot of these notes actually help the player to be able to plan himself better and actually plan it quicker. Otherwise, he has to start from scratch. So if you can use older memories, like in that notebook, you could actually make use of that and do better the next year as well.
Let's have a look. I think he's made it. Oh,
Sunny
just
Charasia
very
just about
unfortunate too.
brushing past the hole there on hole number 18. Nonetheless, I think he's had a very, very good round, as we can tell. He's already at 6 under par for the day. We'll only know in another 5 to 7 minutes whether he's finished 6 under par or even better than that. Varun Parekh doing everything he can to make that putt.
This birdie would really seem sweet for Varun Parekh, having got into some sort of trouble of the tee, and if he can salvage birdie, that makes things all the more better. And let's have a look. He
Absolutely.
should have a makeable putt, which is moving to a little bit to his left.
Varun, after starting the tournament at 66 and 67, not having his best outing, he's 3 under for the day through 15 holes. So he's definitely going to give this a go. Another little bit of a wrong read, like we mentioned earlier. A lot of players seem to think that the ball is going to come off a lot from the left, but clearly the ball really just has a very, very marginal break from that hole. A lot of chips were also missed off to the left side, and a lot of putts as well. But Varun has dropped a few shots today, and hopefully he can pick those back up tomorrow and play even better, so that he can get himself back up onto the top half of that leaderboard. Sunit Chaurasia wrapping up there on the 18th hole, which most likely is a birdie because he did make a really good swing off that fairway and the tee box. So we should be able to see his finish number very, very soon. He's had a stellar round today, and of course, a big jump on that leaderboard. We'll wait for the updates. Give us about 3 to 4 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We should be able to update you on that score.
Many players making a good move today, like Manu Ganda, Sunit Chaurasia, Ankur Chadda, Gaurav Pratap Singh, Ajay Besoya, really hurtling up the leaderboard, and that's what makes it exciting. Have a look at the live leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. And the number on the left shows you how many holes have been completed by the player, and the number on the right is the current score in relation to the par, how many below par they are, as it is read.
Interestingly, if we go further down, then Ajay Besoya, we also have Sachin Besoya, his cousin brother, at 3 under par for the day today and 11 under par total. Pukraj Singh has shot in a good round at -4. Abhinav Lohan with a good round again at -4. All of these players have already finished their round. Muniappa shot a -3, and Om Prakash Chauhan also with a -3. And Yuvraj Singh Sandhu -2 for the day. So clearly, a lot of players, keeping up their games and trying to catch up on the top levels, but very, very dense field over here. We've got a lot of competition, a lot of depth. We've got two on 18, one on 15. We've got three players on 13 under. We've got three players on 12 under. We've got three players on 11 under, and we've got about six players on it at 10 under par. Ladies and gentlemen, you're really lucky to be witnessing this kind of golf played right here domestically within the country. This definitely has to be one of the finest scoring that you have seen domestically so far. Things are only getting stronger and stronger for the PGTI and the players here, and definitely you need to keep an eye out for them. I can't wait for one of these guys to go out and play abroad and play some international events as well. I would love to see what they end up doing. They seem absolutely prepped up for that stuff.
I think scoring today is emblematic of the phrase, when it rains, it pours. I mean, everybody is just shooting deep under par rounds. And also, call out to the Besoya brothers. They are doing themselves proud. The three of them, their cousins loosely related, and first and second cousins, but they all golf runs within the family. So
Seems like a family problem now.
or a family positive point. But either way, it's really impressive that they're able to do that. And as we have a look at the ninth hole, the referee was called for some sort of a ruling that we'll only learn later. And
actually, we have Karthik Sharma, who teed off from the first hole. Now he's on the 18th hole, playing alongside Abhijit Singh Chadda and Sachin Besoya. He seems to have hit his 18th hole tee shot onto the ninth hole fairway. And actually, a lot of players do like to do that because the approach from that side is quite good. It angles straight away towards the green. Sachin Besoya has hit this shot from just the right side of the fairway. Didn't clearly keep very well with the balance. We're not sure if that's a good shot or not. Body English isn't accurate. You got to get him to, oh no, he's not very happy with that.
But the caddy is walking down, so maybe the caddy has seen it, because these are the telling tales that you can see. Maybe the caddy has seen the ball, because if it were in a spot of bother, he would try to spot it till the end. So maybe he's just hit a bad shot, but should be fine. Let's see.
Players have very high expectations of themselves. Of course, there are expectations on the outside as well. But along with that, players, with the amount of work they put in, their own expectations are always mounting on top of their heads. So, even if Sachin's miss hit isn't that bad, he definitely wasn't expecting that kind of a shot for himself. We also have Abhijit now back into the fairway. Abhijit seems to have missed his tee shot a little bit to the left of the 18th fairway and has had to chip out. This definitely is an easy 2-on for Abhijit, but he's closer up to the trees and probably will have to attack this flag with his third shot. Karthik Sharma still on the ninth fairway. We're not sure if he's played his shot yet, but we are definitely looking forward to it. He's got a good angle into the flag. Should be able to see the green very, very straight up from there. From the fairway of the 18, the green is slightly angled towards the left, but when the player misses it out onto the right side, you can actually take quite a deadish aim at the green, while the wind is definitely still troubling from the right.
It's probably a good mistake to make to miss it there. It's tough to get on the fairway. But once you're there, if you have a clear shot, it's a pretty good line to the green. And as you can see, Abhijit getting the yardage, this has really helped the players. But I personally feel that this also takes away some of the skill of trying to get the yardage and do the hard work and put the hard yards in a calculator. It definitely speeds up the game. but takes away an element of uncertainty which was always there. You would be given the yardages, the books, the charts. There would be yardage pins, and you'd walk up and pace it up. But obviously, the governing bodies that we have thought that this is a better addition, as it speeds up golf and anything to help in that endeavor. So also adding more certainty. So if a player hits a bad shot, there's nowhere to hide.
Actually, this is what I was saying earlier in the day today. When you take the rangefinder and take the numbers from that, it's really beneficial on greens that spin a lot. But Indian greens involve a lot of skill. You have to understand what the speed of the green is. You have to understand what the bounce of the ball is going to be like, and you have to really put all of those things into perspective when you hit the shot. So let's have a look at where Abhijit lands this up. But definitely, all those things need to be taken into mind while hitting
Visible,
it.
I think he's
Abhijit seems to have pulled that shot a little bit. What appears to me on the left edge of the green, will only know if he's out there or maybe in the bunker. Clearly not happy with it. He's checking his swing as to why he did that. But yeah, the rangefinder as such, I think when we look at it, when we look at the numbers straight on the flag, the judgment errors that can possibly happen are to do with what is the kind of bounce that the ball will have on the green, what is the kind of run that the ball will have on the green after dropping, and that will change from club to club. So that's a very feel thing. So some player could have a 5-iron into the green. So of course that ball is not really dropping at the flag and stopping there itself. So a lot of things need to be kept in the mix to understand that, to be able to maximize the potential of the player.
Yes, obviously you're right, because the yardages are not exact, and there's a lot of bounce on the greens, and you could have. So I think those are things they would have factored in the practice rounds. But yes, it does help them. That's an added benefit, and I think small changes like that have actually helped and improved the scoring somewhat, if you may, because I think that would make a difference of maybe one or two shots over a week, getting an exact yardage to any impediment. Like you can take the yardage to the bunker, you can take the yardage to a certain tree, and that would speed up play and also make it easier somewhat for the players.
Actually, on the pro tours, you can be pretty sure, Shaurya, that the yardages are very accurate. Be it from the front edge of the green to the flag or from the fairways. Because in fact, I'm very well aware that the PGTI staff actually goes out there a day or two prior and actually sets up the golf course and puts up yardages over there, so that no player has to suffer a bad yardage, on the course. So definitely, I don't think yardaging is really going to be a problem. It's the key is going to be the what kind of greens are you playing when you are actually taking these yardages. Rangefinders are good, they are important, but if the greens were spinning, it will be a superb advantage. It will be a dart game after that. Yeah, but if the greens are not spinning good enough, then definitely not an advantage. It's actually going to go to the negative. We have Sachin Besoya.
Oh, he's played a gem right there.
Yep, he's judged that very, very well. It got a little bit of spin off the ball and also ended up giving it a little bit of release. So he's ended up judging that shot quite well. He's left himself a little bit of work to do with that 8-footer, but the greens are getting harder and judgment will become very different as we move along the day. And we can tell that now, as the leader groups are starting to come towards the 18th hole, we can tell that they are having a little bit of a challenge in understanding what kind of release the ball has on the green once it drops there. Karthik Sharma has landed up in the front swale of the 18th, getting ready with his wedge to get that as close as possible. Probably the only player on the PGTI who is a left-handed player. So looking forward to what kind of a chip shot he hits. He also seems to be doing a lot of mental work and doing a lot of visualizations for his game. Very solid all-round across tee to green, and definitely having a good career start in pro life for himself.
Yes, absolutely. So let's see what he does. If the lefty is going to make an eagle, he's definitely a novelty here on tour. He's the only, I think there's another lefty, but he's obviously the more proficient one is Karthik. He's playing really well. And I think he's left himself a good little birdie putt there.
He's got about 4 to 5 feet. The other thing that one can't tell when the players are getting up onto the green over here, not only do you have a swale, but when the green edge actually begins, there is a little bit of an uphill. And then the green becomes a little flattish and subtle slopes. And that little bit of uphill actually can spin the ball backwards and take it back down into that swale. So, there are these subtle challenges within the golf course that players have to be careful of, because, over here we're talking about each shot counts. And for each of these professional golfers, each shot could mean 10 spots on the money list. It could mean, a couple of lakhs of rupees on their paycheck for the week. So all of the things really come into the mix. Abhijit Chadda has surprisingly opted out for the putter just off the edge on the left side of the green on the 18th hole. Let's have a look if he's going to give this a go. Using a traditional blade style putter. Again, another thing that a lot of players don't do anymore. He's left that quite shy by
So
about
even
3 feet.
even though he used the putter, but I mean, there's a challenge when you use the putter because you're putting through a cut of rough, high grass, and then on the green. So it's a little tough to judge. But maybe he didn't have the best of lies or couldn't get a preferred lie there and opted to go for the putter. Maybe he's not having a great day with chipping. That's something that we never know. But a lot of players prefer to use the putter from off the green as well. Here, a look at Karthik surveying his putt intently. This is what it all comes down to. The last few holes, fatigue sets in, but you still have to keep focusing. And let's see what they do on this hole now.
Karthik Sharma not having his best outing today. He's at 2 over par through 15 holes, so he's definitely not enjoying that for himself today. But nonetheless, he's got a putt there for birdie and hopefully should be able to make that top of the leaderboard. We've got M. Dharma, ladies and gentlemen, now at minus 20. Still got 3 holes remaining. Cullen Joshi trailing him by 2 shots. So definitely M. Dharma is not letting up. And he's actually, using his game and taking that steady play from strength to strength. Clearly, there's a lot of work that our friend Cullen Joshi will have to do over the next couple of days to be able to catch up.
All right, now cleaning up for his par. So now Sachin here. So with his birdie putt, sorry. Oh, and he makes it. So that'll be a good finish to his round.
Sachin Baisoya should be able to finish at 12 under par unless and until he's made another birdie on the 17th hole, par 5. So definitely a good showing by Sachin today. Really good to see so many good numbers on the moving day. There's so much of bunching up going on at the top of the leaderboards. It's just incredible the kind of golf that's going on, Shaurya, in this country.
Absolutely, the same thing, the same sentiment was echoed by me last week, and we're not just saying it for the sake of it, but you can actually see the players. I spoke with a lot of players yesterday, and many of them were surprised by the cut going so low. In fact, a few of them were almost like feeling maybe sorry for themselves. What have we done wrong? We played so well, 2 under after 2 days, but we haven't made the weekend. So I just said, unfortunately, it's unfortunately for you, but fortunately for the rest of the field, it's getting extremely competitive. And I think as the international tours resume, as the Asian tour resumes with more tournaments, you'll see these players venturing out. And at this point in time, you have the likes of Chika Rangappa, Rashid Khan, Chirag Kumar, Abhi Chadha, all these players actually play on the Asian tour. So what's also happening is that the depth of the field is immensely strong because regularly on the PGTI you'd have a few players playing internationally, and that same week the ones who are available are playing here. But right now the cream is here, so this is as challenging as it can be. Barring a few players like Anirban Lahiri, Shubhankar Sharma, Gaganjit Buller, a few names that I might have inadvertently missed, but it's one of the best fields that we've had all year.
Absolutely. In fact, we've got a very good young field over here. So, there's nothing to complain on that. And we've got some superb scoring going on. And of course, the quality of play is absolutely stellar. I feel that, a lot of people in the past used to go abroad to watch tournaments. I don't think you all need to do that anymore. You can really, travel along with wherever PGTI is going and have a look at that tournament. If it's happening in your town, even better. Just, drive up there and have a look at the players playing. This is absolutely world class, ladies and gentlemen, and right here within your own country. So, what more could we really hope for?
Absolutely. It's a delight to watch such good golf. Dharma now getting to 20 under par. That's a massive number. I mean, you look at 72 holes that are played during a tournament, and then Dharma is already at 20 under par. The world record, ladies and gentlemen, for 4 days is at 32 under par. So I don't think he'll quite reach there, but he's not too far off. So this shows you the brilliant standard of golf. And this is a championship standard golf course. So it well shows you, I have a little bit of a story that I was remembering. The last time I think I played a professional tournament here was maybe 2008. Would have been almost 12, 13 years ago. And the cut at that time on the same golf course had gone at 6 over par. So you're seeing an improvement of 9 strokes in maybe about 12 or 13 years. So the standard has really gone through the roof. We've seen other tours like USPGA, they've always been competitive, like the Asian Tour. They sort of remained there. The standard is competitive. But what has happened, there's been an explosion of golf in India, and especially the players coming through the ranks, they've really improved. And also add to that that on, there's a little we have 50 players making cut as opposed to 65 on the Asian tour. All domestic tours in the world normally have 50 to 55 players making the cut, so that the last person also has a considerable amount of prize fund that he can take home. But obviously, with that, you have close to maybe 40%, 35% of the players only making cuts. So it is competitive, and you're seeing, if you joined us last week as well for the broadcast, you see that there are a lot of familiar faces, maybe 30, 35 players who the same players are making cuts. So it's quite tough to get to the weekend rounds on the PGTI, and when you do, you're seeing the scores are, players are not relenting either ways after that. So it's exciting for the fans.
In fact, for that lowest score happened at the Sale Open in 2009 at the Classic Golf Resort. It was shot by Chapchai Neerath, who actually started the tournament with two 10-unders, much like M. Dharma has started the Jaipur Open with two 8-unders. And that's what helped him to get to that 32 under par number. And if I'm not wrong, he shot 10, 10, and then 8 and 6 on the last 2 days to be able to capture that tournament. So, and this is, by the way, within the Guinness Book of World Records as we speak.
Interesting tidbit. I actually played that event, and I can't blame the low cut for missing it that week. But yes, I was around for 2 days. It was an interesting week, and the golf course was playing hard and firm. But 32 under is unfathomable. And but I assure you, any one of these players can do it now. We have Udyan on our screen, just phenomenal talent. Even from our time apart from commentating, I do make it a point to try whenever I travel the country, play with different players and sort of get the idea of how well they've improved. And obviously, as a sort of a semi-retired professional myself, I still try and improve my game, because that's one thing about golf. It doesn't matter what age, what level, you always want to improve. And a weird tidbit is, like, my mother still plays golf, and she's addicted to the game at this age and is always intent on improving it. So it shows you that you can improve your game no matter what age you are.
Dhruv Shoran, the Gurgaon boy, on the 18th hole now, alongside Udyan Mane and Kshitij Naved call. Udyan, of course, taking his second shot now from the fairway on the 18th with a long iron, what appears to be.
I seem to have hit a very strong tee off and just have a mid iron to the green. Look for this to be aggressive.
I like the way that Udyan just keeps moving in the spot. He's just trying to get more comfortable and loosen up his body before he actually ends up starting the club backward. Oh, he's chasing that. He likes the way that ball's gone. He likes it.
That's a good shot,
Oh,
just
he
on the
just
front
left
of the green,
it
and
just shy.
showing his Olympic pedigree there. And he should be able to make a birdie. So a brilliant shot by Udyan there, and it's golf shots like that that actually show you that that's what's the difference between a good player and a great player. And he definitely has the becomings of a great player and should make his birdie and then move up the leaderboard. And a look at the same, Dharma actually has moved to 21 under par, so he's not done for the day. I mean, this is just spectacular stuff by M. Dharma. He's really separating himself, and I think that world record might be under threat. You never know. Cullen at 18 under par. Sunit Chaurasia with a brilliant 7 under par today. At 14 under par, tied with Veer Alawat. Sachin Besoya at 13 under par, tied with Harinder Gupta. And you have Manu Gandas at 12 under par. Karandeep Kochar, Viraj Madappa, and Ankur Chadda rounding up for the top 10, and Gaurav Pratap Singh with a solid round of 5 under par to be at 11 under par. And as we are looking right now, we have Udyan Mane walking down the 18th alongside Dhruv Shoran, and both of them are very strong ball strikers. Udyan, obviously, that we've iterated before, is just back from the Olympics, and Kshitij Navit Kaul. And I assure you that, being the friendly person that they are, they would share those experiences, because sportsmen want others to improve, because we improve in groups, and competition actually spurs each other on. And Udyan would be happy with his return to form, and so are we. So look at them walking down the 18th. This is the time for small talk and banter. Now the hard work is done. You hit your good shots. A little bit about Dhruv. Dhruv is also an upcoming player. Plays out of Gurugram, and very good ball striker. A little flat hitter, has a hard hit on the ball, works a lot diligently with his coach, Priya Puri, up in Gurugram, and she has a few other professionals under her wing, and I think they are doing well. And the job of a coach is also equally important. We've spoken a lot about how a caddy is important, but a coach is obviously one notch above, and who sets up the player. And a lot of these players actually are associated with one or the other coaches. Very few players who are self-taught, because you always need a set of eyes to have a look at your technique when you're practicing, somebody to see you're not doing anything wrong, because golf has a lot of technique involved in it, because the main difference is that it's a stationary ball, so all your movements are dynamic, but each time they have to be repeatable. And for that to happen, the swing has to adapt to the body. So there's no perfect swing, but the best coach is able to find the perfect swing for you, and that's somewhere where you feel comfortable. So you'll see two players who have a similar build. They will be hitting the ball separately. Somebody will be hitting it left to right, somebody will be hitting it right to left. So it's a little different from other games, as in there's so many moving parts, and that's what makes this game so interesting. And now we have Dhruv just having a look at his shot, envisioning what he's going to do. This should be a little comfortable chip for him. Just chip it, roll it to about 5-6 feet, make your birdie, and then come back another day. But obviously, as you've seen, it's easier said than done. Let's have a look what he does. He's probably going with a 56-degree sand wedge, two bounces, roll it up. He's done well. He'll have about 3 to 4 feet for his birdie putt. And as I said earlier, players can learn from each other's shots. So Udian has obviously seen his shot intently, what Dhruv has done, and that's something that he's going to feed off, and that will help him make his putt as well. And in fact, try and go for an eagle attempt. So look at the leaderboard again. As we said, M. Dharma has really separated himself now as a 3-shot lead, followed by Kalin Joshi. And at the bottom end of the leaderboard, we had some good scores by Mohammad Sanju, who's at 5 under for the week and 2 under today. In addition, we also had Shankar Das, the veteran, who shot a 2 under today. And a look back at Udian, going with a flatter club. So you can imagine this one is going to roll a lot more than Dhruv's ball did. So obviously there are different ways to attempt this shot. Now you see a lot of roll on that ball, as I had predicted, and he's done really well. So there you have his Olympic pedigree shining through, and he's going to make that birdie and move up to 11 under par. So that would take him to a tie for 11th, and I presume we have that's his score after 15 holes, so it could be 11 or 12 under par depending on how he plays, but he's done really well, and that should be a tap in for birdie, which will take him to 11 under par. Playing alongside him is Kshitij Navid Kaul, also the son of an army officer, and that just shows you, as we had spoken earlier, that the access to the game is obviously one of the bigger factors why these players are coming through, and why it's so important. Like, this event is being supported by a separate, different government agencies, and that really helps the growth of the game because it makes it more accessible. So access to golf is something which is important if we are to see more players coming through from different part of the countries. And as stated above, for our viewers who are just joining us, you can always head over to pgtofindia.com, have a look at our website, and that'll give you a lot of information about where the tournaments are going, how the tour is traveling, different statistics about the players, the prize money. There are a lot of things that you can actually keep yourself busy with. You can support your favorite players, look at players who are playing out of your town, and the kind of players that you would like to follow. You can also have access to the Instagram handles. There's just a treasure trove of things that you can find on their website. And here we go back to his putt. He's pulled it a little bit, and there you can see the marker of Udian. A marker is something on the green when you have to pick up your ball, because otherwise it would come in the opponent's or the co-player's way. So you put down a coin, oblique, anything which can be used as a marker, which does not get swept away with the wind, and you place the ball back 1 or 2 centimeters ahead of where the marker was, because you put the marker behind the ball. So that's an act of marking the ball. And if the marker is there in the line of another player, you can actually remove it to either side and then replace it back. So these are small little intricacies of golf, and what makes it so much more interesting and a distinct game, if you may. Now Dhruv for his birdie, just getting on with it, not taking too much time. Conventional putting grip. Oh, he's not done well. So obviously, it's not really, nothing is given, and it goes back to my point about short putts and the importance of getting it right. The line is so important because the margins are so fine. So maybe he underread that or saw the other player miss it to the left and overcompensated. So these things can happen. You never wanted to see happen, but that is what really separates the winner on that week from the others. You'd normally see that the winner would be very good from 5 or 6 feet, because that is what actually earns you your bread. You would be making birdies and pars. And now back to Udin, you see him giving this putt all the respect, even though on our screen this looks like nothing more than 1.5 feet. But mind you, this can be missed in the blink of an eye, and he's a seasoned player and he knows better than to take it lightly. And let's see what happens now as we wait in anticipation. So he makes his birdie, and that's good on him, and that will move him up to 11 under par and a tie for 11th. And I think that keeps him within the 10 shot difference of M Dharma, who definitely has no intent of looking back. He's not looking in the rear view. He's just accelerating away from the field, and that's interesting. Scores like this is what we come here to watch, and I'm sure the viewers are really enjoying this spectacle of golf that we are able to watch here at the Rambagh Jaipur Open 2021, presented by Rajasthan Tourism and Hilton Hotels. And we are live on VAR Cricket by ABP Sports. This is the second edition, the second week running of live golf, and I, for one, can definitely say that it's been an exciting journey so far to bring the game to the masses. To have this sort of a close interaction with the players, be able to view them. Now we have Karandeep Kochar on the 18th, not the longest of hitters, but he's obviously not short either. He's a medium to long hitter and has the ability to roll it out a lot. And for those of us watching, that on a dry golf course like this, it's actually, that is quite an advantage to keep it below the wind and just be able to run the ball up. So a very long hitter like Udyan and somebody like Karandeep can actually be lying adjacent to each other in the fairway, because Karandeep would be able to roll it till there. So, these kind of golf courses really do favor the players who are maybe not the longest in terms of overall carry, but he's very proficient. That's why he's the top of the order of merit. He's a phenomenal player. He's one of the players who actually won as an amateur back in Kolkata last year. So that is quite an achievement on his CV. He was not a professional even, and he won the event as an amateur. And in that case, you don't really get the prize money. That's the little unfortunate part of it, but you're able to get all the other accolades, and then he turned pro soon after that. So that's held him well. So going alongside him is Viraj Madappa, who is obviously doing so well, and the last week's champion and doing well this week as well. But I think all of them are finding it hard to keep up with M Dharma, who is at 5 under par for the day and 21 under par for the week. And as we have a look at the leaderboard, it's being updated. The leaderboard also is a unique concept in itself. And just to educate our users, how it gets updated is like we have how we are able to bring these scores to you, that we have different people who are actually reporting the score after each hole, and then they're able to tabulate it. And there are score markers at the end of each hole. They write it down, then it's communicated, and then it's updated in real time to bring to you the score. And these scoreboards are very important. You'll have them in different places on the golf course, and the competitors can actually see this and place themselves. So obviously, this scoreboard is very important to the players who are in and around the top 10 of a tournament. They can know their placing and accordingly make up their strategy. And especially those who are trying to vie for a victory, who are trying to come up from the chasing pack and look at what the leaders are doing. So it places a lot of importance on that. Now we're seeing the change in conditions. The flag has gone. The wind has died down a bit, making this hole a little more accessible. So look for these last two groups to really attack this hole, and that'll make for some very interesting viewing for us. And yeah, so we are live at the Jaipur Open 2021, presented by Rajasthan Tourism, live from Rambagh Golf Club in Jaipur. A beautiful golf club, and it's definitely held up to its name. Scores have been impressive. Players have been able to navigate the golf course. It's one of the lowest cuts that we've had on tour in history at 3 under par. Extremely, unforgiving to anyone who's even been 1 or 2 under par. So, our condolences to them for missing the cut. But these guys are so good, and it's impressive. The future of golf in our country is in such safe hands. You see scores like that, and let's just have a look at the top 10. We have M. Dharma, who's sitting perched atop the leaderboard at 21 under par. Khalin Joshi and Harindra Gupta at 15 under par. Veer Lawat tied with Sunit Chaurasia at 14 under par. Sachin Baisoya and last week's champion Viraj Madappa at 13 under par. Manu Gandas, Karandeep Kochar, and Ankur Chadha tied together at 12 under par.
We're on the ninth green now, having a look at Tapi Ghai. Tapi Ghai is playing alongside Shankar Das, a veteran from Calcutta, and Ravi Kumar. Ravi Kumar just chipping the ball from just short of the green. That pin is tucked in slightly towards the right side, about the mid green, and definitely not the best angle for Ravi. So he has had to play a little bit of a bump and run and judged it quite well. He should be able to make that par. He's given himself about 4 feet past the hole. We have Shankar Das now, who's left himself a little short-sided on the right of the green. Pins also cut out to the right, so it gives him very less amount of room to maneuver this shot. But definitely the kind of skill set that Shankar has around the greens, he could be looking at a chip in. Shankar trying to feel that shot with his left hand. That's his way of looking at how far he really wants to hit that shot. There we go. Shankar Das lofting it up just slightly, giving himself just dead next to the hole. Should be able to tap that in and left, slightly left, and that hurts him a lot. He really thought that he was going to be making that chip in, and definitely I'm sure he was gunning for it. But this is the nature of the game, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming in live from Jaipur for the PGTI Jaipur Open 2021 presented by Rajasthan Tourism. We have Tapi Ghai now, what appears to be his putt for birdie on the ninth hole, which is his final hole. Tapi Ghai, Shankar Das and Ravi Kumar started their round from the 10th tee box at 9 a.m. So here we are now with Tapi Ghai attempting his putt for birdie on the last hole for his round on the penultimate day at the Jaipur Open. Rambagh Golf Club packs in a punch, different kind of a setting, very parkland design next to the Rambagh Palace Hotel as well as the Palace. So it's a beautiful, picturesque golf course, also flanked by a couple of community parks along, and Tapi leaves that just shy of the hole, giving himself just a little bit of a tap in to close in on his round. As you can tell, the weather is changing, the leaves are flying all over the place, and the wind seems to be affecting the rounds now. And also the high winds and also the scorching sun has dried up the greens, making the game a lot more different than when these guys teed off early this morning. Ravi Kumar there, taking care of some spike marks on his line. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live on WA Cricket, YouTube and Facebook channels of the ABP News Network. So here we have Ravi Kumar now, total of -2, and wraps it in for a par on the final hole. A good finish from him, because from the right side on the front edge of the green, I know that the shot is not extremely clear. Dropping it on the green is very difficult. So there you go. All gentlemen just, saying thanks to one another after removing their hats. And we have the next group now coming into the 18th hole. We have Karandeep Kochar playing alongside Harinder Gupta and Viraj Madappa, walking up the 18th hole after their second shots. We couldn't get that on camera, but here they are, walking up now. Appears like they have both taken a shot at the green and hence not going towards the layup area. So the layup area is just about 50 yards short of where these trees are. I think Harinder is in the layup area to give himself a shot at the green on the third shot. Harinder Gupta has been a veteran on tour, very, very steady player. And we have one of these players, either Karandeep or Viraj, who've given themselves a shot at eagle on the final hole. That ball is lying not more than 4 to 5 feet away from the flag in two. Harinder Gupta, of course, going for his third shot now, appears to be a wedge in his hand. Attacking this flag is what he's going to be looking at. His experience, definitely, ladies and gentlemen, goes a long, long way.
Look for this to be really close. Harinder Gupta is very proficient with the shorter clubs, matching with the color of the golf course. Let's see what he does here. That's a good enough shot, leaving himself about 15 feet downhill part left to right. Should be in with a chance for birdie.
That's Karandeep Kochar, who has hit his second shot to about 4 feet for eagle. Viraj Madappa lurking around the left edge of the green. Not certain if his ball is in the bunker or the edge of the green. But one of the two places for sure. He seems pretty relaxed and prepping up for his next.
This makes for a very interesting finishing hole because it's such a good risk and reward hole. And we've just seen that with Karandeep nailing his approach shot so close.
100%, no guts, no glory. Karandeep is playing 1 under for the day through 17 holes and is at a total of 12 under par. And if he makes that putt, that definitely takes him to 14 under par, which will be a tie for fourth position along with Sunit Chaurasia and Veer Alawat. Veer is still on the golf course, so we could expect him to get 2 more birdies, considering 17th and 18th are still ahead of him. Sunit Chaurasia, of course, has shot the day's best round at 7 under, along with Ankur Chadda. Ankur has moved up 20 positions and Sunit has moved up 10 positions on this penultimate day.
So we have a few patrons who ventured out to watch the golf, who are probably members of the golf course, and they must really be enjoying this exciting day of golf. Viraj, with
A good shot
really
by
good
Viraj.
shot from there,
Good judgment.
was able to navigate from that tough lie. Done really well. I think he's been able to work on his short game along with his ball striking as well, which a shot like that is testament to that.
No, Virat generally has a good all-round game. I know that he has been switching coaches off late, so he has been working on a few aspects of his game. Nonetheless, I mean, I think that's a very good bunker shot. He has definitely judged the release on the greens much better than a lot of other shots that we have seen. Also, the people walking on the golf course, it's a lovely day to be walking outside with sunny weather and the pleasant cold winds of the changing weather coming in. So, it is that time of the year when it becomes really pleasant to go around, walk on the outside, and be outdoors.
Absolutely. This is the best time of year for sports, especially for golf, because you are exposed to the elements for such a protracted period of time. You could be out in the heat for 5 hours or the rain. You just have to play the ball as it lies. Golf is one of the games which is only stopped if there's a thunderstorm or if there is rain, which is heavy enough for there to be a waterlogging on the green. Otherwise, you just actually carry on. You just keep playing. I mean, there's no let up in terms of that. So golf is a game at one with the elements. So that's something that teaches you to adapt different golf courses, conditions, and that's how golfers are actually able to travel all over the world. Because when they play in Europe, they're extreme cold temperatures, windy golf courses, and when they go to America, there's a different level. There's wide open golf courses, a lot of humidity in places. So it's like a full plate that they have to contend with.
I think you've touched upon a very important point, Shaurya. A lot of people don't know this. The only time that play stops is actually when lightning happens or when there is waterlogging that happens on the golf course. And the third reason, which seldom happens, is that the wind gusts are so strong on the golf course that the ball starts moving on the putting surface. There we had Harinder Gupta attempting his birdie, but didn't really convert that. He'll be tapping in for a par on the final hole. Yeah, so I mean, going back to that facet of the game wherein you got to continue to play unless and until you were struck by any of these three reasons. And lightning is basically it could be actually harmful to life of the golfer due to the steel shafts of the clubs. So that is why the committees have taken the decision that when there's lightning that happens, it is unsafe for a golfer to be outside. Other than that, the other two reasons are really very well visible to others with, the ground conditions becoming soggy and waterlogging happening on the golf course. And the third, of course, with the wind gusts being too strong, which this would usually happen in a Coimbatore. Well done by Viraj Madappa there. Solid up and down from the bunker to make a four. So these wind gusts cancelling tournaments or cancelling a round of golf would only happen usually in places like, let's say, a Coimbatore, or a lot of it happens in Scotland, or a lot of it also will happen in other parts of the world where there's a lot of links golf. So other than that, you really wouldn't see the other two facets coming into the mix. But definitely, lightning is something which would be the most common that ends up causing play to stop.
I think Karandeep is able to bottle some lightning as they speak in terms of this approach shot. And, I think if he makes this eagle, it's going to be fantastic. And, coming back to your point about lightning, there's a very famous quote when, back in the day, players used to hold up a one iron. It was said that if there's lightning, just stand with a one iron, because even God can't hit a one iron. It used to be such a tough club to hit.
There you go. Karandeep Kochar, definitely lightning speed, happy with his finish. Good playing by Karandeep Kochar, our money leader on the PGTI. Solid finish. We're unable to confirm yet what his total finish is going to be like, but he was minus 12 through 17. Should be finishing at 14 under par for the tournament on this second last day for the Jaipur Open 2021.
Our leader has dropped a shot, it seems. He's come back to 20 under par, so 17th hole has not been too easy on him. But now let's see what he does on the final hole. So it's surprising that he's dropped a shot on the par 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to still wait for these scores to come in, because he made 14, 15, and 16, all three birdies. And the 17th is a reachable par 5 for him. Definitely, he's playing straight headwind today. Hence, we might not see many underpars on that hole. But definitely, even the scorer is unable to contain his excitement. He's, not being able to understand how the scores are getting so deep and deep. But definitely, M. Dharma shot an eagle yesterday on the 18th, and I'm sure that good memory is going to serve him well.
Yes, absolutely. I think positive reinforcement definitely helps in golf. And if he's made a bogey, I think he should look to make a birdie, because the chasing pack is also not letting up. It's like, a pack of wolves which is going to hound their prey, so as to speak, because they're all so close on his tail. Like Cullen now is just what it seems to be, just a shot away, and he had a 3-shot lead. So fortunes can really turn on a dime. He was at 18 under par, so maybe Cullen made a birdie and he made a bogey. So the margins are very fine. Let's see what happens now.
Absolutely. In fact, if you look at the rest of the leaderboard, the top two guys seem to have pulled away from the rest of the pack. But clearly, this kind of a thought process last week didn't really benefit, and the people who were at the bottom of the top 10 actually were starting to pick up pace going into the final day. So, we really can't bet yet as to who is going to be taking this title, but definitely there are all of the players, even at 15 under par and 14 under par, are very well in the reckoning for this tournament so far. We are here at the second last day at the Jaipur Open 2021, presented by Rajasthan Tourism. We are coming to you live from Rambagh Golf Club, Jaipur, the capital of Rajasthan. And we are here on War Cricket by ABP News Network.
Yes, and we have a look at the final leader group who are walking down the 18th. And this should make for some interesting viewing, because the wind has died down a notch. So we could be viewing some really good shots like we've seen from the likes of Ajay Besoya, Karandeep, and many more who've been able to attack this hole. I think it's playing downwind, so even for the medium hitters, they've been able to reach here with the driver and 3 wood. So that makes for some exciting viewing.
As long as a player can actually carry those trees short of the green, there is a good chance that player can actually run up if they were hitting a low degree club. they could actually run that ball up onto the green, and that's what usually happens. And even if they don't, that swale in the front actually affords them a birdie very easily because of the pin position today.
Look at a proud, glorious flag there, right behind the golf course. It makes for a beautiful setting and also helps the golfers gauge the direction of the wind, if you may.
Absolutely. In fact, some golf courses it can be extremely difficult to gauge winds. But clearly, here in Jaipur, one could just turn around and look at where the flag is going to, and that helps a lot. Sometimes it can be very difficult, Shaurya, to judge the wind standing on the fairway because of the tree cover and some buildings around you. And the wind also swirls a little bit down at the bottom. So, looking at that flag obviously helps the player's judgment as to where he wants that ball to begin.
Yes, absolutely. I was guilty of plucking a lot of grass, and I think I'm known for that too. Until I could never quite make up my mind which way the wind is going, because the wind it plays such a critical role in shots like this. As you will have a look at the 18th hole. If you read it wrong, you could actually end up compounding error and just maybe even going to the OB if you get it wrong,
I
and it
think
does happen.
I think Shaurya, you should get your caddy to also carry a flag for you.
I'll give that a thought the next time. Now let's have a look at the leaderboard.
M. Dharma there leading at -20, followed closely by Kalin Joshi at -19, and Veer Alawat and Harinder Gupta as well at -15 for the tournament. We also have them closely followed by Sunit Chaurasia, Viraj Madappa, and Karandeep Kochar, all three scores of -14. Veer Alawat there on the 18th fairway. Now, I'm unable to confirm yet whether this is his second shot or his third shot. Seems to be a lofted club in his hand. We'll only know when time comes.
But I think, given his proficient length of the tee, it could well be his second shot. He's quite capable of hitting a 350-yard drive in this downwind. So let's have a look at the other players where they are. I think that is indeed maybe his drive. And lining up to hit his shot is that I think that is Dharma there visible in the fairway.
No, that's
Yes.
Veer Alawat, ladies and gentlemen. We are with the group of Kalin Joshi, Veer Alawat, and M. Dharma, who teed off at 9:20, which is our leader group.
Okay, nice and balanced. So I think half the battle is won. Should be somewhere in and around the green. Look at that goal.
That is
shot.
definitely V's second shot, because that far back definitely is V's drive, because he can definitely reach that length, and maybe he had only a mid to just a longish iron in. Beautiful shot by him, probably an 18 to 20 footer there, giving himself a good shot at eagle. This would be a good conversion for Veer. It'll just help him propel himself even further up, closer to the leaders. He's at -15. Getting one more or two better over here would bring him into pole position to be able to take attacking action tomorrow morning.
What you can also see is the flight at which his ball came in. It's a par five. People would even, good hitters would pitch the ball and then roll it up. But because he has such prodigious length, he's able to hit a mid iron with a lot of compression and spin and just pitch it there. So that definitely makes life easy for him.
Absolutely. In fact, our leader as well, M. Dharma, we couldn't see his second shot, but M. Dharma has been is walking aggressively towards the green with a putter in his hand, clearly enjoying what Greg Norman said in the past. The long walk to the green with a putter in your hand is nothing more happy than that. So we have Dharma there, our leader, walking up to the green. We have Veer Alawat also, who's given himself an 18 to 20 footer for an eagle. Kalin Joshi closer up to the trees. He's definitely looking at taking a preferred lie, and he will probably attack this flag, but a little bit close to the trees for this third shot. Generally, players do not want to get that close to those trees because of the angle of approach they end up getting.
One good advantage that a preferred lie actually gives them is that they can choose the direction in which they want to take the preferred lie, one club away from the hole. So in a situation like this where there are trees that are obstructing his view, he can actually see from where he can actually get a shot. So the preferred lie does make it a little easier, and I think he might be choosing to go above the trees or maybe just through this gap that is visible. So your guess is as good as ours. We'll soon find out what he pulls out of the bag. His caddy is doing the yardage.
I think Colin's going to go from above. He's going to take the higher route, and most likely he will pull off a really good shot. Colin's a really skilled guy, and he's been playing really well off late. So riding that confidence and going all out for that third shot, because clearly he knows very well what the importance of picking up a shot over here will be to ease him out a little bit for the final round. If we remind you all about what happened in Delhi Golf Club on the penultimate day. Cullen actually ended up making a bogey on the final hole, and then he started the next day with an eagle on the first, which was basically something which was like a carry forward of the feelings he might have been left with from the 18th hole.
That was a very aggressive play, I remember. There was a driver down the tunnel on the first hole. It surprised us, actually, that day.
Absolutely. He was probably, keeping some sort of aggression inside him, had some qualms with the golf course for what it had taken away from him on that final hole. And, he tried to go with a slightly more aggressive approach to convert that. And he did that really, really well. I mean, I think, the form is temporary, but class is permanent.
And I think you don't want to get on his wrong side, because he really does remember to settle the score.
Oh, my God.
Whether it's a person or a golf course.
Now that you said that, Cullen, please remember. Cullen Joshi taken the aerial route, leaves himself about 22 to 23 feet short of the flag. Pretty good.
Cullen, we would only have nice things to say about you.
I'm pretty sure Cullen's going to take a shot at that putt, and he must. He is just one shot off the pace from M. Dharma, and M. Dharma definitely has been on this green for the last 10 minutes reading that line. So he's taken a little bit of that advantage. He had 40 seconds to play, but he spent a little bit extra.
That's pulling a leaflet out of my book. The play straight to my heart.
So he's just off the edge of the green. I am hoping that M. Dharma ends up giving this a go, and whatever happened on the 17th hole, he should be able to rub that off and cover it up right here. Absolutely. And I think a strong finish always helps in giving you some good sleep, so that you're sort of prepped up for the next morning. It's very essential for a player to be able to get that sort of an end to the round, so that you can go back home much calmer in your mind and be able to actually put things into perspective for the final day when you're leading the tournament.
I think the same goes for us as well. We are under the cosh as well. We are feeling it. So we have to bring you top-notch analysis of what is going on over here, because we ourselves are in a state of disbelief seeing the high quality of golf. You see how the players are bouncing back. One moment it's a bogey, and then the next is just sitting for eagle. It's really not that easy. They've honed their skill, and they're at the top of their powers right now.
So much so that I can feel the gusts in here.
Yeah, I felt it too.
Damn, that's the air conditioner, is it?
Yes. But, either way, it's phenomenal. I think what we will do post this is try and play a couple of rounds with these players to understand what it's just brilliant. And I think that goes back to our viewers, following them on social media. Get in touch with these players. You'd be able to learn so much. And I think not just the quality of golf, it's even how they conduct themselves and how they analyze these situations, because there's definitely in golf there's a risk reward which is lurking around every corner.
I couldn't agree more, Shaurya. These guys are great ambassadors of the game of golf. Not only do they work hard at it, they also give back to the sport through their own ways and means, whether it is within their community, whether it is within their own golf courses. And I think each of the people who follow this sport in the country should also follow them and get to know these people a lot more. So because this is how you will connect and you will come to know your sportsmen. The thing about, let's say, another sport could be that the players are very unapproachable, but here in golf, all these players are very, very approachable. They will be more than happy to speak to you, help you out. And this is who they really are. They are great ambassadors of the sport. They're superb sportsmen, have a lot of good sportsman spirit in them. M. Dharma there attempting his eagle.
To show some of his sportsman spirit, but he'll take a birdie. That's not too bad. He'll end the day at 21 under par, averaging a 7 under par every day. That's just amazing. Phenomenal golf.
Amazing. He seems to have misread that putt a little bit, but nonetheless will close in for a birdie on the final hole on this penultimate day. Moving for M. Dharma hasn't really happened. He has stayed on number 1 position.
That's not a bad place to be, actually. That's the perfect way how to tackle the moving day. He's actually fended off all the approaching aggressors and has been able to come on top and still at number 1. And
Cullen Joshi now trying to do some movers and shakers on M. Dharma, try to get up to 20 under par so that he can be within a shot come tomorrow.
Yes, I think it's possible. I think a 2-shot lead is definitely better than a 1-shot lead. So let's see what happens here. Cullen has a long way to go, but the wind has died down, so that aspect is not there, disturbing the players in terms of their putting. The line is clear. He could quite make it because he's a player who likes the grand stage. the best players save the best for last, and he's definitely one of them. Let's see what happens.
Absolutely. A lot of people also walking with this group today. It's nice to see some of the Jaipur Rambagh Golf Club patrons out there supporting these players. It's always nice to see that happen. Colin Joshi giving that putt a go. Come
That
on,
has a chance.
break in. And Colin just leaves it a tiny bit short. He will stay at 19 under par for this tournament on the penultimate day. He will come into the final day at 19, trailing M. Dharma by 2 shots. We now have Veer El Lawat for his putt for eagle on the final hole. He is currently at a total of minus 15, and definitely, if he makes this putt, this will help him to be in shape to challenge the leaders tomorrow.
I think this is a very important part for him in the context of this tournament. It's going to be like the last one, maybe just become a 3-horse race, because Dharma will be enjoying a 5-shot lead on the third position after this. So this is very important for him to just get into that final group. He should definitely make birdie, and then he can put on the heat on Dharma and Cullen tomorrow. Oh, he is, excitement has got the better of him. Sometimes you just go for eagle, and that's, the other side of the coin now.
Yep, he's got now 5 feet coming back to save his birdie. So definitely, I mean, Veer Elawat has given it a go, and let's see what he makes out of this. Does he go up to 16 under par for the tournament or not? Clearly, that eagle wasn't really in the kitty for the day.
Mind you, this is not an easy putt coming back, and he seems very self-assured and not taking time, which is a very good sign. But it'll break the other way. It'll be slower as uphill and a little bit against the wind, so it would need a very confident stroke for this to go in.
There we go.
And he's done just that. That's really good.
Veer Elawat safely putting the final hole and making his birdie, finishing up at 16 under par for the tournament. He will stay about 5 shots shy of the lead.
And our leader M. Dharma, aka Pink Panther, does it. He's at 21 under par. Brilliant golf all around.
Brilliant golf. M. Dharma and Kalin Joshi showing great camaraderie. They're from the same golf club. Veer Elawat from Gurgaon. So great golf seen over here today at the Jaipur Open 2021 presented by Rajasthan Tourism. Special thanks to the ABP Network, VAR Cricket for the live telecast of the Tata Steel PGTI Jaipur Open. We would also like to thank our tour partners, Tata Steel, Incredible India, Electro Plus, Rolex, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, and also we have Rajasthan Tourism, Incredible India, the Hilton Hotel, and also the Rajasthan Sports Council for all the support during this week. We're looking forward to seeing a superb round tomorrow. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, to have joined us on this live coverage, the second live coverage of a PGTI event, and we are hoping that you are happy to watch our domestic players doing so well on a day-to-day basis.
And as we take your leave, just have a look at the leaderboard once again. And tomorrow, your favorite host, Shaurya and Rahul, will be back again to bring you a scintillating day of golf and to soak in this great day. And we look forward to seeing you. The live feed will go on for a certain amount of time. You might be shown the highlights and some of the best parts of the day. And till tomorrow, we take your leave. Thank you.